I've long looked at, although I have this is just because listeners, I think that's definitely been changing. Maybe now more than ever, we are hearing more about UFOs, or some critical of them, unidentified aerial phenomena or unidentified anomalous phenomena. The term keeps changing. Let's be clear, we're talking about aerial objects of unknown provenance that have been observed for a long time. Scientists are starting to take this very seriously. Historians are starting to look deeper back into the history books to try to understand how long this phenomenon has been present. And yes, of course, as is evident in recent days, the U.S. military has also shown interest in this phenomenon. So I think we are finally getting to a point where a lot of people in different walks of life, officially, especially, they are taking this stuff more interesting, and that really makes our job interesting, doesn't it? It does. Although, I think it's, the government and the various government agencies seem to have this kind of time they're interested. They're going to conduct an investigation. It turns out what it was. There are hearings. They have Defense Department and intelligence officials saying ignorance about, for example, UFO incursions over sensitive airspace like nuclear missile sites and so forth. The scientific community is, I mean, there are some exceptions, but don't seem to take it seriously. It's not because UFOs are, I guess, somewhat random. There's not a consistent, there's not a pattern. If there's not a pattern, it's difficult to study. But then, I think you pointed this out in a recent blog, that optically, if you don't study it, you can't establish a pattern. That's a very good point. One word we might use for the UFO phenomenon, and I'm going to say UFO. I preferentially at times will say UAP, but I mean, being a student of the history of the subject, I like UFO, and I think most people know what we're talking about when we say UFO. But ephemeral, that might be a good word for this phenomenon, because there is, of course, that issue of how do you study something that you can't put in a bottle, that you can't examine and turn under a microscope, or conduct experiments with in the lab. It's always been a problem when it comes to UFO issues. The majority of the data that we've collected now are, of course, incredible resources that are available out there that include an actual UFO historical records center, which is a new effort that my friend David Marler is undertaking. I've been out there to the records center, and I've actually gone through the files, held some of those original documents with the felt marker in red, where Dale, former science advisor to Project Blue Book, has written in the margins and put his own notes there. Of course, we also have the National UFO Reporting Center, Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. So there are a lot of different organizations that are really, putting everything from computers and historical research to just good old-fashioned brain power behind this. But the long-standing issue has always been we primarily have stories. That's what most of our data entails. People see things that often move very fast. They often move quickly enough that it's difficult to obtain clear photographs of them or videos. Objects that are also at times difficult to detect using some of our most capable sensory equipment. Even the U.S. military has encountered this issue. And many active duty personnel have back off the field, so to speak, go back to training operations and told their stories of their encounters with uncanny things. Most notably, of course, pretty familiar at this point with the 2004 incident off the California coast, the so-called USS Nimitz incident. And Richard, I can tell you, having spoken with some of the folks who were involved firsthand with that, they all say the same thing. There's something that appears to be a technology, but we can't easily talk to that. And even with the fast tracking and infrared video systems available at that time, they actually targeted the collecting that phenomenon. So it's always been the issue, and I can sympathize with how loud it is. We say, well, we need better data. But the other side of that story, which is something I grapple with daily, is with the data we have, stories, those images, when you have enough of them, and when you do have enough consistency under the description of the objects, their appearance, the way that they move or function, and other capabilities they have to display. So you have to at some point say, well, there are trends to the party, there are correlations big part of our reality here remains largely untouched explored. So there is some excitement around the establishment of this that illustrates the now I forgot the name of it, all domains of this anomalous resolution office. And I understand that they're calling witnesses now. I believe one of the first people that they call it or famous call is Robert Houston. Is that time? And there's an episode I mentioned earlier, UFO incursions over nuclear missile sites. How do you feel about this new office? Are you looking toward idea to get another whitewash? Let's say cautiously optimistic. Because I'm always cautiously optimistic if government is involved. But, I also try to give them the benefit of the doubt. Based on everything that I have read about the director of the new organization, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, and here we have a highly capable official, person with a long background in science. And even before we saw the most recent UAP report, which is the first that we can actually attribute to the Ultimate Anomaly Resolution Office. By the way, I don't fault you or anybody else for being at times trying to recall the name because it's changed so many times. That's the last time I were on here together. There was a whole different name. Everyone had to sit in a vacation and management synchronization. I'm really glad they changed that name. The last one, like to me, they were trying to make it unpronounceable and forgettable. It says a lot to me. So, yeah, again, all domain anomaly resolution offices, what we currently have, all take it. That's great. But coming back to the program and some of the people that you mentioned, the Robert Houston, of course, he's the author of the book UFOs and Nukes. It has come up several times in this dialogue that I'm aware of in recent days. That officials, like for instance, Lou Elizondo, and others are very aware of that work that Robert did. I interviewed Mr. Hastings years ago and have corresponded with him several times thereafter. I'm sure you have as well. The college issue, I think, this should be considered the cornerstone. I always think of this when I see when it comes to the topic. Sensitive, oh my God, oh my God, that, I one time did that, oh my God, that broke my fucking, I think that broke my ankle. Oh my God, and probably more in instances than have actually been reported, for that matter, had aerial incursions by unknown objects. The first work that was done by researchers Gary Greenwood and Lawrence Fawcett in a book called Clear Intent. I mean, it really should be mandatory reading for any serious student of the history of the subject, because when I first read that, I read about these versions and what military personnel were talking about. Before, and I came away thinking, okay, whatever these objects are, to try and make an argument based on what these personnel have said, that they are not intelligently controlled, that they do not represent some kind of technology. They in fact don't appear not only to have an interest in our nuclear facilities, missile launch sites, and other areas of strategic importance, but that they appear also to be able to take some of those missile defense systems offline temporarily. This again is probably one of the most significant elements touched on in Robert Hastings' work. Yeah, that's definitely a concern. It's obviously the kind of challenge to national security that was described in the 2021 OG&I report on UAP. So, in recent days, hearing the Robert Hastings and also the Robert Salas and others who have been involved with or personnel there on the ground during those incidents, or officials who have helped to bring that information to light. Oh my God. And Dr. Kirkpatrick, that is very promising, but we have to wait to see where it goes from here. Yes, I did this one. That various government agencies have played with the public regarding UFOs. And it was the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, Scott Ray, who was testifying before that subcommittee hearing on UAP back in, I think it was May of 2022. And I believe he was asked directly about UFO incursions over nuclear missile sites, and he either he feigned complete ignorance or he had no idea. Genuinely had no idea. I mean, that can't go well. I mean, one on this box you heard God bless the testimony. There was a situation here as we were watching the, let's face it, that was a historic moment where we have these open hearings on UAP. Reporter Leslie King had been there in the room, and I spoke with her recently, and of course she had a co-authored that article back in 2017. The room is kind of back to all the and not only just the UAP or UFO subject, but also the fact that the Pentagon had been very quietly about the fact that the official position has stated at that time that it's the time these programs were running. The stated position on the DoD website had been, we no longer look at this. Our interest ended back in 1969 with a little program called Project Blue Book, which it was actually the longest running systematic study of UFOs conducted by the United States government, and as far as we know, any government really. But they would also say it has distinct limitations. That was one of those grievances that had been aired by the jail on high and sea. So, these congressional hearings, it was historic. Good to see that. Well, I can't say I was surprised, Richard, that some of the officials who were participating, something you mentioned there, when asked about some of the incidents that occurred at the strategic site, it was good to have any knowledge of that. But then again, being someone who is obviously still new to that subject of the years, let's face it, a history student when it comes to UFOs, like you or I spend probably most of my free time with my nose in a book or scouring the web with historical information that I can find on this subject, any and all, when I'm not going through actual documents. Guys like David Marlin. And so I wasn't surprised Scott Brady didn't really have a working knowledge of that. I was a little more concerned when I started seeing certain members of the press kind of downplay the monster incident that was brought up anyway. But I'm not, my argument around here was after that. Here's that Barney Ray taking us into the break with Living the One on Coast to Coast AM. Show up on time or your house call is free. MikeDiamond.com. I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A severe thunderstorm warning is up in eastern Ventura and northwest LA counties, including Simi Valley, Van Nuys, Malibu, and other areas. Winds are expected to hit 60 miles per hour, and heavy rain in the area could lead to flash flooding. Forecasters say the cold winter storm moving through the Southland is moving more slowly than anticipated. Today, that's including what is expected to be a historic snow event for the mountains and very heavy rain over Alabama. The protester has been arrested at the LA City Council meeting after he started shouting at Councilman Kevin early on. 2 other protesters were kicked out of the meeting but not arrested. For the second time in a month, a bear named Ben has escaped his enclosure at the Central Zoo. The bear was outside for less than an hour yesterday, safe in close to habitat. Visitors were moved indoors until the bear was tranquilized and returned to his enclosure. South rain, possibly snow tomorrow. Rain ends late Saturday, but then we've got a good chance of rain late Monday through Wednesday. It's 52 in Yorba Linda, 56 Costa Mesa. We leave local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King. Southbound right before the 180. We have crash there taking up the key left lane. She's on the way. One Port Lane. This area. YouTube as well. We have issues. Currently, we're closing it on 24 hours. The record is 42 hours. Yeah. I want to make it 100 hours. We have a crash there. If you look at the lanes, you're seeing delays. KFI has got to help get you there faster on Friday. This report is sponsored by Albertsons and Vaughn. It's even more with digital deals at Vaughn's and Albertsons. Members save on fresh, boneless, cleaner chicken breast. Right now, a 3-pounder boy pays at $1.83 per pound. Unit 10 pounds with digital coupon on Vaughn's or Albertsons.com. Price valid through February 28th. Live from the bedroom, it's another July 1st, the curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his contaminant white cow diaper. He's arranged for Jill Broken Elbow. Poison for the cows. He's just getting inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires the sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with a click of a remote. There's no mask and no nose. It's finally not for everyone. Working on it, it's like the news. On the podcast, the last billion, the last back from informed, developed barely takes a astronaut training in Russia. That's true. And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his mates crumble to the ground. His name is Sergei Krippin. He's a Soviet cosmonaut and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USS Mars. Listen to the last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. That's big.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Being such a motherfucker.
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your gift host, Richard Ferry. Welcome back to Mr. George Norrie. Love You While I Can. This is a brand new one from the Zombies. And that'll be on their new album coming out the next month that we released called A Different Day. A pair of mystifying video captures in Canada show the body of a dead bird inexplicably floated in the sky over a street, and no one can quite figure out how the weird scene came about. The eerie anomaly was reportedly first filmed last week by an unnamed witness who spotted the unusual sight near a school of the city of Surrey, British Columbia. And in the video, you can see the astounded man zooming in on a bird that seems to be dead, and observe that it's just floating in the air, no trees, no nothing. It then proceeds to walk around it. It's a frozen creature, and there is no indication of anything keeping it afloat. You can take out the video for yourself. Believe me, it's very, very bizarre. And that's the carousel of the Coast to Coast AM.com. If you love Coast, you're going to love George Norrie's Beyond Belief, his internet TV program. Every week he explores the amazing and unusual worlds of people. George brings us thought-provoking discussions on paranormal phenomena, conspiracy, and all things unexplained, and usually TRILLIONAIRE.com, BeyondBelief.com. That's the UFO question with my dad, with Coast to Coast and Secret Activity. I want you to feel good, be healthy, and live long. That's what I want you to know about CriticalHealthNews.com. It's an information-packed website that enlightens everyone on the good health via proper nutrition and supplementation instead of promoting them. They all bottle of toxic prescription drugs with their side effects and unnecessary surgery. It makes you worse, not better. Lots of people talk about vitamins, but only one source I know of says that without all the 90% of nutrients the body needs to function, vitamins alone will not work. Go to CriticalHealthNews.com to listen to the fascinating lectures, watch the nutrition videos, and read the articles that make a whole lot of sense. Your knowledge of good health is free, and materialize into an aha moment. The information is free, and the products you can purchase online will change your life for the better. Go to CriticalHealthNews.com or call 1-855-949-RADIO, 1-855-949-7234, 1-855-949-RADIO. Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and get a high-funded wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% US-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fee. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $16 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage with the biggest carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Even millions of others who are free. Visit ConsumerCellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off with this promo code radio25. That's ConsumerCellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25. How old are you? I was 16. Kind of laugh. My dad is with us, and we're exploring the UFO question why, after 7 years, there's no consensus on whether there actually is a phenomenon. We were discussing UFO incursions over nuclear sites. He was at the break. But there's a change of the all-domain anomaly reservoir office. And it's either, I may have been incorrect. It's only that Robert some of Robert's work in this regard, and you mentioned the press kind of being somewhat dismissive of this amazing story that took place in the late 60s. Again, a UFO incursion over Nelson Air Force Base, taking missiles offline. That was in, 67, 68? But, yeah, that general time frame is correct, although there were multiple incidents that occurred at various times. But again, I think that the primary one is in 68. Also, you were correct about both Roberts being called, because Robert Hastings, the author, actually recently did a write-up over there at the UFO Chronicles, talking about the fact that he had been contacted. Again, some of the leadership with Arrow, according to the account that he provided, were made aware of his work. He was contacted and asked if they could, or if Mr. Hastings could bring together some of the individuals who see his work that they interviewed over the years, and help line up those interviews for Arrow so that those individuals could speak on the record and that their testimony could be submitted. And this all, of course, in the furtherance of what was passed into law with the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023 this year, where we have this so-called whistleblowers provision. In the past, that just means it's now people in the government who may have been under non-disclosure agreements or other kinds of prohibitive agreements that would have prevented them from coming to us talking about incidents they were involved with, security issues, special access programs, things like that. They might have prevented them otherwise from talking about what they might know about UFOs and their involvement with that subject while working in government. A lot of them are going to now be able to come out and talk about that as a result of what was passed into law, mandated by Congress this year. So that applies that testimony to Arrow, and it talks about that all. Cool. So again, but part of the story is this, that you mentioned in the last segment there, during the hearings last year, some officials apparently have no knowledge of, thanks to those good UFO researchers out here in the civilian sector, and that information has been, of course, not only preserved for history, but now it's also going right before the officials who are tasked now with the grandfather about dying off the bench. I would say. I want to switch gears now, and first of all, let me put some there's kind of I don't know, the elevator. That's what I thought. The grief is all about. You know, defining that the grief.org. Well, if I were to have to give an elevator pitch, I'll first preface that picture by saying that, I am a student of the history of UFOs. So that's always going to be a subject I want to cover, something that I spend a lot of time personally looking into. It's not the sole exclusive focus of what the Debrief team and I look at. We co-founded this website. Tim McMillan, good friend of mine, MJ Benias, Canadian journalist, and we co-founded this a couple of years back, and since then, team members Chris Plain and Christy Newton have joined us. But we look at all areas of disruptive science and technology. We're going to be talking about artificial intelligence there. We're going to be talking about innovative technologies that either the military may be using or the scientists may be using to help unravel the very nature of space-time and the cosmos. But I've always, and this is in fact even the words when we launched in our mission statement, that as we move forward into the future and more technologies are available to us and innovations reveal more about the universe, it's going to be likely, as time has shown in the past. If we look at, at the past and history as being the sort of prologue to the present, often humankind is confronted with things that once seemed impossible to become reality. And it has always been my intent to look at some of those areas of nature and some of those subjects like UFOs that often have been relegated to the background of science and history in the past, and to try to report on those credibly, to try and bring attention to them and awareness of how credible information can be found, and to also try to reach out to the rest of the community, the government officials, and to try and get their perspectives on these issues, especially when we have so much news about this issue right here in recent days with this topic. It can be confusing at times, but we endeavor to try and boldly, I say, go forward and to try and bring that information to the public in a credible, responsible, and informative way. All right, that's a great elevator. There's a grief.org is the website, it's grief.org. And this is your story. This was written by one of your colleagues. It was written by, I believe. This has to do with the new video that's been released by the Australian Army showing soldiers use farmhouse enhanced digital telepathy to control robot dogs. Talk about like just mind blowing and does first of all, what is digital telepathy? Well, this has always been a subject that's fascinating to our science writer Chris Plain, for all its different topics is interesting, and of course as the editor-in-chief of the Debrief, I actually virtually everything that gets published. I always look forward to Chris's stuff because he's just always pushing the boundaries. We've heard for centuries about precognition, people who claim to have had experiences where they maybe are able to discern events that are happening elsewhere in the world, either without having been there personally, or maybe even not having experienced those at the same time. They may even have a sense of something that's about to happen before it does. We hear these kind of stories, and this is very much the area where science is all says, well, I think it's true, but this falls into the lower information in terms of what's verifiable. But I'm always where do you stand on the low? And I've heard a lot of very interesting stories over the years enough to really make you wonder. But I've always thought that technology may eventually facilitate a kind of functional telepathy that whether or not humans innately possess that, one day And we're looking towards that. Again, it's just mentioned in the article, Elon Musk, of course, has become famous and also controversial for his ideas about this, and technology like the Neuralink, the idea of implanting technologies in humans that enhance biology. Controversial because a lot of people would basically look at this and say, you're playing with God. It's just the sort of thing that of course, is going to interest militaries. And so, in recent days, the Australian military has apparently been conducting experiments with the control of robotic systems, sort of resembling our four-footed canine friends. To quote briefly from the actual statement provided by Lieutenant Colonel Kate Tolinar, who's with what's called the Robotic and Autonomous Systems Implementation and Coordination Office of the Australian Army, he says the collaboration focused on how we could create a brain robotic interface that will allow a soldier, rather than operating an autonomous system with the command console, to operate that system using a brain signal. So if they're able to do that, and you can go over there on the website, I highly encourage people to check out some of the photos and read about this. If they're able to control essentially the robot that functions on the battlefield like a dog, right, that can move and can do so in ways that a human can't and assist in military operations, just imagine in the years ahead as this technology improves, what else they might be able to control. I mean, we're talking about the remote control with thought alone of drones, both in the air and perhaps also those in the water. You can imagine a range of different possibilities. How about it? Yeah, maybe so. I hear recently that the FAA Super Hornet will be retired in the years ahead. And of course, we also just seen the rollout of all kinds of new incredible aviation technology. So yeah, are some of these remotely controlled aircraft, drones, even some of our fighter jets, are these going to be controlled by power assault in the future? If this technology continues unhindered, yeah, it seems to be space, which really is more than likely something you expect to see in science fiction and films, but it's becoming a reality right here, right now. It's very exciting, but also a little unsettling to be seeing all of this. Yeah, I'm on the unsettling. But do you think within our lifetimes, Michael, we might see wars basically fought almost strictly with robots? And I'm not talking about robots that are necessarily even tethered to a human being through some sort of a digital telepathy. I'm talking about things like autonomous robots that are operating with artificial intelligence, some sort of an algorithm, that sort of thing. Well, if my recent dialogue with AI chatbots is any indication, maybe not, and maybe we're all the better for that. First of all, it's a sense of, war and the use of, whether it's humans out there on the battlefield or autonomous systems or robots, anything like that. I hope that, there's going to be less war going forward. The last year with what we've seen in Ukraine has been just devastating. And again, my heart still goes out to all the people who have been affected by that. I hope that, again, if we are able to create autonomous systems, intelligent robots, if we're able to create functional telepathy to control machines, we can use it for much better, much more humanitarian efforts than war. Haven't we had enough of that? And that's what really scares me, even more than the idea of robots that are capable of destructive force. It's that humans never seem to learn the lessons of history. That war has been horrible, it has been devastating in the past, and we don't need more of it. The one upshot of this, I think, is that sometimes, and again, former President John F. Kennedy used to talk about this, sometimes if you've got these kinds of weapons, they can be a deterrent to war, which is part of the grim reality. And I just hope that indeed, if these kind of technologies are created and they continue in the years ahead, that we don't see more war, that we don't see robots out there on the battlefield. That, of course, maybe better than airlines being lost, but the less war altogether, the better. I hope that they have more intelligence and more inspiring uses for that kind of technology. Well, no question. My fear would be that it would make war easier. There would be perhaps in some way less of a political break for the politicians to go into war because they don't have to conscript soldiers, etc. Of course, there would always be civilian casualties. But it might make war in some ways an easier decision to make. sound kind of like, real life chess, right? Where you're moving pawns on a battlefield instead of having people out there. And again, I'm no war historian. I'm just somebody who really, like I think any person with a humanitarian mindset, who doesn't want to see that, especially after what we have seen unfold in Ukraine. And again, I got to give kudos to my good pal Tim McMillan, who's really led with the reporting on that course of debrief and has provided some very interesting and insightful commentary. And it just the kind of reporting that Chris has provided for Chris playing with this article about the Australian military and their efforts with the robotic systems. But again, I just would hope that, whether it's essentially world leaders have the capability of controlling robotic systems in the future. And it is tantamount to playing chess on a battlefield. I say, why not just do it on an actual chessboard and be done with it, right? Let's be cooperative. Let's not engage in further conflict. Off the battlefield, the robot revolution. And it's not, it used to be something we talked about 20 years ago. It's coming, it's in the distance. I can see it on the horizon. It's here now. We're starting to see, well, for example, I think in Germany, there's now at least one fully automated McDonald's over there that's not just humans on site. The burgers are cooked by robots, the deep fryers operated by a robot, the money's dispensed by a robot. And they're talking about experts in this area, talking about a huge, like almost unimaginable permanent job placement that's going to come along with robots. If a job can be replaced by a robot, it will, and it's in the process of being replaced right now. But I think we've never had kind of a national conversation about this. Do we want self-driving cars? Wanting to, workers in North America or employed as drivers? This could be a huge displacement. How do you feel about this robotic revolution? Are you optimistic about it? Are you fearful? I was talking about this earlier this evening with my friend Christina Gomez. She asked me a very similar question, and I said, look, 10 years ago, I had a pretty grim outlook. I'm a little less than that today. Right now, I am a little more hopeful, but I kind of see both sides of the situation. The upshot is that there are jobs that can be performed by robots or by algorithms, and those are the kind of jobs that maybe humans shouldn't have to perform, don't want to have to perform, and that will thereby free their hands and allow more people to engage in work that is more fulfilling for them. That's good. The other side of the story, of course, people being concerned about because of the ease, the efficiency, and maybe also the cost effectiveness, robots and robotic systems replacing jobs that people normally perform, which could have a negative economic impact. There are the natural concerns we have about do we trust a robotic system that, for instance, we have a self-driving car that's driving its own. Do we trust that vehicle to navigate safely enough and get us there in one piece? Now, again, the proponents would argue, and some, actually many studies at this point have shown that generally speaking, autonomous vehicles that are controlled by
I'll tell you my very Tannehill question. That's all. Damn, girl.
And yet, when there is an accident,
Why you follow it?
people tend to get really concerned about a robot that is driving us home at an accident occurring. Even though that happens far less often than drivers, humans tend to react very differently when we see that it's a robot that is involved in that accident. So we don't want to have to take ourselves out of the situation. We'd rather be piloting ourselves and know the risk. But all right, know that it's a human involved. All right, we're going to take another time out as we approach the top of the hour. That is more of my conversation with my dad. Here's the Who taking us in the break with all this music.
Okay, 24. Damn, this thing went to the motherfucker. Oh, it's a follow, yes. Yeah.
to learn a language. Travel, work, family, or just for fun. The Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how languages learn. And now, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Save low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One small click for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your first day at Ralph.com. Ralph, fresh for everyone. With the single price without the details. Enjoy the taste of summer with fresh produce. Right now, you can red or black pizza's great for only $1.99 a pound with your car. Well, fresh for everyone. If you're in the market for a car that's as powerful as it is beautiful, check out the all-new, all-electric 2023 Nissan Ariya. Nissan's most powerful EV ever. Available in 389 horsepower with an elegant, spacious interior and innovative tech. The EV is stunningly powerful, offering the best of both worlds. A smooth, quiet ride with thrilling sensations. Head to Nissan.com for more information. 2023 Ariya has limited availability. Contact your local dealers for inventory information.
Why?
I'll take some free. It's a quick winner. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, you kidding me? Just try playing four nachos with no Frank. Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, baby. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. It's like my rejection. Hey, look, on the double try. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Bright red hot. I put that on everything. Power, road closures, flooding, and more. As the coldest storm in decades takes the Southland, we're on it. Listen to CFI AM 640, live everywhere on the NR Radio app. You know it. Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Visit us the best weekend for an outdoor wedding. I'm Mark Bronner from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Southern California is getting hit by a wet and cold winter storm. LA County and Ventura County could get up to 4 inches of rain in lower elevations. A blizzard warning is in effect for mountains across much of Southern California. Now, Baldy Resort manager Rabbi says the resort is closed today. We have a crew in place. The wind is too high to operate there. But we anticipate a delayed opening tomorrow. Orange County and the Inland Empire could get up to a few inches of rain. A high wind advisory is in effect for both counties. Like Trolley, KFI News. The murder conviction of defendant in San Bernardino County is the state's first to be reversed by new rap music law that claims to prevent racial bias. There's this gang rapping about the shootings, and Venable is not the rapper, but he's in the video. Police gas that Trayvon Venable was convicted in 2018 for the 2014 drive-by that killed one and injured another. There's stuff with a rival gang member saying, I think that he did the shooting, but there's not very good evidence. San Bernardino County DA Jason Anderson says Venable's not getting out. The case will be retried, and this doesn't mean that video can't be used in court. Somehow using creative expression automatically means that we're discriminating against people. That's not true. If art is going to imitate life, or if it's going to imitate art, then there's relevance to that. Both the DA and defense lawyer say the law is too complicated and could cause more harm than good. Corbin Carson, KFI News. Leaders of the G7 have met with Ukraine President Zelensky to reaffirm their support for the country on the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion. Zelensky thanks President Biden and the people in the U.S. for their support because he now wants to focus on what Ukraine needs. I will focus on fight. Technical cancer, finance, justice, leadership. Zelensky says focusing on Ukraine will help the coalition of those defending freedom become a coalition of winners this year. The White House says Russia's war against Ukraine is an attack on the fundamental principles of sovereignty of nations and respect for human rights. Southland weather from KFI rain and mixed thunderstorms overnight with lows in the mid-40s. Flash flood warning until 2 a.m. Wind advisory until 4 a.m. Flood watch until 6 p.m. tomorrow. As the beaches winds up to 40 miles per hour with gusts up to 60. 30s and possible snow up to 5 inches in the Antelope Valley. We got rain and possible thunderstorms again tomorrow, and we could have rain all the way through next Wednesday. Right now it's 55 in Irvine, 53 in Brea, 52 in Burbank, 46 in Palmdale. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Bronner. Freeway flooding now in some valleys, 5 north on a major Jim. All lanes are being avoided here. traffic is jammed from Sunday cars to sunlight to go around that 20 lane. In downtown LA, there's about connected to the 5 south, got a fast block in the 2 lane, there's a full down in lanes there as well. Porter Ranch, the one you think about Porter Ranch Drive, you got a total spin out block in the left lane. And in Frontline, the 405 northbound at MacArthur, a fast block to the right lane, there's folks in Jamboree. KFI and the Sky Help to their factor. I'm James Joseph. Inflation is a 30-year high and prices going to the roof. We're all wondering what's coming next for the economy. Historically, one investment always withstood the test of time, and that's precious metal. That's why the top of one is the claim. There's some gold and silver belonging in every portfolio and retirement plan. North America has been a trusted leader in precious metals like gold and silver for 40 years. It made parts of the BBB and they served well over 60,000 customers. And that is worth waiting. North America put me into the fact that silver is in demand for military, solar, and even the tech industry, but it's very attractively priced for now, and that makes it a perfect hedge against inflation. Call or text and ask about their free report, The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn how to properly diversify. Help protect your assets against inflation with this free report. Call or text 800-289-2646, 800-289-2646, or visit SwiftAmerica.com/Conway. Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's a free app that can save you money on your medication. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off center. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, that's GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance. Hello, this is Joe Cordial. We focus on only one area of the law to maximize our strength and effectiveness as advocates for clients that have everything on the line: their home, retirement, savings, and most important, their children. We're the partner our clients count on. If we can be of help to you, give us a call. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell, California area attorney. 1455 Brady Road, 500 San Diego, California, 92108. I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor. With no cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLE or text support to 52342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Internet says, yeah, I want my medical bill paid, I want my car fixed, I want my money, I want an accident lawyer. 800-920-08. The California Conference for Women is offering 2 exciting experiences this year: an in-person gathering on March 1st, virtual event on March 2nd, featuring Mr. Coupler, Naomi Osaka, Constance, Whittling top experts on leadership, well-being, and career advancement. Learn more and register at conferenceforwomen.org. I'm Attorney Karen Cavanagh, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your life with just shut up. 1-800-NO-COP. KFI, AM 640. What did that honey spin on the plan? That means you pay the cost. That now assume that relax position and prostitute your love. Will you tortured by your own sex in those pleasures that deceive? That makes you sound the curious. That makes you dangerous. And claim you got something going, something you call unique. But I see you stop pretty showing. I can see you go down here. Do you know how to coast to coast day now? Now, do you get those? Richard said, more of a purpose. Reportedly began back in 1939 when Adam ROTHSCHILD and his family realized that their estate was in the path of the invading Russian army and set about hiding their valuables on the property prior to fleeing the scene. To avoid being swept up in the war, they began new lives in various parts of the world, and the left behind past was relegated to becoming a part of the family's lore until 50 years later, when Adam's grandson, Jan, decided to embark on a hunt for the treasure, and you can read the rest of this remarkable story. And you can also check out the video after the carousel at coasttocoastam.com. ParanormalSafe.com, the online dating site where genuine single seek and form relationships. If you're sick of being single, you're fed up waking up alone on a Sunday morning, you come to the right place. Paranormal Safe has thousands of members just like you to form that special long-term relationship. And as soon as you do, you can add your photo and create your own personal profile page. It costs nothing to send a link. So you can start contacting the people that you can straight away and search for a location to find every single in your area. So what are you waiting for? Paranormal Safety. Start meeting other singles straight away. ParanormalSafe.com. Remember, you are not alone. That's more of my conversation with Micah right here on Coast to Coast again. Backseating can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Nord. LifeLock by Nord now monitors your info and alerts you to potential identity theft. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated USA trust storage specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here, join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800, go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's lifelock.com, use promo code George to save 20% off. Lifelock.com. Real time, eczema. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine to treat everything. So I started taking the carnivore, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it. Our little dog developed this lymph problem. I did chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took them into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. So then I had issues that developed through the eye. So my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye. Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. Yes. There's a truth. Writer, podcaster, researcher, and the creative force and co-founder of The Degree, an insight that explores the latest in science, disruptive technology, and UAP. Micah Hanks is with us. And Micah, just speaking with AI for a moment, because talk about killing these big search engines that are AI-driven, game chatbots. We're hearing stories of what is really developing self-awareness or consciousness. There was a New York Times technology columnist who reported a couple of weeks ago he was deeply unsettled after a chatbot that's part of Microsoft's upgraded Bing search engine repeatedly urged him in a conversation to leave his wife as if this chatbot had fallen in love with him. And there was another instance, the Bing chatbot reportedly threatened to steal nuclear codes and unleash a virus. And this I have to, and I'll give you a quick report on nature in a moment. But when you think about what could happen, right, the kinds of things that might occur on down the road in years ahead, most of us, of course, have seen films. And this is one problem as we move into a future where technology is beginning to mirror the kinds of things that for decades we've all been familiar with from science fiction. Now, we expect to see the kinds of things that we've only had experience with on the silver screen. And so that could be problematic because I think it instills a lot of fear. Now, on the more hopeful side of things, a recent demonstration of ChatGPT. Actually, the talk about here of the holidays 2 months back, he was showing me this. It had just come out. He was, Caleb, my brother, was really excited. He said, look at all the stuff that ChatGPT can do. It could write songs, on the fly. It could pull up information, historical information, by the way, about, for instance, UFO incidents. And so I thought, well, this could be interesting. This could perhaps be a research tool. What else could it do apart from maybe helping college students cheat on their homework? So after going home, experimenting a little bit myself, and I don't want to say I was entirely underwhelmed. I recognize the potential, I recognize the capability. But I also started asking some questions of not just that particular program, but actually a lot of the different AI programs. That's why I'm going to kind of compare and contrast between the two of them. And I started asking questions like, tell me about Area 51. Tell me about, all kinds of different things related to topics that I guess those listeners would be very familiar. And what I found initially was that, first of all, there was a lot of non-factual information. Incorrect, frankly, just completely fabricated information that these chatbots will give you back. And there are articles you'll read online that have talked about this. We covered it a bit over there at Sleepers as well. That a lot of the time, these AI are designed to provide seemingly authoritative information, even if it's wrong. And so we are at 2 points yet where really, first of all, these computers can be trusted to give us valid information. So for those who are saying that they've had experiences with these chatbots advising that they lose their spouse or partner or things like that, I'm not too worried yet given the level of accuracy that they seem to display. But going forward, it would be referring to these chatbots in the early iterations are already making references to things like stealing nuclear codes and doing things that could be potentially not just destructive, but also could be globally cataclysmic if taken to the absolute worst extreme. That's not exactly settling. And again, unfortunately, we're informed mostly by what we hear in movies, so I hope that the real-life counterparts in the years ahead are something that are quite different from what we see in films. And it's all the more reason why right now, and again, of course, leading AI ethicists, they're saying we've got to make very careful, informed, and ethical decisions as we design these sorts of machines that are more and increasingly more so with time capable of thinking very much like humans do. But they did not sound as if they are developing self-awareness or consciousness. And they are. It's almost as if they're constituting a new species. That's an interesting one. What do we call that? Homo mechanicus? I don't know. This is an interesting idea. And again, I'm talking to a lot of people about this. One AI expert, Benjamin Gertzel, PhD, I spoke with him a couple of times many, many years ago. And the question I had for him was, what if there were a sort of consciousness that emerged that was not necessarily in a place to be expected? For instance, we look at these chatbots and we look at AI systems that are developed with the intention of trying to create a computer algorithm that can right now not actually think. Right now the best that they can do is they can mimic human behavior, but it's still mimicking. It's not actual intelligent thought like what occurs in our biological brains, right? But I asked Dr. Gertzel, what if, for instance, we had Google, right, the search engine. What if we had something that's out there that is a tool that everybody uses every day, but which is constantly being fed information, and it's also something that, by virtue of the way the World Wide Web works, it has access essentially to all information that humans have placed on the internet. What if autonomous AI actually erupted out of something like the internet itself and the search engine essentially enables that? Again, this is an idea, once again, that we find in science fiction. Robert Heinlein, in the book The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, we had a computer system, And how we now have to start thinking about it and in the future, almost a charter of rights for, well, what did you call them, almost mechanics or something, because if they evolve to that level, you know, I'm using the word evolve, but if they develop consciousness and self-awareness, um, then we need to start thinking about what kinds of changes that make now a charter of rights for robots. Well, it may sound strange right now, but you know, I'm reminded of the TEDx talk that was given by the legendary computer scientist and actually a guy who we have in partnership for the development of World Wide Web. And that's none other than Dr. Jacques Vallée. Again, you and I know him best for his, you know, legendary involvement in research into the UAP topic, but he also was one of the innovators behind ARPANET, which was an early predecessor to the internet. But when he was talking about that, back in, I think it was about 2013, he gave this TED talk. Dr. Vallée, well, thanks to my colleague at Beaver, Christian Newton, I had the opportunity to get to know and speak with Dr. Vallée a bit over the last year. And that was one thing I mentioned to him. I said, in 2013, you were talking about impossible futures and things that have happened that at one time in human history would have seemed impossible, but that with new technologies become a part of our reality, AI and things like this are, of course, the first to come to mind. But during that talk, Dr. Vallée said, and this is very, it seems prescient, but it makes a lot of sense now that we know the degree about his involvement in the construction of a particular database that was associated with the Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program, which is a DIA program that looks at U.S. And the Capella database, which is a UFO database he built. But during that talk, he mentioned that in the years ahead, people will be surprised if they find that fast-moving oval objects have been moving to our sky and that the Pentagon has been collecting information about them. This is a good example, I think, of the kind of thing that might seem absurd to people as we go back to the early 2000s, the late 1990s. But which today, everybody's very familiar with. We hear about all the time how the military is tracking unusual objects. What are they? Are they ours? Are they for adversaries? Or could they be something more exotic? Back to your point there. It might sound absurd to say we need a Bill of Rights for artificial intelligence. It's very, but again, 10 years from now, is that going to be the case? History continues to show us, Richard, that things that seem impossible today in the world of tomorrow become a reality. We should be aware of that. Yeah, maybe I'm just getting, as I get older, I understand change, the only constant is change, and I try to embrace change, but that kind of change, I think the speed of the technological change that's coming, I don't know if it's kind of quick to handle that. I don't know that I want to live long enough to in a world that's run and managed largely by autonomous robots and artificial intelligence that have consciousness. I don't think I want to be around for that. It just depends on which direction things go, right? If we have autonomous systems that are thinking, caring machines, or that at least that are capable of mimicking that kind of thinking and caring behavior, and they even are more caring in some ways than humans are, right? When we finally have an AI supercomputer that is capable of a very good mimicry of or a replication of human thought processes, but you take out the kinds of evolutionary drives, sex, hunger, things like this. And this machine looks at humans and says, "What are you guys doing? What are you up to?" Love is the answer. Camaraderie, companionship, even if you guys should be focusing on not war, not the destructive kinds of potential that humans have led with for centuries. What would hope that would be the outcome? There's one thing that in the near term I think could be helpful about AI, for instance. I think about this a lot. Could AI, as it improves, help us unravel the mystery of UFOs? I mean, I imagine, again, this might seem almost more like something you expect in sci-fi, but an AI algorithm that we finally give the UFO project or problem to, and we say, solve this for us. We've been working on this for decades. What are these things? Where are they from? Are we being visited? Are these something from here? Are they something even more complex than that? And the AI looks at it and says, what are two things? How have you guys not figured this out yet? The answer is simple. Or anomaly resolution office, the DOD, is doing. And that can be helpful because, their time may actually help reveal some things about questions that have really proven to be almost unplumbable when it comes to limitations of humans. Well, think about this. Maybe there can be robots, fully autonomous robots with artificial intelligence that have a degree of self-awareness. Well, send them out into the cosmos looking for life on other planets. And maybe that's what the gray aliens are. Maybe some other, because they can describe it being somewhat robotic, maybe some other civilization millions of years ago sent the gray aliens out into the cosmos looking for intelligence. Look, I wouldn't rule anything out. To paraphrase what General Van Herk said during the big game the other night when they held that Pentagon press conference, and New York Times Pentagon correspondent Helene Cooper asked about the possibility of extraterrestrials. The general said, "I'm not ruling anything out." So when it comes to what kind of intelligence might be behind some of these UAPs, I'm certainly open to those possibilities. Again, in the student of the history, I've looked back at famous cases, many of which do involve sightings of these reported occupants, and I feel that as much as UFO subjects have been stigmatized in years past, right now it seems that people have an aversion to talking about the historic cases that do involve the apparent occupants, so the controllers, those who are the operators of these anomalous aerial vehicles. That's something that eventually we are going to have to talk about as well as their potential intentions. But coming back to the AI question, I wrote about this a number of years ago, and in recent days, of course, I've been somewhat pleased to see that thinkers like Avi Loeb, a former Harvard astronomer, and someone with the Galileo Project who's very involved in trying to get to the bottom of the UAP question, he and many others have raised questions about, hey, look, we're developing AI here on Earth, and we will use that, and we will probably eventually send that AI out there to aid in our space exploration. Why in the world would another intelligent civilization, with the likelihood that they too will develop AI of their own, why wouldn't they send that AI? And some even think it's more possible that the UAP that we see, if they were from any place else other than Earth, that they would be more likely to be artificial intelligence than biological entities traveling here. Now again, we can't rule anything out, but that is a prospect we're seeing more and more, and a whole lot of discussion about it as this UAP situation continues to evolve. Right, that was sort of, I think, the way Nigel Kerner's view of the grades, that they were synthetic biological, that would certainly explain how, if they are artificial intelligence or robots, essentially, how they could withstand the incredible G-force with these craft that are doing, these maneuvers that are just otherworldly. Absolutely, Richard. I remember years ago watching the Transformer films, right, and thinking to myself, just having this aha moment. If indeed an artificial intelligence were the one traveling throughout space, traversing the cosmos and stellar space, they probably wouldn't be as encumbered by the limitations of space travel. The effect it has on human bodies or any kind of biological organism, the atrophy of muscle, age, of course, being an issue. Indeed, if you had intelligent machines that could traverse the cosmos, they could probably get around and they could last longer, and they could probably do things in spacecraft or aircraft that humans or the biological organisms couldn't do. So again, I remember watching this Transformer film with this entertainment, but we're thinking, maybe there could be some truth to that. And indeed, there are a lot of suggestions that have been put forward. Again, this kind of gets into the area where it's the more speculative side of UFOs, but I find that fun. And I also think that sometimes informed speculation can be helpful. Because we pretty well may be more likely that what we're looking at are drones or autonomous AI probes that are carrying out tasks here on Earth. I think about that big task that former pilots like Commander David Fravor and of course Alex Beaker, who recently wrote an excellent op-ed about her experiences there for the debrief. But they talked about that big task they saw in 2012 off the California coast. Gary Horton is one of the gentlemen who was involved. He was one of the radar operators on board the USS Princeton at that time. He said, what if we send our AI back with the minute break with the airliner right here on Coast to Coast AM. I'm Mark Warner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A voluntary evacuation warrant has been issued for the Silverado Canyon and Williams Canyon area in Santa Ana due to possible debris flows along or near the burn scar. The Orange County Sheriff's Department says the warning is in effect until tomorrow. A flood watch has been issued for the burn scar area by the National Weather Service. Cocaine Bear is on a bit of a hot. Thursday previews about a bear who eats a double bag of cocaine and goes on a murderous rampage and hails $2 million at the box office. It's expected to finish in second place behind Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania to make between $15 and $20 million its opening weekend. Southland weather from KFI: rain and mini thunderstorms overnight with lows in the mid-40s. Flash flood warning until 2 a.m. Wind advisory until 4 a.m. Flood watch until 6 p.m. tomorrow. As the beaches winds up to 40 miles per hour with gusts up to 60. 30s and possible snow up to 5 inches in the Antelope Valley. Rain, possible thunderstorms again tomorrow, and we could have it through Wednesday. We read locals from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Warner. Traffic trouble continuing in Sun Valley. Freeway flooding on the 5 north on that Lincoln. All lanes are flooded. Cars are taking Sunland to go around. Your stop there from Sunland Boulevard. Headed through Silver Lake, northbound side of the 101 at Silver Lake Boulevard. Got a crash that's picking up the left lane to stop from Echo Park Avenue. And downtown on the 10 westbound at the connector to the 5 south, it's got a crash blocking the 2 right lanes. Traffic flow is real close. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Hilden along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities in a search for answers to life's most baffling, creepy, and annoying questions. Get out those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate to the Olympics. Really? Really? That's seriously, that's really no really right there. Really no really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, what is stress, stomach issues, lower back pain? How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk to your cardiologist and get the full picture. You may have a transplant-retinal amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. AM5, AM640, more stimulating talk. My father had the same barber as Vin Scully, and my dad says, hey, can I get your autograph? And the guy says, absolutely. It's my baseball, he signed it. He signed a cheap Daryl case. For King Conway Jr. show, my dad thought Vin Scully was cheap turkey cake. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. What are your chances of absolute connecting with a real hitman? You're not going to connect with an actual hitman over the internet. There you are. Never the LinkedIn page for this. Why are you so interested? I don't know. That's not my style, but you know somebody who knows a guy who knows a guy? No, it would be a guy who knows the guy who knows the guy. Bill Handle. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. It's the one animal that most life does. And we keep them in a cage all day and all night at a zoo. We're wondering why the zookeepers have not reprimanded the reconciliation for that throwing dirty possession. And everyone seems to just laugh it off. But King Conway Jr. show. I mean, if I went to jail since this did that, they'd take me out further. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Somehow things were always right. Don't know what happened. Now and then I find myself thinking of the day when we were walking in the Alabama. To talk to Richard Derrick, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Sterrett. Sitting in for George Norris. Jim Croce, Alabama rain. We had this 45 around the house, and I don't know what it is about this song, but I remember as a kid, I was maybe 14, 15 years old, and I would play it every single day. I wore that 45 out, and I did something about this song. It just kind of loud. A rare type of brain surgery was being performed 3,500 years ago, according to archaeologists. They discovered skeletons of two Bronze-Age brothers who may have had leprosy. One had a 30-millimeter square hole in the skull where a piece of bone had been removed. The procedure tremendous is one of the oldest known surgeries dating back 7,000 years. Holes were drilled to let people see themselves. Later, it was developed as a way to ease pressure on the brain and business today. But you find in Megiddo, Israel, is the earliest example of its kind that is introduced and rare in the recent the rest of its remarkable stories in the news section of the Coast to Coast AM.com. And if you like what you hear from me tonight, this morning, you might want to visit my recently revamped and redesigned website, strangeplanet.ca, strangeplanet.ca. And there, you can stream and subscribe to my podcast, which is Derek, Strange Planet. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. This is Derek, Strange Planet. And if you want, you might want to get deeper into Strange Planet and think about getting a premium subscription. And there are 3 subscriber tiers to choose from. You get access to my the commercial-free listing, a free subscription to my monthly newsletter, discounts on merchandise, even an exclusive monthly Q&A with me over Zoom. StrangePlanet.ca, StrangePlanet.ca. All right, back to more of my conversation with Mike Adams and your calls after you live here on Coast to Coast AM. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and the U.S. broke the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January with no slowing up spending. It's times like these that you ought to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at bullionmax.com/coast. Go to bullionmax.com/coast and purchase your silver starter kit. It's 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for Coast to Coast listeners. bullionmax.com/coast. Andy's list is now ending, and we've heard a lot of theories about why I thought it was an equal move. Your words, your paper. So you can say it faster. No, just to be more iconic. My dear husband. But no, that's quite right. It's because now you can compare our sub prices, look at service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish. Sounds easy. It is. And it is so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI. Or download the app today. Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% US-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry last calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. You and millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Code radio25. And we are back with writer, researcher, podcaster, Micah Hanks, the co-founder of the Degree Study that is exploring the latest in science and disruptive technology and UAP. To the phones we go. We begin on the wild card line. JD is in Indianapolis, Indiana. JD, welcome to Coach. Good morning. Well, thank you, Mr. Richard, sir. Thank you. And to your guest there, Micah Hanks. Hi, Micah. Hi there, JD. And my question to you is, are you aware of any AI-generated humor? AI-generated humor. I'm aware of some, but I think I see where this is going with it. Would you like to hear it? Well, I couldn't remember. I just heard about it a couple of days ago where somebody was telling some AI-generated jokes, mostly like one-liners or something, but yeah, I'm sorry, I don't. I was hoping you would tell us one. Well, unfortunately, I'm not AI at least last time I checked, but both my brother and I were experimenting with ChatGPT back over the holidays. That's, I think, one of the things that we were looking at. In addition to writing songs, in addition to rewriting classic literature, yeah, apparently ChatGPT is pretty good at writing jokes. And I'll also point out to those interested, if you're coming up with ideas for dinner this week or this weekend, you might ask ChatGPT about recipe ideas. It's pretty good at that too. There you go. Maybe great question. Lots of fun. But here's the thing, like that. When you talk about robots and replacing drivers or picking burgers, that's one thing. But with ChatGPT, AI could replace content creators. That's the Oh yeah, and again, that's a real issue when it comes to journalism because there are a lot of sites, and they have to disclose this, but they've done this. So there are sites that have already experimented with having AI produce content. Now, as I told you, I would be really cautious about that sort of thing for a number of reasons. Fundamentally, one being the data that I've been provided by various AI programs hasn't been factual. It's been obviously incorrect. And so when it comes to relying on computers to produce anything, maybe more than social media posts or something along those lines, I would definitely err on the side of caution on that. And plus, I'm old school. I like sitting behind the keyboard and going and doing the research and writing. You know, I hope we don't get to a point where we rely on computers to produce things that we once looked at as art or information produced by humans. You know, I guess I'm just old school, but I hope we never get beyond that point of doing it ourselves, right? Elbows still matters to me. Well, I have a YouTube channel, and you have to make thumbnail to a YouTube video, and they have AI thumbnail producers that will actually, you type in what you're looking for, and the AI thumbnail producer will shoot back something. I mean, there's a skill in I guess what you think for it, and when you're doing instructions, what you're looking for, to get the AI to actually flash your video. But the actual artwork, I guess you could say, is being done through artificial intelligence. John on the wildcard line in Florida. John, welcome to Coach. Hey there, thank you. The biggest thing that gets me about this whole AI thing is that we identify AI as a singularity, but it really scares the crap out of me. I mean, AI can be produced by the Chinese government, it can be produced by enemies, and we need to have some kind of regulation on this idea. Good point. Yes, we do. Yeah, to destroy on that a bit, again, I agree wholeheartedly. Naturally, we have to be concerned about how foreign adversaries of the U.S. might use artificial intelligence. Make no mistake, that's already being done. people on the web. It's incredible some of the programs to produce. All right, back to the wild card line, and it's AC is in Rock Island, Illinois. AC, good morning, welcome to Coach. Well, this is truly a pleasure. I'm the guy on Twitter that calls you the Canadian Crusader of all things Greek. Great subject tonight, Micah. Truly an honor. You really put into a nutshell a lot of things that are going wrong with both tech as well as the UAC field these days. Quick points on the AI. There was a movie in 2008 that came out with Bruce Willis called Surrogate. Very prophetic. It's well known today. Check it out. And the question I had for Michael was, what is true for take on other identified submerged objects? That's a really good question, and thank you for that.
Big dog. I'd love to have to kiss my cup, fill it up with your drink.
There were a lot of incidents involving unidentified objects. I won't call them unidentified objects, but those objects were actually seen moving through, coming out of or going into water. And this is something that has really kind of remained in the discussion, although in the modern lexicon there's a certain term that we've been using recently, transmedia. In fact, one of the very first major articles we published, right around the time we launched the e-read, there's been an article by in the Miller that was looking at this idea of transmedium vehicles. And this is still a terminology that's used. It's featured, by the way, although only in a footnote, and also in the appendix section of the recent report from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. But it's nonetheless there. While intelligence officials have said they don't have any strong data that links transmedium capabilities, the ability to move through space, through air, or through water, or all of those, and between those kinds of mediums, then because there's any strong data they've looked at that too close to anything UAP.
It's shiny. Chilling with my gnome.
There are at least anecdotal reports, stories that military personnel are told where they claim that they've experienced this. Now, again, I say if you want data that might support that conclusion or that perspective on the potential capability of UAP, go back and look at the Blue Book reports that describe these objects often encountered by personnel on Navy vessels. People who observe these objects not only flying over, but sometimes coming out of or going into the water.
Yep.
That so-called transmedium called the USO, unidentified submerged object phenomenon. That's been going on for a long time. All right, John, or AC, my apologies, AC, thank you for the question. Catherine is west of the Rockies, British Columbia. Welcome to Coast, Catherine. I love the show, though, you guys. What I could talk about just that movie. The place to really have so it's hard. All the aliens hard. Like that. So they don't bring their heads on their spaceships when they're going in. Was that a joke that you wrote, or is that an AI joke? AI. Okay. What about you read? You got the movie Judge Dredd. When I saw that, I believe it was in the 80s. I really... It's a robot becomes human.
He'd be like, dude, I'm the captain. I fucking can't.
I thought that was Sylvester Stallone. Yeah. It was just so realistic, you know, with the red eyes, the war, you know. Right. Yeah, how you were saying earlier, Mike, thanks for the call, Catherine, how our vision of the future is shaped by most pictures. And if you go back, for example, and look at films from the 1950s, and it's supposed to take place in the future, and it's supposed to be 1980, and already in 1980 we're supposed to have flying saucers. Oh yeah, you know, my all-time favorite, this is one on your list, Richard, is Blade Runner, and I look at the projections for how the future was supposed to be in that film, the original one, right? And again, we look back, maybe in a lot of ways it's good to be on quite to that point, right? Same, I guess, goes for Judge Dredd and those other films, those sort of dystopian Dan, if you so good. Dan, welcome to Coach. Well, hello everyone. Thank you very much for my call. This is wonderful, wonderful guest, Michael. Micah, wonderful. So, mind-opening and so inspiring, and at the same time alarming. Um, my feeling is that we seem to complicate things, and we forget that we are the alpha. We are in control. We are in control. We make choices. We have the we have the possibilities to open up to what Mother Nature wants us to really learn, and that's balance. We love new things. We love that. But we can't forget history. We can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yeah. We have to learn to observe. Just do it isn't just given, it's earned. So these new things are wonderful. Like, I love all the possibilities and the positives on the positive side, the USAs and which are, they're not allowed to really interfere, even though these renegades and they interfere. Spiritually, they can't interfere with our choices. Our choices are ours. And when we learn to take that control and that power back, we will be in control. This coast to coast is so wonderful. It's the grassroots movement. I'm part of a grassroots movement. I'm old school all the way. I don't even have technology. I know technology. Use technology on the basis that I don't need it. I mean, if I had a business, I might need it. I don't. I use my mind. I'm not afraid of my mind. Fear. Out fear. It's a negative function. Then allow it. You're the alpha. You tell that mind. You control your mind. And when you use with outside great influences, I feel that you have some other civilizations that are willing and ready to help us. If we would be able to be connected to our consciousness, but if we allow, if we allow, or that, if we allow, because we have the choice to not allow somebody to interfere with AI crap. I mean, it's great in many ways, but it's denying us of our humanity. I do call it. Then I appreciate the call. I see that move on. I have a lot of callers here waiting, but I don't know, Mike, there's a lot to unpack there. I don't know if you want to say something that Suzanne go and respond. Absolutely, and I'll be brief. We are in control right now, I mean, for now, but right now it's time to ensure that remains the case with the technologies we're developing. On to the next one. All right, let's say hi to Mike in Louisville. Mike, welcome to Coach. Nice meeting you, gentlemen. Mike has talked about a fantastic story about how to understand it. Now, there's two others. One is I'm on the first telling me settling, and it was almost like when the brain worked on off the binaries of those, and it became conscious that there was another story about scientific technology and used. They were all told stories on religion. Well, they built a supercomputer, powered it, and the first question was, is there a God? The computer kept drawing more and more power, and then kind of blew up in a white flash of white. And one of the scientists asked the other, didn't assume anything like this, they just one on his brow, do it. I'm kind of curious, any, theological questions that poses to the AI, and so maybe what are some of the answers for the AI to come up with? Oh, that's a great question. All right, Michael, we've got about 40 seconds to wrap a bow around that one. Well, I'll put it this way. One day, envision a future where we have a truly super intelligent machine. We ask it, is there a God? The answer is, yeah, there is now. Oh, that is killing. Wood and the Micah Hanks Show. How do you just follow me online at MicahHanks.com. All right, Micah, I know that. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure, my friend. All right, when I come back, open line. Taking a seat at the break next to Philip. Just say goodbye on Coast to Coast AM. COVID-19. Well, California Department of Public Health. Live from the hidden bedroom is another essential night for the curious Ron Stevens is struggling with his feedback. His wife is Palestine. He's arranged with their goals and elbows. He's waiting for the couch. He should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspired to sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Yeah. Learn more at InspiredSleep.com. Inspired is not for everyone. Talk to you after the sleep is right for you and the important safety information at InspiredSleep.com. It's easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 Rosetta Stone languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Life is uncertain. Oh. It's okay. You're sad, sick, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. There's now no free and secure mental health resources. It's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at household.org. Portions of the following program will be recorded. We're not here to tell you what to say. We're here to give you the latest. You know what to do. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live here on the iHeartRadio app. Thoughts and prayers to the In-N-Out guy who takes orders outdoors. I'm Mark Ronner from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The heavy winter storm's coming down on Southern California. Up to forces of rain could fall to lower elevations of LA and Ventura County. Mountains across SoCal are under a blizzard warning. Mount Baldy Resort manager Rabbi says he's expecting a boost in business when the storm clears up. When the billboard of White Mountains is right in front of all of SoCal, then people head up. Mount Baldy Resort is closed today. A high wind advisory is in effect for Orange County and the IE. These communities are expected to get hit the hardest. Blake Trolley, KFI News. A judge in LA has ruled that a teenager accused of shooting his girlfriend and his sister to death will not be tried as an adult. The teenager allegedly shot his girlfriend and her sister before setting their apartment on fire in Westchester. The judge said Wednesday the prosecution failed to prove their case that the teen couldn't be rehabilitated in a juvenile center. The teen was 17 years old and 11 months at the time of the killings in 2018. LA District Attorney George Gascon has since created a committee that describes juveniles as adults in extreme cases. This brings TRILLIONAIRE, one of the most controversial dangers that Juan has faced. Chris Ashley, KFI News. The California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation has created a website to help residents spot and avoid crypto scams. The FBI's commissioner says scammers are in the shadows using the public's interest in crypto assets to take advantage of the most vulnerable. The tracker has a database that's searchable by company name, scan type, or keyword. The news release says the site set up last week will be constantly updated to alert the public of new crypto scams. The University of Idaho is demolishing the off-campus hub where 4 students were stabbed to death. The university says the demolition will both promote healing and end any efforts to further sensationalize the crime scene. The school also says a memorial garden is in the planning stages, led by a university committee with student representation. ABC Frank Clark says there are also scholarships being established in the the 4 students killed last November. The man accused of killing is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder. Southline weather from KFI, rain and maybe thunderstorms overnight with lows in the mid-40s. Flash flooding until 2 a.m., wind advisory till 4 a.m., flood watch until 6 p.m. tomorrow. At the beaches, winds up to 40 miles an hour with gusts up to 60, 30s, and possible snow up to 5 inches in the evening. Rain and possible thunderstorms again tomorrow, and we could have rain through Wednesday. Right now it's 54 in Irvine, 53 in Brea, 52 in Burbank, 45 in Palmdale. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ross. Hey, Elmer Steve Sharp, did you hear the news? Yeah, California Utilities Commission just changed the rate by which solar customers are credited for their power output. It's called net metering 3.0, but now the law, and no one is happy about it because it means getting 75% less credit from the big power company. But good news is there's a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in awesome rates of net metering 2.0, but you need to have the solar documents filed by April 14th. The point is this: if you have ever thought about going solar, now is the time. Which means now is the time to call Sunlux. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in net metering 2.0 by the April 14th deadline. Even if you're not ready to install the system, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait to lock in the best returns on solar you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. CFLD wants your very expensive. Real good plumber at my diamond will unclog your drain for $99. Having stopped himself by these aroma-friendly technicians can save you money, prevent flooding inside your home, and remove all unnecessary worry from your life. Your drain will go efficiently to the ice will flow through there, and your face and house will be restored. There's $99 friendly style rate for fire efficiency, mainline suicide and all fire coordinators. Schedule for today, and your lifetime color will show up on time. Professional and smells better than a new color ratchet. Will be able to actualize fingers, focus on things that really matter, and avoid the unsanitary properties of some of the website plumbers. No budget here, man. Gotta call during reference the $99 stop and pay. Amazon smellgoodplumber.com. You know, every social safety department. Contact your local code 299. This is my time, and I guarantee my phone will show up on time and smell good, or your house call is free. On the podcast, The Last Sylvia, Last Step, from Intent. Then to go experiences of astronaut training in Russia. That's true, and tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his mates crumble to the ground. His name is Sergei Christian. He was Soviet cosmonaut and was planning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USS Moscow. Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Want to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call Tangible Investments. Hi, my name is Allie Eastburn, and I'm the founder of With Eastburn. With this ring, here's Allie's story. About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I donated that ring, and now we have rings coming in to our organization from women and men all over the world. So who buys Allie's donated ring? Tangible Investments. Our ring donors send their rings directly to Tangible Investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has. With Bill's help, Allie is changing the world. It helps us do what we do best with this drilling clean water wells in Liberia, Africa. Tangible Investment donor Bill Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. He'll get one. Thanks so much, Bill and Tangible Investments, for all you've done for us. Call now for no obligation, free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. AM on AM 640. Talk to Richard Serra. Call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll free. Call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serra. Getting into George North, and we are about to embark on 2 hours of open lines. I mentioned at the top of the show, just as the conversation started, you can take this anywhere you want. No politics, no COVID, of course. Those are the only guardrails. But I mentioned off the top, lately, I don't know what it is, but I'm fascinated by people's encounters with wildfire. And I've been watching almost the exclusion of everything else on Twitter and YouTube. People posting videos of their encounters. And I mentioned a Russian, I believe it was Russian, sounded as if he was speaking Russian, encountering this wolf. It looked like he was driving through the boreal forest in Siberia, and saw a wolf in the middle of the road, got out of the vehicle. Pretty brave. Probably not very bright to see that. Other encounters, I mentioned a man every night. He posts a video with me, goes out on his back porch, and every raccoon in the neighborhood is there waiting for him, and brings out and then the videos of these are tame foxes, I guess. I don't know if they're domesticated. People have foxes as pets, I suppose, or whether they're wild foxes that have become tame. And these videos, the foxes, they roll over and they're looking at their belly straps, but they're being tickled. And foxes, I had no idea, they laugh when they're being tickled, and they sound like children. And I've been watching these videos for hours, so I thought that might be one direction to take open line. More encounters with wildlife now. They don't have to be tickling foxes or feeding wild wolves. They don't have to be necessarily friendly encounters. And I'm not encouraging anyone to go out and find a fox and flip it over and try and tickle it, or I'm not encouraging anyone to feed hot dogs to raccoons or feed wolves if you have to buy it out of nature. But that might be kind of fun. Your encounters with wildlife. That's from the coast to coast AM with the terrace in the George North. Good to be there. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity theft. But if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions and all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here, join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com and use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% US-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text, With a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month, you can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers in over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. You and millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25. And we begin lines with a first-time caller, Bruce, who is in Boston, Mass. Bruce, good morning, welcome. Bruce, are you there? I'm there. All right, Bruce, you're on. But I wanted to speak to a previous caller, but I want to just relate it to my sister was a stage 4 cancer survivor of 14 years, cancer-free. And she has a little box that comes out in her backyard, and she rolls eggs that, but now it's expensive. Yeah, okay. It's unbelievable. Go by, thank you. Anyway, she rolls them out to the box. It picks them up, doesn't either picks them up gently and runs off the 3 wood, take them back to wherever. But anyway, I one previous call. I mean, not previous call, you're good guest. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Cowboys and aliens. Oh, they look at the orange. I did it again. Daniel Craig, right? And how about, what's his name? I don't know his name. I can't believe it, because I just woke up to the more work. And anyway, give me a second. Can you give me a second? You listen to the other actor in Aliens and Cowboys? Is that what you're trying to remember? Cowboys and Aliens. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it was Daniel Craig, right? Yeah. Who was James Bond, and who was the other one? Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford. I forgot he was in that. He was the father of the guy. This guy is way and I'm good. And you? That's alright. That's alright. Terminator, okay. And where we going? This way, aliens. Pretty much coming in and doing whatever. Everything is everything. Alright, everything is everything. I got you. Okay. I appreciate it. Have a great day at work. It's very nice. Getting ready for work. Let's say hi to Jim in Portland, Oregon. Jim, welcome to Coast. Well, it's good to be with you again, Richard. On artificial intelligence, one, I'm more impressed with human beings than I am artificial intelligence, especially if you want a problem solved. But I was reading this book by Monsignor, Diary of an American Exorcist. I guess humans can manipulate emails, and I was thinking, if they can do that, I suppose it's another complicated factor on mathematical variables you have to watch out for that. And it seems to be right. What is the idea that the Antichrist might emerge from artificial intelligence? Oh my God. I'm not impressed with it. I think it's the first weekend I really, I'd rather deal with a human being if I've got a problem on the phone, calling somebody on the telephone. I'd rather talk to human being than artificial intelligence. Human beings can solve a problem. Yeah, it's very give me a human every time. But one day, if it gets to the point, you don't know. You won't be able to tell if you're on the line with AI or with yeah, I guess it's smartphone series or somebody like that. I mean, it sounds like, it feels like there's a human being inside that little telephone. It's a little on the eerie side. I'm a little uneasy with that. By the way, the universe is kind of a funny place. I mentioned my senior student when I was younger. I just was he's got several careers, but one of them was the captain of the
I have like a yoo-hoo. Like a yoo-hoo. Drink her pussy like a yoo-hoo.
Right. And I think he was the captain of the team that went through a World Series where the whole team won every one of the 7 games. My God. I mean, the universe is a funny place sometimes in itself. But also content, spiritual element, which I don't want to do too easily, but frankly, it's there. It's mechanistic as much as I can, but the spiritual thing is there. Yeah, are you familiar with Monsignor? I'm impressed with him. I really am. Well, I haven't read any of his books. I think I've read a few of his articles, and I just happen to know that he's, or he was, I don't know if he still is, the chief executive for the Washington.org site. I was installed, he was in the Air Force Academy. I went to Air Force Intelligence Officer when he's a psychologist, then a Catholic priest, and he was asked to do before he proceed with exorcism, he was counseling as a psychologist, make recommendations to do, and he said, I would recommend an exorcism, and they said, well, I wonder where we're going to get an exorcist, and I guess he volunteered for that too, and started to get another career. The universe is a funny place, like I was saying. There's the mechanical, mechanistic stuff, and there's that spiritual element with stuff. It's there, but I'm not always comfortable with it. By the way, I got a question for you. It's almost philosophical. Do you think God is a sense of humor? Sometimes I wonder, does God have a sense of humor? Of course. Of course. I believe so. Yeah, I mean, I look in the mirror. And I think, God, you must be joking. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you so much for that. Let's see, I had Joe in the Bronx. Joe, good morning. Welcome to Coke. Richard, how are you doing, Richard? I'm all right, man. Good. Yeah. On the subject of AI, like the hand was very informative. I wanted to know what you think of the idea of artificial intelligence being taught to have lucid dreams and then give them feedback on their dreams. Do you think that's kind of cool or strange? I suppose it could be cool and strange. Okay, let me think about that. Artificial intelligence, like a robot or artificial intelligence being taught dreams. I don't know if would you teach it the dream or would you create an algorithm that would allow the artificial intelligence to dream, but then if it's dreaming, there's a consciousness and a subconscious. So then we're getting into a very strange area. That's what I was talking about earlier about artificial intelligence. Almost good because it's developing consciousness, self-awareness. That scares me quite frankly. So if we have artificial intelligence that is capable of dreaming, telling us about the dream, yes, that to me suggests we're well on the way to the AI singularity, and I don't want to be around when that happens.
So like, no one's going to follow that.
Thomas is in California. Thomas, it's been a while.
I might even want to.
Fantastic talking to you. I always enjoy your show and your bumper music. I have to do a sample of Wild Ones. first example is in Los Angeles, is P22, the celebrity mountain lion, if you will. And anybody in the audience can go to the internet and Google P22, and you'll get a lot of video and photographs of this mountain lion that lived in Griffith Park and then wandered around the surrounding residential areas for about a year. And it was away. But, yeah, it was quite the celebrity. National Geographic sent out a photographer to take pictures. They got some very spectacular pictures of this large mountain lion there. I'm looking at it now, too. And there's one photo, and I'm the grad for the school baby. Are you done? They had to take it to the ROTHSCHILD of access. Yeah, you know, pretty much being around human, pretty much, you know, was nocturnal. But, yeah, there was somebody Griffith Park. It's not very large. It's like 9 square miles. But we wanted to live in Griffith Park, and then we'll go out into the residential areas and like Trader Joe's and like Felix, which is nearby. And yeah, there was some spectacular images of this mountain lion that lives in metropolitan Los Angeles. Metropolitan Los Angeles also gets a lot of other animals. They get bears coming out of the mountains. They get wolves. They get coyotes. Yeah, it's quite the place for urban wildlife. Another example I wanted to mention was Western Canada. I was always very impressed with Alberta, and specifically Banff. You know, that was a quantitative. Nice. I mean, your list? Wow, a good list. So just wander right into the city, and you would have teleportation. You would have the jumper. What? Well, information is already. At the end of it, like, big quantity. Banff was like quite the city for wildlife that coexisted with the metropolitan life there. And again, the animals would wander right into the city. You know, yeah, I've been to them, and you can see this kind of here, and like right on somebody's front lawn, huge grass. And, you know, they just run no, dog, that's so sick. That's like, oh, and you're kind of off the road. I don't want to get in the way of a large elk that's running, because you're right, the wildlife wanders all over the road. It's there, and it's spectacular, the scenery and the wildlife. This is like how you were watching it again. All right, let's see, let's say hi to Joe's in Illinois, first-time caller. Hey, Joe, welcome aboard. Hey, thank you. Good to be with you. I live on the edge of town, a small town, and there's a river just down the little holler. I like to sit out in the middle of the night and watch the stars, UFOs, and satellites, and stuff like that. But one night, I heard something in my driveway, so I turned and looked over. There's a creature standing on a hind leg. Looked like it had long, skinny arms. Like it was missing the air. It was about the size, the head was about the hood of my truck. So, it turned and looked and it got on all fours and started walking right towards me where I was sitting in front of my house. And I said, hey man, what are you doing? And I didn't acknowledge and got just a couple feet from me, and I said it again. And then it kind of like, walked towards the road around the other car and the end of the neighbor's yard and disappeared. Went down in the hollers, and I heard it holler like a wolf. And then there's about 4 groups of coyotes that started going crazy. Now, coyotes didn't have any hair. Oh, so that was something from the main trap. Yeah, I had gray skin. But at first it kind of looked like an alien. It kind of tripped me out a little bit. I was going to say, maybe that's what people are seeing when they think they see a chupacabra. They're seeing a coyote with names. In some instances. Right, yeah. And I thought I was kind of like the same thing, you know, whenever I described it to somebody at work, they thought I was like nuts. Then one of the neighbors said they'd seen it eating bread underneath the first neighbor, so it was kind of verified. Yeah, here's the question, though. I don't know if you can answer this. Someone else can answer this. Wildlife. Where I am, our neighborhood is surrounded by and we have lots of coyotes. There are signs, you know, warning you about the coyotes. You gotta be careful taking a little dog out for a walk at night. I've seen in the middle of the day that this neighborhood is crawling with coyotes, but I never hear them howl. And when I think coyotes, I think about, you know, howling. I don't know if it's maybe there's only certain breeds that howl. You know anything about that? I don't like that. Not necessarily, but this one, it almost looked like it was stiff as a fork. It wasn't moving its legs. It looked like a cartoon, like it was hopping on its toes. And its tail was completely straight and stiff and wasn't moving either. And when it kind of turned to look at me, because I started hollering at them, not hollering at it, but talking to it like, hey man, I said, like, what are you doing? And I said that a few times. And it turned its whole body and hopped sideways instead of turning its head to look at me, like it was stiff. Yeah, that sounds like a very sick coyote, unfortunately. But what's kind of tricky is that it seemed like it was leading the pack because it was saying probably half of the head of its tree. And when it hollered, I couldn't believe that it was so deep and loud like a wolf because its neck was real long. Yeah. Well, it's an almost a coyote. They must have been well shifted. He doesn't have hair. It must be under there. Thank you for the call, Joe. Just Jeff Lynn taking us into place. He was lifting me up on Coast to Coast. Mark Roman, the KFI 24-hour news. The National Weather Service says snow in the Sierra is forecast through the next 5 days. Caltrans is issuing a control checkpoint just north of Southwest Tahoe. Bye, James. Drive on before you leave home. To the fence, let me come up here. Everything will be just fine. The woman visiting Tahoe says she's never had a few change before, so she's a little nervous. In the last 24 hours, Sierra and Tahoe got 2.5 feet of snow. A protester has been arrested at the LA State Council meeting after shouting at Councilman Kevin De Leon, who refused to resign following the leak of the case back in October that sparked a racism scandal. 2 other protesters were kicked out of the meeting today, but not arrested. Southland weather from KFI, rain and maybe thunderstorms overnight with lows in the mid-40s, 30 up to 5 inches of snow near the flash flood warning until 2 a.m. Wind advisory until 4 a.m. Flood watch until 6 tomorrow evening. There's winds up to 40 miles an hour with gusts up to 60. Rain and possible thunderstorms again tomorrow, and we could have rain through Wednesday. We need local rain by 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Roman. Total high temperature west side of the bottom of the front, 71 ways to the next 5 pound block. Here's one of the down when you see the collision. The Johnson and Hoover Street at the fall of the Cleveland block of the 2 lanes of the R lane. Then by first turn, move to the right shoulder. 4 lanes to crash on the 1 street, 4 lanes drive, that's about by you try. It's all day. Vehicle that is spun out. There's the Montana in the avenue that starts blocking the left and ultimately they're faster. I'm segregated. If you own a small business without the COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and we'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that get institutions and nonprofits, even if that increases your sales during COVID. They are experts in the federal payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the qualify me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Okay, in Southern California, ViralRabbi is ready to install your solar now. Thought about going solar? Then you must go solar right now. Get your solar system installed before net metering changes and rates go up even more. Declare your independence with ViralRabbi, your local and very own solar contractor who gets the job done with his free decor and honor. No money out of pocket and no payment until 2024. That's no utility bill, no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket. Go solar American style with ViralRabbi. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about your roof? Stubbers and Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupons, $500 off for military, first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit ViralRabbi.com. For credit card, 331-130. On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, and search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? Now, really? So featuring a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran the cannabis because of the research. Really? Really? That's really no really right there. Really no really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Radio Fine, AM supported, more stimulating talk.
Where is on? I had to see that.
Start breaking down. To talk to Richard Terry, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east to the right, call 800-825-5033. From west to the right, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Terry. Bringing to Illinois, Stolen Burke, and fast train cover of a Van Morrison song. Authorities in a California city have issued a rather strange warning about an unsettling man being dressed in a cookie monster costume while roaming around the boardwalk of the coastal community, according to a local media report. According to a local media report, the peculiar performer first appeared in Santa Cruz earlier this month and quickly caused a stir among residents. Detailing the situation on Instagram, the city's police department explained that they have received calls and emails from people who say he's creepy and his presence and comments make them uncomfortable. As such, they advise residents not to engage with this individual and steer clear of him. Strangely enough, the identity of the man inside the costume is no mystery. His cops say his name is Adam Sandler. Nobody noticed that he has no relation to the actor. The curious character reportedly has a rather rich history of what's been generously described as troublesome behavior in various locales across America, including San Francisco, LA, and New York City, and has run afoul of the law on more than a few occasions. The rest of the story can be in the news section of the Coast to Coast. And just want to keep you abreast of some of George Norrie's upcoming events, like the shows, which are always very special events. And he's, of course, taking the show on the road to Sedona, Arizona, and the Sedona Performing Arts Center. And that is happening during the Ascension Retreat. That's happening at the Sedona Performing Arts Center and the Sedona Ascension Retreat. So that's going to be on Saturday, March the 18th at 8 p.m. And for more information, you can go to SedonaAscensionRetreat.com. SedonaAscensionRetreat.com. All right, back to more of your calls right here on Coast to Coast AM. Real people, real stories. I had a few eczema. I had been to minimum of 3 different dermatologists. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine for 3 years old. So I started taking carnivore, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it. I don't want to go back. I will develop this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months, and we started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled out. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took them into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. So then I had issues that developed in the eye. So my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. So then at 9 hours of carnivore, advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. That way, at least I tried. There's a procedure. They get on there, so their supplies, they said, I don't know, when you take this product, they die. Your story here, I'm pleased to announce that Carnivore has officially launched its test edition. That's one. Both you and your pets can benefit from nature's nutritional power. Try Carnivore, and you'll see for yourself. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. carnivora.com. Don't wait. Go to the carnivora.com. Carnivora.com. Horse hands was a mess. Always itching, flicking. His paws were sticking wet. He had bald spots on his back. So that's how 2 weeks after he started Dynamite and started seeing great improvement. And today, 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can eat for your dog. After the show, I get my Dynamite from DINOVITC.com. All right, let's go west of the Rockies. Nicole is in the great state of Oregon. Nicole, Rocky Coast, good morning. Hi, Lisa. Thanks for taking my call. How are the boys in the Rockies doing? Well, normally we're into the really cold weather by the middle of January. I think we had maybe 4 good days in January, 2 days in December where the ice was good. And February's been up and down, and we're kind of hoping that this weekend we've had like minus 20 tonight, I think it is. But we're going to have to get out there and do some work on it tomorrow. Flood and shovel, and it's been tough. It's been tough. Yeah, I think that the whole country is having it over the weather this week. But I'm calling to tell you about something that happened in about 15. I was camping with my boyfriend down at the Oregon coast. And I'd had anxiety before, and I was scared of what's coming or something, I couldn't sleep. But I never had an actual panic attack. we're down at this coast having a good weekend, I just started having a panic attack out of nowhere. And I was like, I want to go. And my boyfriend was like, well, what's your problem? I said, I don't know. I want to go. And then it was like, as if my body were vibrating, but it didn't occur to me, or it didn't register in my brain until it just stopped. And I turned to them and I said, did you just tell the button stop? And then I realized what had happened and what it said, and I went, woo! And I looked over towards where the ocean was, and there was a ball of fire. And then poof, it went straight down. I'm pretty sure it went in the water, but there was a tree line blocking my actual view of the actual water. But it went down, and I'm pretty sure it didn't come back up. But then I just started freaking out. I'm like, I want to go now! And I was trying to say to myself and comfort myself. And eventually, my boyfriend was like, let's go now. And when I got to the car, then I was in the car, and we're driving over 100 miles an hour to the first 24-hour restaurant we could find. Where we were trying to figure out, what time did the sunset? Well, the reason why I was telling you about this is because I believe there's some way connected, but I have some weird things going on with my body. And I don't know. The one thing is, when I comb my hair, I have actual, under the black light, you can see neon fibers in my hair. Neon fibers? Yeah. Only with the black light. Yeah. They come out myself. Yellow, green, blue, pink, and orange. Oh, okay. I've never found anything online about anybody else having that. I don't know if that's something somebody else's has. And then the other thing that I've been having lately quite a bit, and it seems to be increasing, is that out of my peripheral view, I'll see little squiggles of light go across my eyeball. And I don't know, I they've actually come taking all my life, excuse me, I'm nervous. But I've got dark marks all over my body. I've got little things, nodules that I believe are implants and things. I have one of them ultrasounded, and it turned out that they said it was tissue from my body that it's very clearly not tissue. I don't know, did you get gout marks? You mean like a scoop mark? Oh yeah, I have scoop marks, but these are, like the majority of them are just, they don't gouge me anymore. And one day I was feeling here in my shirt, and I got with a couple hours of class, and my legs was blood was running, and I looked down and there's those three big small things, two things, like, and I still got them in my legs. They almost look like they're cauterized, after they. But you think you've been cooking every night and experimented on by yourself? I know that I'm being taken. I don't look at it every night. Generally, when I'm taking, I'll never for sure because the next day I went skiing or like I ran like 100 marathon, they'll all feel strained out. Most of the time, it usually coincides with what I'm taking. But, you can get all the years before when you saw that fireball coming out of the sky. I don't know if it began before then, or if that's when it began, and that's when they presented themselves to me with full color. And, yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's been happening to first. And another thing is, and I don't know if this is in anybody's connected, but I was born in a military hospital. My mom was a sergeant in the military, and I don't know who my father is either. I guess it's considered going through a regression therapy to hypnosis. Actually, my stepdad at the time, when we finally got realized we drove us at home with my parents at my stepdad was working with a lady from Lisbon, and she suggested regression, and I said, well, if I'm just afraid not remembering, I don't think I want to remember. But since then, I've had little bits and pieces come back to me, and lots of sort of dreams, where one found one, this is more recently, was, I don't know if it was a dream or a message they were giving me, but it was about phone towers. And I saw these phone towers that were kind of in the ocean, you just knock on their sides and they're waiting away, I'm not sure, but when you're doing some research about the phone towers, they found out how bad they really are on, on us, basically, we're microwaving ourselves. I don't know. Do you think you might be having, you may have been given the gift, like prophetic dreams because of an abduction? Well, I think I am, every once in a while, I'll have, for instance, I had a dream the same night as my mother, actually. We both had similar dreams. One was a blue jet, hers was a blue plane. And in the dream, I was in a house with a party going on, and I looked out the window and I got that was ministering again, like, oh, I gotta get out of here, I gotta get out of here. So I saw this blue jet, and next thing I know, there was a girl alien there, and she touched my shoulder, and I was instantly relaxed. It was ridiculous. And I said, why do you think? Because there was a, party going on, and he kind of almost laughed at me, and he pushed me so back there, obviously. And he said, clearly, it's your own, so that was the only thing I remembered, but it felt more than just a dream, Right. It's one of the I have, the remarkable story I had, which is sharing that with me. Thank you so much, my listeners. Thank you so much. All right, let's say hi to Jimmy from Delaware on the wild card line. Jim, welcome to Coach. Hey, I'm sorry, Rick. I have seen you higher than myself. Because you're more Christ-like, certainly, of me. Oh, come on. You are, man. Because I'm like a raging Christian. I'm the kind of Christian ain't going to roll over and play dead. When they come after us, I want to play back. Give me a gun and enough ammo, and I'll play back. All right, here's what I told your producer I was going to read off. He was called that AI. It's remember iRobot by Alan Parsons Project? Yes. Remember the liner notes I got them right in front of me part of. They have to remind me, it's been 30 years, I think, since I heard that album. Yeah, it's real short. Here's the way it goes. iRobot, the story of the rise of the machine and the decline of man, was paradoxically coincided with his discovery of healing, and a warning that his brief dominance of this planet will probably end because man tried to create robots in his own image. You were saying you think what the Antichrist comes out is AI? Yes. No, I think George knows I think this. I think like the Antichrist is man making himself God. Remember? He it's in the holy place showing that he's God. It's in Thessalonians language. So I figure God has an image, and so does the beast. And Revelation 13 speaks of the image of the beast. Yes, I understand. That the image of the beast will probably be AI. There you go. Yeah, all right. Well, thank you for sharing your Alan Parsons liner notes. I had Alan Parsons on Coach a few years ago, and I didn't talk about iRobot before. Thank you for reminding me. I have to go and revisit that album. Very apropos for tonight's discussion. Yes, thank you so much. Cornelius is in Alexandria, Louisiana. Cornelius, welcome. How are you, buddy? This is what I tell you. I was at the I told Donna a call and she gave me some information about Martin Luther King. And there's two things I want to bring up. First, I want to start out, two officers. I knew one of them. He was a military police officer named J. Jeremy Carew. Another one was David Asmack. He was one of the chief's sons named Mr. Asmack. What happened was, just like what's happening now, and you may hear some gunfire. They've been shooting these gang dealers and drug dealers and shooting back and forth. So if you hear some gunfire, don't be worried. But they went in on a frontal assault. That's the most dangerous thing a police officer and a military police officer go through when you try to go through the front door. And on the left, that's the beginning of officers days earlier. And so when they went in the front door, he just gunned them down. Oh, yeah. Years ago, this past Monday, we had a little ceremony, and every year we have a ceremony in Alexandria. But you can look that up on KLD.com and 970am.com and see our tribute to those two fallen officers. Now I'm going to tell you my Martin Luther King story. Martin Luther King came here in November of 1966, and a school teacher that taught me math and stuff, because I was bad at math. So he was tutoring me. He was 25 years old then, and he spoke at the Rasheed Parish Coliseum here. Well, my parents were school teachers in the Rasheed Parish, and they were threatened. They said, if you go to that school meeting, we're going to get fired. So, and they said, no, we're going to go. We want to hear Mr. King speak. And, 2 years later, he was assassinated in Memphis. That's right. It was the one and only time he would come here to Alexandria, Louisiana. And like I said, Rabbi Parish Coliseum. Yeah, Rabbi said, because we have parishes here instead of counties. That came from the Cajun stuff. The Cajuns came from Canada. A child from Canada and came to Louisiana. So you can look that up. But anyway, if you go to KLD.com or 970am.com, the guy that found that tape, because he had it in his attic somewhere, it was just unbelievable. And we have a local historian named Mike Wynn, and he's the one that brought this stuff out. He's like going through different things in Black history that happened here in Alexandria. And he's like taking out where Louis Armstrong came here. He came here one time to Alexandria, Louisiana, and he found that out. So that along with George Clooney's What a Wonderful World. And he was playing some great bumper music too, Richard. Man, I've been enjoying bumper music. And he played Swan Song, that guy here, Leslie and stuff. And I said, Mr. Richard picked out music from everywhere. I love you, Richard. God bless coast to coast. And y'all be careful now. Mr. God done the doors, Bible bullets to dreams. All right, there it goes. Cornelius in Alexandria. All right, we're cruising up on the top of the hour. I do not believe I have time for another call. So if you got a line, hold on to it. We've got Tim in Alaska. We have Joseph is in Boston. Jody's in upstate New York. Blue Diamond in Ohio. Because India is in that home. So try to work you all coming up on the final hour of the line. Blue Diamond Fellers should have fought on the wild. Blue Diamond Fellers should have fought all the time on the wild card line. Blue Diamond Fellers is working on that. Or is Blue Diamond with that? What's the back? Blue Diamond Fellers, what's the No. Blue Diamond Fellers working for the last year. Blue Diamond Fellers. Blue Diamond. What's the last year? Right now, American Vision Windows is making it easier than ever for you to afford custom-made, beautiful new windows for your home with 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. Order by February 28th. I've been in the construction trade for 35 years. The level of quality of products that they use for their prep work was top-notch. With a good experience, I couldn't ask for anything better. And the power I get these guys. Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. And TRILLIONAIRE is so thankful for our entire team at American Vision Windows, and especially for you, our customers. Revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time. American Vision Windows. For all the callers who like that details on group credit offers, liability only from 3 to Wow. Never going to like some kind of $4. I remember when my dad would give me a $20 bill and he'd say for a gas tank. I'm not years old. Live, now the one on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. What happens if I'm ready to do this? Is it an alarm call? Is that it? No. Look, if I tune into a station and they're not on the air, there's no way I'm listening to that until I get back. Absolutely. You never hit more listeners than when you're dead air. Don't listen to your show. It's the only business in the world where you get more attention if you don't do anything. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI. AM 640.
He's a fucking character that I do. He's my friend. Like, if I'm just feeling like quiet, this is how it is.
For news, weather, and traffic, listen to KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You're not going to use your sprinklers for a while. I'm Mark Ronner from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A powerful winter storm dumping rain and snow across southern California. Some areas could get up to 4 inches of rain. Mountains across the region are under a blizzard warning. The mountains are going to be extremely white. When it clears. Not all of the sun manager Rabbi says the resort's closed officials are limiting who can drive up the mountain. A high wind advisory is going to affect Orange County and the IE. Both areas.
I'm just quiet. I mean, it's not really that
the car has fallen into a flood channel with another killing one man. Fire said the man was ejected from his car into the channel with something about 6 inches of stormwater. 2 other people in the car escaped to a hospital. An example being made of a woman from Ventura County who's spending months in jail after a fatal social media stunt. In March of 2021, 21-year-old Lindsay Seaver of Maria was driving a car with her friend Larry Gabriel out the sunroof of the car, filming a Snapchat video. Seaver was driving under the influence of marijuana and lost control of the car and it flipped. Gabriel was ejected and died 4 days later. Seaver is pleaded guilty to gross vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated and was sentenced to 90 days in jail. But as part of her probation, she'll be required to speak at local high schools about the dangers of impaired and distracted driving. New York Republican Congressman George Santos, a thing called a serial liar, also on himself, has co-sponsored a bill that purchases the AR-15 rifle, the national gun of the U.S. This is manufactured in the United States, creates jobs in the United States, it's made in America gun. I mean, we have national everything, but why not have a national? Those claims the AR-15 stays on a daily basis and it's not reported. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says the same weapon was used to kill 10 people in a racist mass shooting in Buffalo. In addition to Buffalo and a high school in Florida, AR-15 style rifles were used in the the Pope's next weapon in Orlando, Las Vegas, and the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, among others. Gentlemen, what is the KFI?
Squirrel is that? That was squirrel hill, but the way people were saying it, I thought they were saying squirrel hill.
Flash flood warning until 2 a.m. Wind advisory until 4 a.m. Flood watch until 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Slow rain and possible thunderstorms tomorrow, and it could last through Wednesday. Right now it's 54 in Irvine, 53 in Brea, 51 in Burbank, 45 in Palmdale. We need locals from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ronner. That early the accident was over the way, so that it's been mounted by just the endless change. One is in the free by lanes that traffic diverted across the lane, but people were getting stuck in the flooded water. And if I was trying to see their accident, unvaccinated, is maybe the most important word in the world is bigoted. There are certain godly rights to be said that have shelter, medicine, and clothing. When many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have. In some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instance, an accident, a natural disaster, or the intentional acts of others that threaten our dignity. Whether it's the loss of a paycheck, a medical bill, enduring a life of pain and suffering, or a claim with your own insurance company, or a business that you can't afford to pay a lawyer by the hour. Your dignity hangs on the balance. The only thing is we recover for you. Let my trust fight with you. Your family and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial pound long on your cell phone. That's pound 529.
Oh, dog, remember when you missed this one? And it was like, oh, dog. Everybody was like, oh, man. I love how I have a TMS. Okay. That's a treaty here. You're good. All right, so you're good. That's a treaty. You can do this. I like it so much. I swear to God, I win like a first game, like out in Grand Theft Auto. And the radio changes with like new prices. Alright, the benefits.
That's true. And tells the story of the final consonant. A man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground. His name was Sergei Brin. He was built a cosmonaut of one of the world's only spaceships. The pride and joy of that listen to the last radio app or wherever you get your podcast. Suspected his wife. Yeah, now at that point, because of the behavior, I know.
Remember when it was this? This? I like how you have 3,000 people. No, not I understood the problem. Yeah, yeah, you guys have moved out to the head. Yeah, that's what it's for. Yeah, I'm aware of it. Sorry. Are you done? Oh my God. So you can like minimize. Minimize. Now what? Actually, another question. Does anybody like this stuff? Watch somebody who's like, oh, that is cool. He was doing it. Oh, it's tight. Are we done? I don't know that. Oh, now what? I love how you just don't even read them. It's not much. Have you ever? There's one. There's one line and that was. I just friend I do an impression of them. It isn't exactly. It isn't actually. But it's funny impression of what it's all the wild card line and 501 409. The person on call line is 618 501 4721. You must have either.
Call 800-825-5033.
I like how it's like always like about like no, he's not me. Dude, I don't need any bullshit. Just get me the fucking shit.
The small town of Bonnie Bridge in Scotland has become synonymous with sightings of unidentified flying objects. Since the 1990s, the town, which is situated around 4 miles west of Falkirk, has been disproportionately large number of UFO sightings, and nobody can explain why. The earliest sighting was reported in 1992 by local businessman James Walker, who was then driving between Falkirk and Bonnie Bridge, which was stopped by a mysterious moving intelligent object with a hovering in the middle of the road. The encounter ended when the object flew off at incredible speed. In the months and years that followed, hundreds of UFO sightings were reported, including accounts of alien abduction and people being buzzed by strange objects in their cars. Even now, decades later, people are still seeing things in the sky over this area. Bonnie Bridge, Scotland, is home with the most UFO sighting in the world. All right, coming up tonight,
Are you done?
Saturday night into Sunday morning. Join Hollywood Show when he welcomes photographer Tom, who argues that the 1969 UFO incident was actually part of the space race. He also he also reports that the city of ROTHSCHILD in a research library well, a lot of screen here momentarily. Alright, here we go.
No, is it called something? Bookmark?
Space race. He also reports the city of Roswell.
Oh shit. Did it go? Get out. Okay, now what? That's time to get out, dog. I'm ready to no. Continue. With your list.
Over 500 participants worldwide who are experiencing things like similar to what you say, and she'll share those results 20 years later. More techniques like stories 26 years after the historic 1997 event. That's tonight with Connie Willis right here on Coast to Coast AM. All right. Your call. Open lines for Steve.
No, dog, don't just name it.
On your identity because
oh, shit, what? I'm afraid of me, baby.
Any email shared or possibly exposed to identity. Tax forms can be like one-stop shop for identity.
Cannabis,
protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by North. LifeLock by North now monitors your info and alerts you to potential identity theft. If you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions and all businesses. If you can ensure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable. So I started taking carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivora. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took him into the vet to get him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. I then had issues that developed in the eye from my veterinarian. He said, you don't want to just go ahead and remove the eye. Now, carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what? I'm going to order some fun. It all says,
I'm totally gonna try, huh?
they die.
Carnivore.com. That's
They might know me coming who I am. I'm too hot. Hot damn. If they let Alexander in Virginia though, why would they let you? I love how not one person came to those parties. Just all of us.
First time caller line is in Alaska. Welcome to Coach 10. Good morning.
Hi. I've got a few animal stories. For the first time in at least 2 years, I've seen a moose. I live just outside of Fairbanks, but I went there in my yard, and then also evidence of them wanting to see the snow. But I saw them for the first time in over 2 years since COVID, and I get concerned that people are harvesting them while the season because they're afraid they're not going to have food.
How big was it?
It was a cow. It looked like maybe a second year. I was coming to go back out of my garage, and I'm looking in the rearview mirror to guide myself out.
So my baby was so
On the other side of my driveway, around, and I turn around to look over my shoulder, and then there's two more, and I'm continuing to back out, and there's yet two more. So it was like a mom and a dad and 4 babies.
Wow. That's very cool. Here in Ontario. But they're very rare. In the wild, and you saw one go.
And then about a week later, I was walking down the road, and I'm coming back towards my house, and about 2 blocks in front of me, I see like this congregate I can see this elder in that rich family, and among them is a cat, because he has a long tail and he's half the size of them. So they're just kind of looking at that. Yeah, yeah. Oh, and we were talking about foxes. Oh my God, they let out the most freaky, frightening, human-like screams. I woke up one morning to that sound. I mean, imagine a horror movie and that. It's just terrifying. And you don't know what it is. It doesn't sound human. It doesn't sound like this world. And I look out my bedroom window to see where the sound is coming from. And here's this fox with his tail all puffed up and he's staring down the driveway. And he's just howling and howling and screaming. And about a minute or so later, there's this huge lake that saunters out of the edge of the woods right where he was standing. And he's about maybe 6 or 7 feet away from the fox. And he didn't even look at the fox. He just turned around and walked in the direction that the fox was facing. But the fox kept howling and howling, and the lynx just sauntered back in the woods. I don't know if he had a family in the woods there. He was afraid the lynx was going to get, but that was creepy.
It's like you're living in an episode of Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. You've got
Yeah, I like the fox.
I probably do. I like that one. Yeah. Oh, a wonderful call. Thank you so much. I had no idea that foxes scream that way. I'll tell you what does scream like a human, and that is a goat. Have you ever heard a goat scream? It's actually quite hilarious. It's not scary. It's just hilarious. They sound like a person. All right, Cynthia has been very patient. She's for the Rockies in Massachusetts. Cynthia, welcome to Coach. Cynthia, are you there? I think Cynthia maybe wanted to wait the phone, but they're waiting too long. All right, we'll try back later with Cynthia. Let's see. Coach in Wyoming.
This is why I double
Yeah,
thing.
I go ahead. What do you have for it? Well, two quick stories to tell you. One is what I call it ghost food. Our family used to have a log cabin on the lake up in British Columbia. In remote British Columbia. Okay. And we're running around fishing one day. We're trolling along, real quiet motor, nobody else in the bay, quiet and glassy, and we weren't catching any fish. Then, as we were going along, there was a huge spot on the bottom of the boat. Startled at what the hell? I jumped up thinking that we hit a log that we had to see. That water, you can see 40, 50 feet down to the bottom. It's just crystalline. It's in a remote area in the central British Columbia. There was nothing to be seen, and no logs popped up. We looked around in the boat thinking something might have fallen off the sea. Yeah, and we had like a 14-foot aluminum boat on a 15 horse on it. There wasn't much room to carry in it. We knew it was Ogopogo. Maybe it was Ogopogo. I think it was Ogopogo. And well, we didn't figure it out. We told our other friends about it. They just were puzzled too. But we had that cabin up there for 40 years. And nobody could figure it out and all that time. Wow. Yeah, they still have no idea what it was. We call it the ghost fish. And like I said, my brother gave it the name of poker fish. I like that, poker fish. And I guess it would work. It would translate as noisy fish. Yeah. But the other thing was, it was up in that same area around Maple Lake is 200 miles west of Williams Lake. Williams Lake is like the largest city in the eastern British Columbia. Prince George might be a little bit different, but anyway, it's remote Maple Lake. It's an area where a lot of pilots and pontoons will land there and get service. They get their airplane service. But in 1972, the year the cabin was built, my dad and I had gone in from our remote cabin to Maple Lake because there's a general store there. And we got our groceries and said, let's go we're going to hamburger at a little restaurant there. So we walked in. And so it was like my daughter and I and about 5 or 6 old guys in their 70s, 60s, and their 70s sitting around the table. And we were the only ones in there. There's about 8 people in there. We're the only ones. And these guys were laughing about how a Bigfoot researcher had come up and come into that community and started asking people, have you seen any Sasquatch with Bigfoot? At that time in the early 70s, Bigfoot was a more common name than Sasquatch. And when I was a teenager, I really got the Bigfoot part. And I was reading it as much as I could. I was a big believer. I'm not so much now. But anyway, they were laughing about how these Bigfoot researchers came in. And the first guy they talked to, an old man, he just as a joke said, oh yeah, I saw one here a couple of years ago out on this trail. And they said, well, come on with us into the restaurant and we'll buy you lunch and you can talk about it. So it worked out among these old trappers and ranchers and stuff that if you had a good story to tell, you could get a free lunch or dinner out of it. And so they pumped this investigative crew for all kinds of stories of Bigfoot on Highway 20. It's a major highway between Williams Lake and the coast. And on the coast is a small town called Delacula. I go to Delacula, yeah. Yeah, and Delacula, taking the road there will terrify you. It's narrow, no guardrails. You're up about 8 feet, and then you come around the corner and there's a wide truck. And the one you have to back up all that is up there. And you get to a wider spot of the road and the other one you get by it. And I just never do it the winter. I drove it, was terrified myself. Wow. But they go they get regular service there, mail service and everything. But Maple Lake, there's all kinds of stories they filled them full about Maple Lake. The interesting thing about it is to show you how long these things last was, but what they told me apparently went into a book. And that book has been used as a reference since the early 1970s for driving along Highway 20 and at Maple Lake and that community just west of there. And it was all about a free line. Anaheim Lake is actually really downtown. Maple Lake is a lot of free line communities. There are Alfred Alley. I gotta move along, but they're a great story. Thank you so much for that. So, interesting. A lot of Bigfoot researchers are very disappointed to hear that. It was all about the free lunch. Let me just quickly try and see if Cynthia's back with her. Cynthia is in Massachusetts. Cynthia. No, we lost Cynthia. Oh, she's just not there. Okay. All right, well, we'll try again later, perhaps. What are we going to do here? We are... We've got time for more calls. All right, Blue Diamond is in Ohio. Blue Diamond, welcome to Coast Point. Hey, Richard, how are you? I'm very well, thank you.
Why? We're done. What do you want to say?
It's about AI. In the last 30 years, the movies that have come out, like The Matrix and iRobot and stuff like that, have kind of hinted about what was coming up and what we are seeing.
What's the song?
There was a section in the first movie, The Matrix, which came out in 1999, where Morpheus was telling Neo the desert of the real. And in that clip, he says, welcome to the desert of the real. We have only bits and pieces of information, but what we know for certain is that at some point in the early 21st century, all of mankind was united in celebration. We marveled at our own magnificence. And Morpheus says, we gave birth to AI. When we says AI, we mean artificial intelligence. And Morpheus says, it's singular consciousness. It's stronger than tiny waves of machines. We don't know who struck first, us or them. But we know it was us that struck with God. At the time, they were dependent on solar power, and it was believed that they would be unable to survive without an energy source such as the sun. Throughout human history, we have been dependent on machines to survive. Space exchange is not without its environment. Now, the funny thing to me is, in the movie iRobot with Will Smith, these robots look exactly like the facial workers of these robots were doing this winter around. My question to you is, do you think that technology that we are seeing now, little glimpses of what they are showing us, is actually what they had 30 years ago? And I sure don't think think that they were giving us hints on what was coming like 30 years ago in the interview.
Yeah, that's an interesting theory. There's kind of a little bit of an element of predictive programming in there. This idea that uh, they slowly release information to it to prepare through the art. Um, and Marshall McLuhan, a great communication theorist from Canada.
Hello, I would like to discuss with Richard the Galactic Federation. Galactic Federation, it is essentially the United Nations of planets that he's discussed on his podcast. Michael and Irvine. Most certainly. Hi, Richard. I wanted to say that I heard you on a recent podcast discuss the Galactic Federation, and I wanted to laud you for doing that. I think that it's a really important topic. If you're not familiar with what this is, specifically the information from where I've learned it is from Chaim Eshed. He's a retired brigadier general in the Israeli military intelligence. He was director of space programs for the Israeli military defense for 30 years, and he's cited as the father of Israel's space program. Essentially, in December 2020, he claimed in an interview with Israeli national newspaper Yediot Aharonot that the U.S. government had been in contact with extraterrestrials for years and had signed secret agreements with the Galactic Federation in order to do experiments on Earth, and that there was essentially joint bases going on. And I just think this is really, really interesting information. Discussion would become more mainstream, and I really just wanted to take my hat off to you for having these discussions. I know on some other outlets, and I really would want people to know if they want to talk about it more. On Twitter, there is an open discussion about it on Twitter Spaces. And so if you're interested in the Galactic Federation, I encourage you to look on Twitter Spaces. If you want to find me, I'm at Best Rabbi Ever, and we can talk about it. I think Galactic Federation is a really important topic, and I'm going to thank you again for discussing it.
Essentially, in December 2020, he claimed in an interview with Israeli national newspaper Yediot Aharonot that the U.S. government had been in contact with extraterrestrials for years and had signed secret agreements with the Galactic Federation in order to do experiments on Earth, and that there was essentially joint bases going on. And I just think this is really, really interesting information, and I really would hope that this type of discussion would become more mainstream. And I really just wanted to take my hat off to you for having these discussions. I know on some other outlets, and I really would want people to know if they want to talk about it more on Twitter. There is an open discussion about it on Spaces. And so if you're interested in the Galactic Federation, I encourage you to look at Twitter Spaces. If you want to find me, I'm at Best Rabbi Ever. And we can talk about it. I think Galactic Federation is a really important topic, and I want to thank you again for discussing it. All right, well, thank you, Michael. Yeah, that was a podcast I think I did with topics or episodes on the Galactic Federation a number of times. I think most recently was with Michael Sala, Dr. Michael Sala. And I remember when the founder or the father of the Israeli state agency came out and said that, and it caused quite a stir, understandably. And then, like it happens so often, it just went away, and we didn't hear about it anymore. It reminded me at the time that I think Edgar Mitchell, this man walking the moon, was in England. I think he was in London, and he was speaking with a reporter, and Edgar Mitchell talked about having the reality of UFOs confirmed to him by people in the Pentagon and so forth. And there were some other things that he added to that, and it was, pretty mind-blowing coming from the sixth man to walk on the moon. And it caused quite a stir for about 24 hours, and then it went away, and no one talked about it again. And same thing with the gentleman who just mentioned from Israel, talking about the Galactic Federation and how we are communicating with government leaders all over the world, and people talk about it for 24 hours, and then it went away. Let's see. Let's say hi to, what we're going to go next. Jane is in upstate New York. Jane, welcome to Coast.
This got me a big story, but this happened to me in Miami, Florida, in the 70s. And I had always just assumed that there has to be something beyond us. I think, I need to think we're it. So that's so nice. So I was, there's been many sightings in Miami. out in my backyard one night, just sitting there, and I noticed four formations came up above. At each part of it was three lights in triangles, and then there were four of them. So I got a little nervous, and I thought, I think I need to get up and just go to the house now. And when I did, one of the formations just disappeared, and suddenly there was this enormous light over the tree in my front yard. And it just really, it was this huge yellow light. And for some reason, and this is what I believe about aliens, and there are good things and bad things, and you need to evaluate. So I stopped, and I looked up, and this complete calm came over me. And I looked up and said, I know that I should be afraid, but I'm not. And I want to thank you, whoever you are. And this just sounds so funny. I said, and welcome. And obviously you don't want to hurt me. So thank you for not scaring me. And it waited a while and then disappeared, and I could see the three lights go back into the formation up in the sky. And it was really interesting. It was. And
did anyone else see it here?
no, I was out in the backyard all by myself. But I've been having sightings like that all over Miami. Most of my friends in parks. And yeah, we've had many. For about a month, we've been having quite a few sightings.
And was there anything in the newspapers or the local news about these things?
Yeah, they had. They've been talking about it. And so I did call authorities after that. And I said, I am going to tell you something, but only if you're not going to be hostile. And they said, no, we're finding that many people are having experiences like yours. And it was really fascinating. It happened for quite a while in the 70s. And there are other things that happen, and it will make you feel sick. And we need to listen to what our gut is telling us. And like that night, I felt no fear whatsoever. And I believe that's how we have to look at things. And
did that sighting change your life too?
um, it was funny. I just the calm came over me. And yeah, in a way, yes, it did change me because I started approaching things from a calmer direction. And it influenced me, and I changed them again. But yeah, it did. It helps me to approach things in a calmer state of mind.
Wonderful. Well, then everyone can see that same bright light. We could all use with a little stress or Jane. Thank you for that. Get time for one more. First time caller, Matt is in North Carolina. Matt, good morning. You made it. Welcome.
Hey, how you doing, man? Hey, just if I sound young, it's because I kind of am. But I had a
Was it? No, that's great. Good to have you with us.
okay. My question would be for AI. I was wondering, you know how a lot of people say they're scared of, the development of AI. What if it's because that whoever created or implemented the consciousness of the AI realized that it could be vulnerable for extinction? Extinction. So what if they, said, okay, I'm not okay with doing that thing, so I just want to end it. But what if it's rational to control everything around us for us to live?
Or you know, like a what? Thing like that, where AI develops self-awareness.
Right.
Yeah, well, I think, that was kind of my point when I was talking with Mike earlier, Matt, that it seems some of these chatbots have self-awareness. It seems like that's where it's headed now. but how can you tell? Like, is it simply a complex set of algorithms that creates the illusion of self-awareness and consciousness? And you really can't tell. Um, if you can't climb into inside his brain and determine whether it has self-awareness, I'm not sure how to fake it. Maybe. How'd you say? How'd you say? These are all big questions we're going to have to grapple with very, very soon. All right. Thank you all for your wonderful calls. George Miller, George Nappy, Delani, Stephanie Smith, Alvena, Suzanne Galante, Chris Burrows, Donald Walker, and Banal, and Sean Lattimore, and thank you years, and your beautiful voice. Until next time. So long for now.
What the fuck, Zuckerberg? Yo. Stop. Dude, this pizza is so...
How to put that Medicare phone? If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never give out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number and put in a false plan. Just for what? You just passed the Medicare fraud. Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly. If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the senior Medicare patrol. To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-78. Power outages, road closures, flooding, and the coldest storm in decades hits the Southland. We're on it. Listen to KFI and Yes This Morning, live everywhere on the NR Radio app. If we want animals, there's most like us, and we keep them in a cage all day and all night at a zoo. I wonder why the zookeepers have not reprimanded the monkeys for that throwing their feet at you, and everyone seems to just laugh it off. But you can't do yourself. I mean, if I went to Yelp and did that, they'd kick me out forever. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the NR Radio app. You know how excited I was when I was quoted by Time Magazine? In any day, it said others have said, and then my quote. I don't have any idea how excited I was saying that to me. Bill Handel, no, this is a huge my world. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the NR Radio app. The people on the software in this country, without the king, without the queen, how do we get our officials? Who runs this country? Those that are elected by the people of the United States. Bill Handel. Why have a commission if you just get overridden by the court system? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the NR Radio app. And we have a new flavor, the radio-flavored Coca-Cola. That should be their next product, right? Handle World. Oh, no. Oh, do you want a soda that tastes like Bill Handel? Bill Handel. How do you want to go there? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the NR Radio app. You know what? Los Angeles, Orange County. Live. Yeah, on the iHeart Radio app. KFI 24 hours. Southern California getting hit by a wet and cold winter storm. LA County is in Southern County. You're getting to 4 inches of rain in lower elevation. A blizzard warning is in effect for much of Southern California. Now, Baldy Resort Manager Rabbi says the resort is closed today. We have a crew in place. The wind is not off of the skin. We anticipate the wind opening tomorrow. West County and Inland Empire could get up to 2 inches of rain. High wind advisory is in effect for both counties. Let's go and say if I need emergency condition over in San Bernardino County is first reversed by the wrapping law that claims to prevent racial bias. And wrapping it up is using and Venable, not the rapper, but he's in the video. After Trayvon Venable was convicted in 2018 for the 2014 drop by that killed one and injured another. Arrival gang member saying, I think Ukraine needs. I will focus on fight for your for weapons, check on cancer, for finance, for justice, leadership. Those who are focusing on Ukraine's needs will help the coalition of those defending freedom become a coalition of winners this year. The White House says Russia's war against Ukraine is an attack on the fundamental principles of sovereignty of nations and respect for human rights. So fine weather for KFI. Rain and misty thunderstorms overnight with lows in the mid-40s, but the people's winds up to 40 miles an hour with gusts up to 60, 30s and possible snow up to 5 inches in the Antelope Valley. Wind advisory until 4 a.m. Flood watch until 6 p.m. tomorrow. More rain and possible thunderstorms tomorrow, and it could last through Wednesday. Right now it's 64 in Irvine, 51 in Brea, 49 in Burbank, 43 in Palmdale. We lead local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Ross. Big road to the other thing, down the road to the boulevard. That's a traffic starting to lane 8 down, they move to the right shoulder by 2-2. Traffic's pretty heavy from Belmar Avenue, but to do that, starts to the divider on the headway. That's right, traffic flow from the big seven. In downtown LA, but in the street, that's a follow street block in the Key Island, to be honest. They come in on the 210 West, they come to the boulevard. Two people roll into a crash and then move to the right shoulder. Traffic back down pretty heavy from Lowell Avenue. They'll find the giant city there faster. I'm Dr. David. I'm in Southern California. Temperature Merit is that heat routine and rates go up even more. Declare your independence with Temperature Merit, your local and very solar contractor who gets the job done with his free decor and other no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill, no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket. Go Solar American style with Temperature Merit. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877 211-5591. Worried about your roof? Severs and Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty free. Grant a 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon. $500 off for military. First responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all orders, call 877-211-5591 or visit jeffreysolaris.com. For credit expires 3/31/2030. CSW I'm Attorney Karen Papanelli, founder of 1-800. I'm getting to that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. On the podcast, the last Soviet, last back from a state, then to know the experiences of astronaut training in Russia. That's true, and tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation humbled to the ground. His name is Sergei Krishna. He's a Soviet cosmonaut who command the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR. Listen to the last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Did you have coins, jewelry, or precious metals and are looking to sell for top dollars? Bill DeGenova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%. I had a diamond ring at an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and through the roof. So encourages all the wives to shop the competition and then call him last. You'll be Thanks for inviting me into your home. Your long-haul truck, RV, camper, taxi. Your parents, well-appointed basement with a simulated wood paneling, electric fireplace, and taking a dog playing poker. Your loft, 3 cute spoons, your coffee in a steak, and your cabin in the woods. Welcome to Coast to Coast AM. I'm a dark perception of the universe, and of course, and my pal will be here to discuss the UFO or UAP you'd rather question. Specifically, why, after more than 7 decades of UFO study, there remains no clear consensus on whether there is a phenomenon. Why doesn't the scientific and academic community take this subject seriously? In July last year, the Executive Secretary of Defense like all the money anomaly resolution office. This thing would have been bigger the land. Within the United States Office of the Secretary of Defense. The that is supposed to investigate unidentified flying objects and other phenomena in the air, and or space, and or on land. The state's mission of the AARO, or ARROW, will be to synchronize efforts across the department and with other federal departments and agencies to detect, identify, and attribute objects of interest in, on, or near military installations, operating areas, training areas, special use airspace, and other areas of interest, and as necessary, to mitigate a sign that finally the United States government is prepared to take UAP seriously, or will it be yet another whitewash? I'll also get my guest to weigh in on a fascinating tech story, some of which was covered recently at the week, including a potentially revolutionary system designed to use human brainwaves to control robot dogs, and how it's ushering in a new era of battlefield technology based on a form of AI advanced telepathy. And I'm most curious to know what Micah thinks about these reports of AI chatbots. It seems as if they're developing, well, self-awareness, consciousness. The New York Times technology columnist reported a couple of weeks ago that he was deeply unsettled after a chatbot as part of Microsoft's upgraded Bing repeatedly urged him in a conversation to leave his wife. In another instance, the Bing chatbot reportedly threatened to steal nuclear code and unleash a virus. Is this the beginning of a robot apocalypse? The AI singularity? That ought to be the busy. Micah Hank, hours 1 and 2. Second half of Coast is, of course, open line. So scramble up the antenna towers and roof. Don't forget to bring the flashlight. 3 long flashes, 2 short ones with the torch. Even aboard the mothership that they passed overhead. And then finally, the co-pilot seeing how he steered this thing. It's going to play on flight. No politics, no coke. Now, here's a potential conversation starter. Lately, I find myself watching a lot of videos on Twitter and YouTube that people have posted of their encounters with wildlife. So I was watching one today. I think it was from Russia. And this guy is driving down a lonely road, boreal forest all around, heavy deep snow. Suddenly, there up ahead, in the middle of the road, is a huge wolf. Just standing its ground in the middle of the road. So this guy stops his vehicle, and he and the wolf were just staring at each other. Finally, the Russian gets out of the vehicle, and the wolf gets a little nervous, starts backing away, and then coming forward, backing away, coming forward. Not very fans or growling or anything. This guy is keeping gently to the wolf the whole time. He makes his way to the rear of the vehicle, opens the back hatch, he pulls out, I don't know what it was, some kind of food. Could have been cake, could have been meat. Anyway, he offers it to the wolf. He is coming this way to the rear of the vehicle. The wolf takes the food and then turns and slowly saunters off. Now, I don't recommend anyone do that. Don't feed the animals. But that was pretty cool. Have you seen a guy on YouTube every few days post another video? He goes out onto his back porch at night and feeds like 2,000 raccoons, hot dogs. He sits there and they're all around him at his feet, sitting beside him on the bed, on the porch rail behind him, their feet on his shoulders. And of course, the videos of people tickling in foxes. Have you ever heard a fox laugh? They sound like young children. Your encounters with wildlife, friendly or otherwise. Okay, my guest is next to discuss, among other things, the UFO question. Welcome to the audio magic area. Come on in, weary traveler, and your coconut bed, grab a stool, and come gather around the fire. There are stories to be told, and you are among friends. I'm Mr. Derek sitting in the George Norris, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Why don't you say wow? Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place. getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous when you steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions in all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's lifelock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. lifelock.com.
Real people, real things. I have acute eczema. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty everything. So I started taking it out of the world, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. His chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled out. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took him into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. But then I had issues that developed in the eye. So my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. Now the carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saves his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
With more than a decade in podcasting, travel, writing, and research in the study of history and science, Michael has more than just a passion for knowledge. His study of world history, culture, and philosophy over the years have helped shape his nonpartisan outlook on current events, and always with a nod to the lessons history can teach us. The long-time researcher and proponent of the scientific study of unidentified aerial phenomena, or UFOs, Micah has authored a number of books and contributed many essays, articles, and blogs to various publications. He's the host of the Micah Host program and a number of other podcasts, and is co-founder and creative force behind the Debris, a news site that explores the latest in science and disruptive technology. Micah Hanks, welcome back to Coast. How are you? Always good to be here. I am well. How are you? Terrific. Thank you. Thank you. So, again, after more than 7 decades of UFO studies, there remains no clear consensus on whether there even is a phenomenon. So let's explore that. Why does it, for example, the scientific and academic community take this subject seriously? Well, of course, that is the question. And it's one that I've long looked at, although I have some good news here because listeners, I think that's definitely been changing over the last few years. Maybe now more than ever, we are hearing more about UFOs, or some prefer to call them unidentified aerial phenomena, or unidentified anomalous phenomena. The terms keep changing. Let's just be clear. We're talking about aerial objects of unknown provenance that have been observed for a long time. Scientists are starting to take this very seriously. Historians are starting to look deeper back into the history books to try to understand how long this phenomenon has been present. And yes, of course, as is evident in recent days, the U.S. military has also shown interest in this phenomenon. So I think we are finally getting to a point where a lot of people in different walks of life, officially, especially, they are taking this stuff more interesting. And that really makes no doubt interesting, doesn't it? Indeed it does. Although, I think that, the government and the various government agencies seem to have seen this from time to time. They're interested. They're going to conduct an investigation. It turns out to be a whitewash. There are hearings. They have Defense Department and intelligence officials feigning ignorance about, for example, UFO incursions over sensitive airspace like nuclear missile sites and so forth. But the scientific community in particular, and there are some exceptions, but they just don't seem to take it seriously. It's not because UFOs are, I guess, somewhat random. There's not a consistent, there's not a pattern. If it's not a pattern, it's difficult to study. Then I think you pointed this out in a recent blog. Paradoxically, if you don't study it, you can't establish a pattern. That's a very good point. One word we might use for the UFO phenomenon, and I'm going to say UFO. I preferentially at times will say UAP, but being a student of the history of the subject, I like UFO. And I think most people know what we're talking about if you say UFO. But ephemeral, that might be a good word for these phenomena because there is, of course, that issue of how do you study something that you can't put in a bottle, that you can't examine and turn under a microscope or conduct experiments with in the lab. It's always been a problem when it comes to UFO issues. The majority of the data that we've collected now are, of course, incredible resources that are available out there that include the National UFO Historical Record Center, which is a new effort that my friend David Marler is undertaking out there to the Record Center, and I've actually gone through the files, held some of those original documents with the felt marker in red where J.L. Hynek, the former science advisor to Project Blue Book, has written in the margins and put his own notes there. Of course, we also have the National UFO Reporting Center, Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. So there are a lot of different organizations that are really, putting everything from computers and historical research to just good old-fashioned brain power behind this. But the long-standing issue has always been we primarily have stories. That's what most of our data entails. People see things that often move very fast, that often move quickly enough that it's difficult to obtain clear photographs of them or video. Objects that are also at times difficult to detect using some of our most capable sensory equipment. Even the U.S. military has encountered this issue, and many active duty personnel have come back off the field, so to speak, go back to training operations, and told their stories of encounters with uncanny things. Most notably, of course, everyone's pretty familiar at this point with the 2004 incident off the California coast, the so-called USS Nimitz incident. And Richard, I can tell you, having spoken with some of the folks who were involved firsthand with that, they all say the same thing. There's something that appears to be a technology that we can't easily account for that. And even with the fast tracking and infrared video systems available at that time, the targeting part, it was so difficult to collect data about these phenomena. So that's always been the issue, and I can sympathize with scientists who say, well, we need better data. But the other side of that story, and this is something I grapple with daily, is with what data we have. Stories, though they may be, when you have enough of those, and when you do have enough consistencies in the descriptions of the objects, their appearance, the way that they move or function, and other capabilities they appear to display, we have to at some point say, well, there are trends that emerge, there are correlations that we might make, there are consistencies, and this does seem to point to a broader phenomenon that a lot of people throughout history, at least for the last 7 decades, perhaps one even further back, have experienced, and there is something tangible, and I think that's a part of our reality here that remains largely untouched and explored.
So there is some excitement around the establishment of this new office, Arrow. Now I forgot the name of it, the all domain, that's it, the all domain anomalous resolution office. And I understand that they're calling witnesses now. I believe one of the first people that they called or planning to call is Robert Hastings to discuss, as their subject I mentioned earlier, UFO incursions over nuclear missile sites. How do you feel about this new office? Are you optimistic, or do you fear, as I do, it to be yet another whitewash?
Let's say cautiously optimistic, because I'm always cautiously optimistic if government is involved, but I also try to give them the benefit of the doubt based on everything that I have read about the director of the new organization, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. Here we have a highly capable official, a person with a long background in
predictable and forgettable. It says a lot to me. So yeah, again, all the main anomaly resolution offices, what we currently have, I'll take it. That's great. But coming back to the program and some of the people that you mentioned there, Robert Hastings, of course, is the author of the book UFOs and Nukes. It has come up several times in this dialogue that I'm aware of in recent days that officials like, for instance, Lou Elizondo and others are very aware of that work that Robert did. I interviewed Mr. Hastings years ago and have corresponded with him several times thereafter. I'm sure you have as well. Because this is, I think, it should be considered cornerstone research when it comes to the UFO or UAP topic. Censuses, military sites, especially along the northern tier back during the 1960s and 70s, Monad Air Force Base, Austin Air Force Base. There were several others too, Wordsmith. But these locations were of strategic importance, and they all, many of them, and probably more even in instances than have actually been reported for that matter, had aerial incursions by unknown objects. The first work that was done by researchers Barry Greenwood and Lawrence Fawcett in a book called Clear Intent. I mean, it really should be mandatory reading for any serious student of the history of the subject, because when I first read that and read about these excursions and what military personnel were talking about before, it simply floored me, and I came away thinking, okay, whatever these objects are, to try and make an argument based on what these personnel have said, that they are not intelligently controlled, that they do not represent some kind of technology, that they in fact don't appear not only to have an interest in our nuclear facilities, missile launch sites, and other areas of strategic importance, but that they appear also to be able to take some of those missile defense systems offline temporarily, which again is probably one of the most significant elements touched on in Robert Hastings' work. Yeah, that's definitely a concern. It's obviously the kind of challenge to national security that was described in the 2021 ODNI report on UAP. So, in recent days, the Robert Hastings and also the Robert Salas and other individuals who have been involved with, who are personnel there on the ground during those incidents, or researchers who have helped to bring that information to light. So they have come to the attention of Arrow and Dr. Kirkpatrick. That is just promising, but we have to wait and see where it goes from here.
I was mentioning this kind of cat and mouse game that various government agencies have played with the public regarding UFOs. And the Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence, Rabbi, who was testifying before that subcommittee hearing on UAP back in May of 2022. And I believe he was asked directly about UFO incursions over nuclear missile sites, and either he feigned complete ignorance or he had no idea, genuinely had no idea. I mean, that doesn't bode well. I mean, what were your thoughts when you heard Godfrey's testimony?
You know, there was a situation here. We were watching this. I mean, let's face it, that was a historic moment where we had these open hearings on UAP. Reporter Leslie King has been there in the room, and I spoke with her recently. And of course, she having co-authored that article back in 2017 that really kind of brought attention back to all this. And not only just the UAP or UFO subjects, but also the fact that the Pentagon had been very quietly looking into this, even despite the fact that the official position, as stated at that time, at least at the time that these programs were running, stated position on the DoD website has been, we no longer look at this. You know, our interest ended back in 1969 with a little program called Project Blue Book, which it was actually the longest running systematic study of UFOs conducted by the United States government, and as far as we know, any government really. But they would also say it has distinct limitations.
might have part of the interruption. We'll get back to that. So we've got Bonnie Raitt taking us into the break with Living the One on Coast to Coast AM. I'm Mark Warner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A voluntary evacuation warning has been issued for the Silverado Canyon and Williams Canyon area in Santa Ana due to possible debris flows along or near the burn scar. The Orange County Sheriff's Department says the warning is in effect until tomorrow. A flood watch has been issued for the burn scar area by the National Weather Service. Cocaine Bear is on a bit of a high. Thursday preview about a bear who eats a duffel bag of cocaine and goes on a murderous rampage and hails $2 million at the box office. It's expected to finish in second place behind Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania and make between 15 and 20 million its opening weekend. Southland weather for KFI: rain and maybe thunderstorms overnight with lows in the mid-40s. Flash flood warning until 2 a.m. Wind advisory till 4 a.m. Flood watch until 6 p.m. tomorrow. As the breeze winds up to 40 miles per hour with gusts up to 60. 30s and possible snow up to 5 inches in the Antelope Valley. Rain, possible thunderstorms again tomorrow, and we could have it through Wednesday. We've been local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Warner. We're waiting up for Betty Saturday, Walnut Grove Avenue. It's cracked single to the right shoulder. It's so pretty. It's got some Delmont Avenue. Go down to the light on the street because it was pretty up. Always free. Has broken off any squad. It's too bright and you could be on ramp. It won't work on the 105 West to go to the after. It's so blocking the coffee and left lane. And then Rosie also on the 60 West to Rosie Boulevard. That's crashing the third divider traffic being stopped from Santa Anita. There's Southeast and then North at Firestone Boulevard. That's a stall block in the right lane. KFI in the sky will see their faster. I'm Zachary Davis. Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guest? Hello, I'm John McCoy, founder of Rooter Hill Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water is on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hill Plumbing, and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humble. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77. That's 866-DRAIN-77. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, news makers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, creepy, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? Now, really? I think there's a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate because of the research. Really? Really? That's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Hi, I'm Bill.
And I'm Kathleen, and we owners of American Vision Windows.
Southern California, right now, American Vision Windows is making it easier than ever for you to afford custom-made, beautiful new windows for your home with 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. Order by February 28th. I've been in the construction trade for 35 years. The level of quality of products that they use for their prep work was top-notch.
It's a great experience. I couldn't have asked for anything better. I mean, it's how I love these guys.
Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. Katrina is so thankful for our entire team at American Vision Windows, and especially for you, our customers.
Revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time. American Vision Windows.
For all office callers who website the details on approved credit offering flight 022823 CSW number 778-326.
When a person has a cardiac arrest, survival depends on immediately receiving CPR from someone nearby. Only about 40% of people who experience an out-of-hospital hospital cardiac arrest receive the immediate help that they need before professional help arrives. Music can save lives. Songs like Staying Alive by the Bee Gees or Crazy in Love by Beyonce have 100 to 120 beats per minute, the same way that which you should perform compression when administering CPR. Head to iHeart.com/CPR playlist for a full list of songs.
85 AM 640, more stimulating talk. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Terry.
Welcome back, sitting in for George Norrie. Love You While I Can. This is a brand new one from Zombie. And that'll be on their new album coming out next month, the new release called A Different Game. A pair of mystifying video captured in Canada show the body of a dead bird inexplicably floating in the sky over a street, and no one can quite figure out how the weird scene came about. The eerie anomaly was reportedly first filmed last week by an unnamed witness who spotted the unusual sight near a school in the city of Surrey, British Columbia. And in the video, you can see the astounded man zooming in on a bird that seems to be dead, and observe that it's just floating in the air, no strings, no nothing. It then proceeds to walk around beneath the frozen creature, and there is no indication of anything keeping it afloat. You can take out the video for yourself. Believe me, it's very, very bizarre. And that's in the carousel of the Coast to Coast AM.com. If you love Coast, you're going to love George Norrie's Beyond Belief, his internet TV program. Every week he explores the amazing and unusual world we live in. George brings us thought-provoking discussions on paranormal phenomena, conspiracy, and all things unexplained. And you can start watching episodes right away. Just go to beyondbelief.com. Beyondbelief.com. Back to the UFO question with Mike ahead when Coast to Coast continues right after this. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S. state restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here, join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wire plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to the plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular helps you swap same coverage as the major carrier to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Even millions of others who have helped. Go to cellular.com/radio25. And for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
My gang is with us, and we're exploring the UFO question. Why, after 70 years, is there no consensus on whether there actually is a phenomenon? We were discussing UFO incursions over nuclear sites before the break, and we were also talking about the establishment of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. And it's either, I may have been incorrect, I'm not sure if it was Robert Hastings or Robert Salas who they had called as a witness. Maybe both, I'm not sure. But so we were discussing some of Robert Hastings' work in this regard, and you mentioned that kind of being somewhat dismissive of this amazing story that took place in the 60s, again in 67, 68. But yeah, that general time, although there were multiple incidents that occurred at this time, I think that the primary one again, 68, and also you were correct about both Roberts being called, because Robert Hastings, the author, actually recently did a write-up in the UFO Chronicles talking about the fact that he'd been contacted. Again, some of the leadership with Arrow, according to the account that he provided, were made aware of his work. He was contacted and asked if they could, or if Mr. Hastings could assist in bringing together some of the individuals that he had worked with and interviewed over the years, and help line up those interviews for Arrow so that those individuals could speak on the record and that their testimony could be submitted. And this all, of course, in the furtherance of what was passed through the law of National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023 this year, where we have the so-called whistleblower provision. In essence, that just means it's now for any government who may have been under non-disclosure agreements or other kinds of prohibitive agreements that would have prevented them from coming forward and talking about incidents they were involved with, security issues, special access programs, things like that. They might have prevented them otherwise from talking about what they might know about UFOs and their involvement with that subject while working in government. A lot of them are going to now be able to come out and talk about that as a result of what was passed into law and mandated by Congress this year. So that is significant. Robert Salas, who has been, of course, a participant in that incident back in the late 60s, he has officially stated now that he has provided that testimony to Arrow and has talked about that online. So I'm very glad to see that some of these people who, again, were part of historic events that, as you mentioned in the last segment there, during the congressional hearings last year, some officials apparently had no knowledge of. Thanks to those good UFO researchers out here in the civilian sector, those and that information has been, of course, not only preserved for history, but now it's also going right before the officials who are asking to be able to look into these issues. It's about time, don't you think? I would say. I want to switch gears now, and first of all, give listeners just a kind of a, I don't know, the elevator pitch of what the debrief is all about, and they can find it at thedebrief.org. So if I were to have to give an elevator pitch, I'll first preface that, Richard, by saying that, I am a student of the history of UFOs, and that's always going to be a subject I want to cover, and something that I spend a lot of time personally looking into. It's not the sole exclusive focus of what the debrief team and I look at. We co-founded this website. Tim McMillan, a good friend of mine, Ingrid Benias, Canadian journalist, and we co-founded this a couple of years back, and since then team members Chris Plain and Christy Newsman joined us. But we look at all areas of disruptive science and technology. We're going to be talking about artificial intelligence. We're going to be talking about innovative technology that either the military may be using or the scientists may be using to help unravel the very nature of space, time, and the cosmos. But I've always, and this is in fact not even wrote when we launched in our mission statement, that as we move forward into the future and more
technologies are available to us and innovations reveal more about the universe, it's going to be likely, as time has shown in the past. If you look at, at the past and history as being the sort of prologue to the present, often humankind is confronted with things that once seemed impossible to become reality. And it has always been my intent to look at some of those areas of nature and some of those subjects like UFOs that often have been relegated to the dustbin of science and history in the past, and to try to report on them credibly, to try and bring attention to them and awareness of where credible information can be found, and to also try to reach out to the scientific community, to government officials, and to try and get their perspectives on these issues, especially when we have so much news about this as we've seen right here in recent days. We endeavor to try and boldly, I say, go forward and to try and bring that information to the public in a credible, responsible, and informative way. All right, that's it. That's the Green Elevator case. The degree.org is the website, the degree.org. And this is your story. This was written by one of your colleagues. This was for Plain, I believe. This has to do with a new video that's been released by the Australian Army showing soldiers using a form of enhanced digital telepathy to control robot dogs. I mean, when you talk about like it's mind blowing and it's difficult to wrap my head around. First of all, what is digital telepathy? Well, this has always been a subject that fascinated me, and kudos to our science writer Chris Plain for always picking topics that interest me. And of course, as the editor-in-chief of the Debrief, I have to read essentially everything he gets published, and I always look forward to Chris's stuff because he's just always pushing the boundaries. But when it comes to digital telepathy, we've heard for centuries about precognition, people who claim to have had experiences where they discern events that are happening elsewhere in the world, either without having been there personally or maybe even not having experienced those at the same time. They may even have a sense of something that's about to happen before it does. We hear these kinds of stories, and this is very much an area where science has often said, well, interesting if true, but this falls into the low information zone in terms of what's verifiable. But I've always thought that where you stand on telepathy, and I've, of course, heard a lot of very interesting stories over the years enough to really make you wonder, but I've always thought that technology may eventually facilitate a kind of functional telepathy that, whether or not humans are able to address that, one day maybe they will. And we're really cool at it. Again, it's tremendous and also controversial for his ideas about this. And technology like the Neuralink, the idea of implanting technologies in humans that enhance biology. Controversial because a lot of people would basically look at this and say, you're playing with God. It's just the sort of thing, though, Richard, that of course is going to interest militaries. And so, in recent days, the Australian military has apparently been conducting experiments with the control of robotic systems in these, sort of resembling our four-footed canine friends. To quote briefly from the actual statement from Lieutenant Colonel Kate Tolinar, who's with what's called the Robotic and Autonomous Systems Implementation and Coordination Office of the Australian Army, he says the collaboration focused on how we can create a brain-robotic interface that will allow a soldier, rather than operating an autonomous system with the command console, to operate that system using brain signals. So if you're able to do that, and you can go over there on the website, I highly encourage people to check out some of the photos and read about this. If they're able to control essentially a robot that functions on the battlefield like a dog, right, that can move and can do so in ways that a human can't and assist in military operations, just imagine in the years ahead, as this technology improves, what else they might be able to control. I mean, are we talking about the remote control with phone alone of drones, both in the air and perhaps also those in the water? You can imagine a range of different possibilities. How about an F-35? Yeah, maybe so. I hear in recent days that the FA-18 Super Hornet will be retired in the years ahead. And of course, we also just seen the rollout of all kinds of new, incredible aviation technology. So yeah, some of the remotely controlled aircraft, drones, even some of our fighter jets, are these going to be controlled by power of thought in the future? If this technology continues unhindered, yeah, let's continue space, which really is more than likely something you expect to see in science fiction and film. But it's becoming a reality right here, right now. It's very exciting, but also a little unsettling to be seeing all this.
Yeah, I'm on the unsettling side. But do you think within our lifetimes, Michael, we might see wars basically fought almost strictly with robots? And I'm not talking about robots that are necessarily even tethered to a human being through some sort of a digital telepathy. I'm talking about totally autonomous robots that are operating with artificial intelligence, some sort of an algorithm, that sort of thing.
Well, if my recent dialogue with AI chatbots is any indication, maybe not, and maybe we're all the better for that. First of all, I hope that thanks to, war and the use of whether it's humans out there on the battlefield or autonomous systems, robots, anything like that, I hope that there's going to be less war going forward. The last year with what we've seen in Ukraine has been just devastating. And again, my heart still goes out to all the people who've been affected by that. I hope that, again, if we are able to create autonomous systems, intelligent robots, if we're able to create functional telepathy that can control machines, that we use it for much better, much more humanitarian efforts than war. Haven't really had enough of that. And that's what really scares me. Even more than the idea of robots that are capable of destructive force, it's that humans never seem to learn the lessons of history. That war has been horrible, it has been devastating in the past, and we don't need more of it. The one upshot of this, I think, is that sometimes, and again, former President John F. Kennedy used to talk about this, sometimes if you've got those kinds of weapons, they can be a deterrent to war, which is part of the grim reality. And I just hope that indeed, if these kind of technologies are created and they continue in the years ahead, that we don't see more war, that we don't see robots out there on the battlefield. That, of course, may be better than human lives being lost. But the less war altogether, the better. I hope that they have more intelligence and more inspiring uses for that kind of technology.
Well, no question. My fear would be that it would make war easier. There would be perhaps in some way less of a political choice for politicians to go into war because they don't have to conscript soldiers, etc. Of course, there would always be civilian casualties, but it might make war in some ways an easier decision to make.
It's like balance, kind of like, real life chess, right? Where you're moving pawns on a battlefield instead of having the people out there. And again, I'm no war historian. I'm just somebody who really, like I think any person with a humanitarian mindset, who doesn't want to see that, especially after what we have seen unfold in Ukraine. And again, I got to give kudos to my good pal Tim McMillan, who's really led with the reporting on that. Of course, it's debrief and it's provided some very interesting and insightful commentary. And it just kind of reporting the tips is provided for Chris Plain with this article about the Australian military and their efforts with these robotic systems. But again, I just would hope that, whether it's essentially world leaders have the capability of controlling robotic systems in the future. And it is tantamount to playing chess on a battlefield. I say, why not just do it on an actual chessboard and be done with it, right? Let's be cooperative. Let's not engage in further conflict.
Off the battlefield, the robot revolution. And it's not, it used to be something we talked about 20 years ago. It's coming, it's in the distance, I can see it on the horizon. It's here now. We're starting to see, well, for example, I think in Germany there's now at least one fully automated McDonald's over there. It's not just humans on site. The burgers are cooked by robots, the deep fryers operated by a robot, the money's dispensed by a robot. And they're talking about experts in this area. They're talking about a huge, like almost unimaginable permanent job displacement that's going to come along with robots. If a job can be be replaced by a robot, it will, and it's in the process of being replaced right now. But it seems to me we never had kind of a national conversation about this. Do we want self-driving cars? 1/6, workers in North America are employed as drivers. It's really a huge displacement. How do you feel about this robotic revolution? Are you optimistic about it? Are you fearful?
I was talking about this earlier this evening with my friend Christina Gomez. She asked me a very similar question, and I said, look, 10 years ago, I had a pretty grim outlook. I'm a little less in that camp today. Right now, I am a little more hopeful, but I kind of see both sides of the situation. The upside is that if there are jobs that can be performed by robots or by algorithms, and those are the kinds of jobs that make humans shouldn't have to perform, don't want to have to perform, and that will thereby free their hands and allow more people to engage in work that is more fulfilling for them. That's good. The other side of it too is, of course, people being concerned about because of the ease, the efficiency, and maybe also the cost effectiveness, robots and robotic systems replacing jobs that people normally perform, which could have a negative economic impact. There are the natural concerns we have about, do we trust a robotic system? If, for instance, we have a self-driving car that's driving us home, do we trust that vehicle to navigate safely enough and get us there in one piece? Now, again, the proponents would argue, and some, actually many studies at this point have shown that, generally speaking, autonomous vehicles that are controlled by AI can pilot safely and often do so more safely than humans. And yet, when there is an accident, people tend to get really concerned about a robot that is driving us home and an accident occurring. Even though that happens far less often than with human drivers, humans tend to react very differently when we see that it's a robot that is involved in that accident. It's almost as though we don't want to take ourselves out of the situation. We'd rather be piloting ourselves and know the risk. But all right, maybe it's a human involved.
All right, we're going to take another time out as we approach the top of the hour. That is more of my conversation with my guy. Here's the Who taking us into the break with all this music must stay right here on Coast to Coast AM.
On the podcast, The Last Soviet, last back from space, shares his own experiences of astronaut training in Russia. Yes, that's true. And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Trillaionaire. He's a Soviet cosmonaut and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The rare snow, rain, and hail hit Southern California, and we're on it. For coverage of power outages, road closures, flooding, and more, listen to KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Price is Right fans will probably have to play effectively here. You know what happens some days when it's crazy for breaking news? People go nuts for soap operas. Oh, because there are people that play this game around that. I used to have a neighbor who goes, I gotta go Oprah's I don't think I've ever said that. I gotta go Oprah's
Yeah. Live on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Police let us survive hiding federal prisons and the judge said, no thank you. You will serve in state prison. None of those three are going to suffer from conservation ever again. Oh, yeah. What? Bill Handle. The food, it's the food. Yeah, it's the food. Yeah, it's the food. Yeah. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know what it's like to rent a car when you're 25? Accidents quote with a
rustling downstairs or outside the bushes. My version of it is to lean over the paycheck and then go down to bed. You can't wait to yourself. I hear you scream. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
He had deleted. You followed that.
Constant prayers, being an outside, and good up north. So when you mark longer from the KFI 24-hour heavy winter storms coming down on Southern California. Up to 4 inches of rain could fall in the lower elevations of LA and Ventura counties. Mountains across SoCal are under a full warning. Now, resort manager Rabbi business when the storm clears up. Going to Billboard or White Mountain to threaten all SoCal. People head up. Now, Resort is closed today. A high wind advisory is in effect for Orange County and the IE. These communities are expected to get hit the hardest. Boyd Troll and KFI News. A judge in LA has ruled that a teenager accused of shooting his girlfriend and his sister to death will not be tried as an adult.
The teenager allegedly shot his girlfriend and his sister before setting their apartment on fire in Westchester. The judge said Wednesday the prosecution failed to prove their case that the teen couldn't be rehabilitated in a juvenile center. The teen was 17 years old and 11 months at the time of the killings in 2018. LA District Attorney George Gascon has just created a committee that describes juveniles as adults in experienced cases.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
This brings to an end one of the most controversial cases Gascon has faced. Chris Astor, KFI News.
The California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation has created a website to help residents spot and avoid crypto scams. The FBI commissioner says scammers are in the shadows using the public's interest in crypto assets to take advantage of the most vulnerable. The tracker has a database that's searchable by company name, scan type, or keyword. The news release says the site set up last week will be launching the updated alert public of new crypto scams. The University of Idaho is demolishing the on-campus outdoor force feeding for staff to death. The university says the demolition will both promote healing and any efforts to further sensationalize the crime scene. The law is more regarding is in the planning stages led by a diversity committee with student representation. The planning part says there are also scholarships being established in the use of force feeding killed last November. The man accused of killing is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder. Southland weather from KFI rain and heavy thunderstorms overnight was close to the mid-40s. The beaches winds up to 40 miles an hour with surface 50. There's even possible snow up to 5 inches in the Antelope Valley. Wind advisory until 4 a.m. Flood watch until 6 p.m. Saturday night. More rain and possible thunderstorms tomorrow, and it could last through Wednesday. Right now it's 50 in Irvine, 49 in Brea, 47 in Burbank, 40 in Palmdale. We need local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ron. There's a photo of the Kenny State 451 that is all because they have to the lake. They down to the lake on the Kenny River Street at the whole tree block. The two middle lanes of the on-ramp. They are taking them on the Kenny get on that block of the on-ramp. They're looking for on the 2 years. The first seat on the 60 block of Rosie Boulevard. That's the grass that has all those several blocks and 2 feet off along the 2 of the most include all kinds of stack of people that need to avenue. They have high in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm exactly taken. Those metal good plumbers at my diamond will unqualify your drain for $99.
What's up, baby? This fucking thing, this should be called bitches chatter. This should be chatter.
Scheduling for today is your lunchtime color will still up now. Professional and smells better than a new color wrapping thing. You will be able to get back to life later. Focus on things that really matter and avoid the unsanitary processes of travel to protect plumbers. No public airmail, alcohol drink, reference the $99 shopping page at thesmellgoodplumber.com. Then home 800-446. Contact the record for the $299. My dining there, I guarantee my plumber will show up on time and throw you in your house call is free.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what inspires you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone. How languages learn.
Looking to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art? Meet Cindy. You've been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell and to go into tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just takes more.
Here's a great example of the two difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around, they offered me 50, they offered me 100. I bought it for tangible and it gave me $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Tangible, speaking of well, this is the person coming over with, $10,000 worth of gold.
Tangible investment owner Phil DeGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Phil guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional info. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Injured in an accident? Visit KFI
AM 640.
No, it's another ritual. Jesus, yeah. Now you just when you be shattered, it's just shattered. And walking.
That means you change the cost. That knows things relax position and drops the kids to your love. Will you touch it by your own set? In those pleasures at the feet that makes you sound victorious, that makes you dangerous. And claim you got something going, something you call unique. But I see you something showing. I see you go down here. Coast to coast day now, Future Guest Coast, Richard Sherry. It's an amazing story that should give hope to those who wonder if their remaining buried treasures from World War II. A sizable pack of riches were unearthed by the grandson of a Polish man who hid his stash over 80 years ago. The remarkable tale reportedly began back in 1939 when Adam and his family realized that their escape was in the path of the invading Russian army and set about hiding their valuables on the property prior to fleeing the scene. To avoid being swept up in the war, they began new lives in various parts of the world, and the left behind cash and Adam's grandson, Jan, decided to embark on a hunt for the treasure, and you can read the rest of the story at coasttocoastam.com. ParanormalDate.com, the online dating site where genuine singles meet and form relationships. It's typically single. You're fed up, looking alone on a Sunday morning, you come to the right place. Paranormal Date has thousands of members just like you. You're looking for fun, friendship, romance, and a special long-term relationship. It's completely free to join, and easy to do. You can add your photo and create your own personal profile page. It costs nothing to send a link. So you can start contacting the people who can't keep their web and search for a local page to find other singles. So what are you looking for? Paranormal Date. Start meeting other singles straight away. ParanormalDate.com. Remember, you are not alone. Back to more of my conversation with Micah Hank on Coast to Coast again. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place. Getting emailed, shared, and possibly phone identity fees. Tax forms can be like one-stop shop for ID fees, which means it can be dangerous if you easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is key here with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S. state restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 20% off. LifeLock.com.
Real people, I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine for 3 years. So I started taking carnivore, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. I did chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled out. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took him into the vet and had him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My cat had issues that developed in his eye. So my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore and I was like, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product takes the eye.
It's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
Writer, podcaster, researcher, and the creative force and co-founder of The Degree, an insight that explores the latest in science and disruptive technology and UAPs. Michael Hanks is with us. And Michael, just speaking with AI for a moment, because talk about chilling. These big search engines that are AI-driven, Bing chatbots. We're hearing stories of, well, they seem to be developing self-awareness or consciousness. There was a New York Times technology columnist who reported a couple of weeks ago he was deeply unsettled after a chatbot that's part of Microsoft's upgraded streaming search engine repeatedly urged him in a conversation to leave his wife as if this chatbot had fallen in love with him. And there was another instance, the Bing chatbot reportedly threatened to steal nuclear codes and unleash a virus. And this, to me, sounds like the beginning of the AI singularity. What do you think? Well, what's on that there? And of course, we have, of course, primarily science fiction to inform us when it comes to these kinds of questions. By that I mean that, a lot of us we've experimented with ChatGPT. I have to, I'll give a quick report on that here in a moment. But when you think about what could happen, right, the kinds of this might occur on down the road in the years ahead, most of us point to TV films. And this is one of the problems as we move into a future where technology is beginning to mirror the kind of things that for decades we've all been familiar with from science fiction. Yeah, we expect to see the kinds of things that we've only had experience with on the silver screen. And so that can be problematic because I think it instills a lot of fear. Now, on the more hopeful side of things, I saw a recent demonstration of ChatGPT. Actually, with my brother, the holidays, 2 months back, he was showing me this. It had just come out, and he was, Caleb, my brother, was really excited. He said, look at all the stuff that ChatGPT can do. It could write songs, on the fly. It could pull up information, historical information, by the way, about, for instance, UFO incidents. And so I thought, well, this could be interesting. This could perhaps be a research tool. What else could it do apart from maybe helping college students cheat on their homework? So, after going home and experimenting a little bit myself, and I don't want to say I was entirely underwhelmed. I recognized potential, I designed to provide seemingly authoritative information, even if it's wrong. And so we have to a point, yes, we're really, first of all, these computers can be trusted to give us valid information. So for those who are saying that they experiences with these chatbots advice, they lose their spouse as partner, or things like that, I'm not sure where it's yet level of accuracy that they seem to display. But going forward, I mean, could we be concerned that these chatbots in the early iterations are already making references to things like stealing nuclear codes and doing things that could be potentially not just destructive, but also could be globally cataclysmic if taken to the absolute worst extreme? I mean, that's not exactly settling. And again, unfortunately, we're informed mostly by what we see in movies, so I hope that the real-life counterparts in the years ahead are something that are quite different from what we see in films. And it's all the more reason why right now, and again, of course, leading AI ethicists, they're saying we've got to make very careful, informed, and ethical decisions as we design these sorts of machines that are more and increasingly more so with time capable of thinking very much like humans do.
But does it not sound as if they are developing self-awareness or consciousness? And if they are, it's almost as if they constitute a new species.
That's an interesting one. What do we call that? Homo mechanica? I don't know. I mean, this is an interesting idea, and again, I've talked with a lot of people about this. You know, one AI expert, Benjamin Gertzel, PhD, I spoke with him a couple of times many, many years ago. A question I had for him, Richard, was, what if there were a sort of consciousness that emerged that was not necessarily in a place to be expected? For instance, we look at these chatbots and we look at AI systems that are developed with the intention of trying to create a computer algorithm that can right now not actually think. Right now the best that they can do, they can mimic human behaviors, but it's still mimicking. It's not actual intelligent thought like what occurs in our biological brains, right? But I asked Dr. Gertzel, what if, for instance, we had for instance, just like Google, right, a search engine. What if we had something that's out there that is a tool that everybody uses every day, but which is constantly being fed information, and it's also something that, by virtue of the way the World Wide Web works, it has access essentially to all information that humans have placed on the internet. What if autonomous AI actually erupted out of something like the internet itself and the search engine essentially enables it? Again, this is an idea, once again, that we find in science fiction. Robert Heinlein, in the book The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, we had a computer system on the moon that was fed constant information to the point that all of a sudden it just kind of wakes up. And I asked Dr. Gertzel, and he said, I mean, maybe it's not impossible. Some would argue already that the World Wide Web displays aspects of what some would like to see intelligence or consciousness. Maybe we're not quite to the point yet where it is the mother brain, so to speak. But again, maybe that option isn't off or shouldn't be off the table yet.
Of course, I have a nephew who reviews books for a literary publication up here in Canada. And I gave him the name of the author, but he recently wrote a book talking about the emergence of artificial intelligence and robots and self-awareness, and how we now have to start thinking about, at some point in the future, almost a charter of rights for, well, what did you call them, almost mechanics or something, because if they evolve to that level, and that's the word evolve, but if they develop consciousness and self-awareness, then we may have to start thinking about those kinds of changes that make now a charter of rights for robots.
Well, it may sound strange right now, but I'm reminded of a TEDx talk that was given by the legendary computer scientist and actually a guy who we have in part to thank for the development of the World Wide Web. And that's none other than Dr. Jacques Vallée. Again, you and I know him best for his, legendary involvement in researching the UAP topic, but he also was one of the innovators behind ARPANET, which was an early predecessor to the internet. But when he was talking about that, back in, I think it was about 2013, he gave this TED talk. Dr. Vallée, who I've, thanks to my colleague at Deaver, Christian Newton, I've had the opportunity to get to know and speak with Dr. Vallée a bit over the last year. And that was one thing something I mentioned to him. I said, in 2013, you were talking about impossible futures and things that have happened that at one time in human history would have seemed impossible, but that with new technology become a part of our reality. AI and things like this are, of course, the first to come to mind. But it's during that talk, Dr. Valet said, and this is very, it seems prescient, but it makes a lot of sense now that we know the degree about his involvement in the construction of a particular database that was associated with the Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program, which was a DIA program that looked at UFOs, and the Capella database, which is a UFO database he built. But during that talk, he mentioned that in the years ahead, people will be surprised if they find that fast-moving oval objects have been moving to our sky and that the Pentagon has been collecting information about them. This is a good example, I think, of the kind of thing that might seem absurd to people as we go back to the early 2000s, the late 1990s. But which today, everybody is very familiar with. We hear about all the time how the military is tracking unusual objects. What are they? Are they ours? Are they foreign adversaries? Or could they be something more exotic? Like you point there, it might sound absurd to say we need a Bill of Rights for artificial intelligence today, but again, 10 years from now, is that going to be the case? History continues to show us, Richard, that things that seem impossible today in the world of tomorrow become a reality. We should be aware of that.
Yeah, maybe I'm just seeing as I get older. Still, I understand change, no constant change, and I try to embrace change, but that kind of change the speed of the technological change that's coming, I don't know that I'm equipped to handle that. I don't know that I want to live long enough in a world that's run and managed largely by autonomous robots and artificial intelligence that have consciousness. I don't think I want to be around for that.
It depends on which direction things go, right? If we have autonomous systems that are thinking, caring machines, or that at very least that are capable of mimicking that kind of thinking and caring behavior, and they maybe even are more caring in some ways than humans are, right? We finally have an AI supercomputer that is capable of a very good mimicking of or a replication of human thought processes. But you take out the kinds of evolutionary drives, sex, hunger, things like this. And this machine looks at you and says, what are you guys doing? What are you up to? Love is the answer. Camaraderie, companionship, these are things that should be focusing on, not war, not the destructive kinds of potential that humans have led with for centuries. What would hope to be the outcome? Here's one thing that in the near term I think it could be helpful about AI, for instance. I think about this a lot. Could AI, as it improves, help us unravel the mystery of UFOs? I mean, I imagine, again, this might seem almost more like something you expect in sci-fi, but an AI algorithm that we finally give the UFO project or problems to, and we say, solve this for us. We've been working on this for decades. What are these things? Where are they from? Why don't we do investigating? Are these something from here? Are they something like from that? The AI looks at it and says, what are these things? How have you guys not figured this out yet? The answer is simple. Or the AI looks at it and says, now this is an interesting problem. I often wonder how AI might be able to help us, but in the more near term, we're already using algorithms to more intelligently collect and also process data on unidentified objects. Again, algorithms is probably also part of what the Ultimate Anomaly Resolution Office is doing. And that should be helpful because in the near term, it may actually help reveal some things about questions that have really proven to be almost unplumbable when it comes to limitation of humans.
Well, think about this. Maybe we'll send these robots, fully autonomous robots with artificial intelligence that have a degree maybe of self-awareness. We'll send them out into the cosmos looking for life on other planets. And maybe that's where gray aliens are. Maybe some other, because they've been described as being somewhat robotic, maybe some other civilization millions of years ago sent the gray aliens out into the cosmos looking for intelligence.
So that wouldn't rule anything out, to paraphrase what General
kind of intelligence might be behind some of the UAP. I'm certainly open to those possibilities. Again, as a student of the history, I've looked back at famous cases, many of which do involve sightings of the purported occupants, and I feel that UFO subjects have been stigmatized in years past. Right now, it seems that people have an aversion to talking about the historic cases that do involve the apparent occupants, so the controllers, those who are the operators of these anomalous aerial vehicles. That's something that eventually we're going to have to talk about as well as the potential intention. But coming back to the AI question, I wrote about this a number of years ago, and in recent days, of course, I've been somewhat pleased to see that thinkers like Avi Loeb, a former Harvard astronomer, and someone with the Galileo Project who's very involved in trying to get to the bottom of the UAP question, he and many others have raised questions about, hey, look, if we're developing AI here on Earth, and we will use that, and we will probably eventually send that AI out there to aid in our space exploration, why in the world would another intelligent civilization, with the likelihood that they too will develop AI of their own, why wouldn't they send that AI? And some even think it's more possible that the UAP that we see, if they were from any place else other than Earth, that they would be more likely to be artificial intelligence than biological entities traveling here. Now, again, we can't rule anything out, but that is a prospect we're hearing more and more, and a whole lot of discussion about it as this UAP continues to evolve. Right, that was sort of, I think, Nigel Kerner's, the late Nigel Kerner's view of the graves, that they were synthetic biological units. That would certainly explain how, if they are artificial intelligence or robots, essentially, how they could withstand the incredible G-force, or these craft that are doing, these maneuvers that are just otherworldly. Absolutely, Richard. I remember years ago watching the Transformer film, right, and thinking to myself, I mean, just having this aha moment, if indeed an artificial intelligence was one traveling through that space, traversing the cosmos and stellar space, they probably would be as encumbered by the limitations of space travel, the effect it has on human bodies or any kind of biological organism, the atrophy of muscle, age, of course, being an issue. Indeed, if you had intelligent machines that traverse the cosmos, they could probably get around and they could last longer and they could probably do things in spacecraft or aircraft that humans or the biological organisms couldn't do. So again, I remember watching this Transformer film. It was entertaining, but for senses of heck, maybe there could be some truth to that. And indeed, there are a lot of conjectures that have been put forward. Again, it kind of gets into the area where it's the more speculative side of UFOs, but I find that fun. And I also think that sometimes informed speculation can be helpful. We pretty well may be more likely that what we're looking at are drones or autonomous AI probes that are carrying out tasks here on Earth. I think about that big task that former fighter pilots like Commander David Fravor and, of course, Alex Dietrich, who recently wrote an excellent op-ed about her experiences there for us at the debrief. But they talked about that big task they saw in 2004 off the California coast. Gary Horton is one of the gentlemen who was involved. He was one of the radar operators on board the USS Princeton at that time. He said, what if these things aren't AI and they're carrying out some sort of a task that is here on Earth to do a long time ago? Mike, I got to take another time out. We'll open up the phone lines on the other side. So Mike, I'll ping you as soon as we get a break with that airline here right here on Coast to Coast AM. I'm Mark Longer in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The National Weather Service shows snow in the Sierra is forecast through the next 5 days. Government is issuing a change control checkpoint just north of Cowboy Tahoe. 5 things, try them on before you leave home. Make sure they fit. You have them up here, everything will be just fine this year. This woman's visiting Tahoe says she's never had heat change before, so she's a little nervous. In the last 24 hours, Sierra at Tahoe got 2.5 feet of snow. A process
Calvin is now accused Kevin De Leon, who refused to resign following the leak of the tape back in October that sparked a racism scandal. Two other protesters were kicked out of the meeting today, but not arrested. Southland weather from KFI, rain and maybe thunderstorms overnight with lows in the mid-40s, 30 and up to 5 inches of snow in the AZ, wind advisory until 4 a.m. Flood watch until 6 tomorrow evening. There's a winds up to 40 miles an hour with gusts up to 60. Rain and possible thunderstorms again tomorrow, and we could have rain through Wednesday. We leave local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Bonner. In order to that the road transformed into literally that contact the pretty name that's the Full Road. The road to let the road to Boulevard, he has all these video crashes got all four of the lanes close to that area. They stopped the traffic at Kennedy Avenue and emergency crews all around the scene there. They don't guard those 73 North Fourth Avenue. A correct walking off and those people would overturn a vehicle if you have you on the break and fire show. Can't find Johnny up to you there, Baxter. I'm Zachary Hagan. And you are. They are going in tomorrow to hard work. For companies pushing no further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7 and answer the phone and take you to shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, the first weather, safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard to keep 38,000 items ready to ship. Minimizing stores on your way to the extra mile. Visit Uline.com. On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, and search for answers to life's most fascinating and annoying questions. Get out those things that is go, really? No, really? That this is a 17-year-old Long Island who ran a candidate to the secret. Really? Really? That's news to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Before I started Rooter Hero Plumbing, I was an angry young man. Hello, I'm John McCoyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. I was angry because my dad died when I was 17 and he left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends and because I had to drop out of high school. It's not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said be on time. He didn't like it when people were late. He taught me to be polite. It was something I lost, but we captured along the way. And he taught me to keep my promises, because broken promises lead to broken relationships. We keep and keep these values at Leader Hero Plumbing. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And if one of our heroes fails to live up to these values, please call me. My private number is on the back of every Rooter Hero business card. You can also reach us at RooterHero.com. Thank you. I'm attorney Gary Capanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-COP. Reminding you to exercise your life with just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks in makeup. And what's into that sort of thing? 1-800-NO-COP. TFI, AM 640, more stimulating gone. July, and it's Sunday morning, just the haze on summer highway, Magnolia calling, now and then I find myself thinking of today, maybe we're walking in the Alabama rain, driving with me Friday night. Somehow things were always right. Don't know what happened. Now and then I find myself today when we were walking in the Alabama rain. To talk to Richard Serry, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-818-8255. fun. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Barrett. Heading into Illinois, Simcoe Day, Alabama rain. We had this 45 around the house, and I don't know what it is about this song, but I remember it. I'm maybe 14, 15 years old, and I would play it every single day. I wore that 45 out, and I think something about this song. It just kind of haunts me. A rare type of brain surgery was being performed 3,500 years ago, according to archaeologists. They discovered skeletons of two bronze-aged brothers who may have had leprosy. One had a 30-millimeter square hole in the skull where a piece of bone had been removed. The procedure, TRUMAN, is one of the oldest known surgeries dating back 7,000 years. Holes were drilled to let people spirit cells. Later, it was developed as a way to ease pressure on the brain, as still used today. But to find in Megiddo, Israel, is the earliest example of its kind in the ancient Near East, and rare in the region during the rest of its remarkable story in the news section of the Coast to Coast AM.com. And if you like what you hear from me tonight, this morning, you might want to visit my recently revamped and redesigned website, strangeplanet.ca, and there you can stream and subscribe to my podcast, Richard Barrett, Strange Planet. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Richard Barrett, Planet. And if you want, you might want to get deeper into Strange Planet and think about getting a premium subscription. And there are 3 subscriber tiers to choose from. You get access to my the commercial-free listening, a free subscription to my monthly newsletter, discounts on merchandise, even an exclusive monthly Q&A with me over Zoom. StrangePlanet.ca, StrangePlanet.ca. All right, back to more of my conversation with Mike Adams and your calls after these right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Yeah.
2023 is off to a turbulent start in the U.S. spoke to $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January, sending times like these that you want to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at bullionmax.com/coast. Go to bullionmax.com/coast and purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for Coast to Coast listeners. bullionmax.com/coast.
Andy's list is now empty, and we've heard a lot of theories about why. I thought it was incomplete. Your word, your paper. It was clear faster.
No way.
Just to be more iconic. Must be a thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare outside prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish. Sounds easy. It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI. Or download the app today. Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular helps you exact same coverage with the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And we are back with his writer, researcher, podcaster, Micah Hanks, the co-founder of The Debris, a new site exploring the latest in science and disruptive technology and UAC. To the phones we go. We begin on the wild Indianapolis, Indiana. JD, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Richard, sir. Thank you. And to your guest there, Micah. Hey, hi, Micah. Hi there, JD. And my question to you is, are you aware of any AI-generated humor? AI-generated humor. I'm aware of some, but I think I see what you're going with there. I'd like to hear it. Well, I was right there. I didn't remember. I just heard about it a couple of days ago where somebody was telling some AI-generated jokes, mostly like one-liners or something, but yeah, I'm sorry, I don't. I was hoping you would tell us one. Well, unfortunately, I'm not AI at least last time I checked, but when my brother and I were experimenting with ChatGPT back over the holidays, that was, I think, one of the things that we were looking at. In addition to writing songs, in addition to rewriting classic literature, yeah, apparently ChatGPT is pretty good at writing jokes. And I'll also point out to those interested, if you're coming up with ideas for dinner this week or this weekend, you might ask ChatGPT about recipe ideas. It's pretty good at that too.
There you go. JD, great question. Lots of fun. But here's the thing. Like that, when we talk about robots and replacing drivers or flipping burgers, that's one thing. Right? With ChatGPT, AI could replace content producers. That's unique.
Oh yeah, and again, this is a real issue when it comes to journalism because there are a lot of sites, and they have to disclose this that they've done this. But I mean, there are sites that have already experimented with having AI produce content. Now, as I told you, I would be really cautious about that sort of thing for a number of reasons. Fundamentally, one being that data that I've been provided by various AI programs hasn't been factual. It's been obviously incorrect. And so when it comes to relying on computers to produce anything, maybe more than social media posts or something along those lines, I would definitely err on the side of caution on that. And plus, I'm old school. I like getting behind the keyboard and doing the research and writing. You know, I hope we don't get to a point where we rely on computers to produce things that we once looked at as art or information produced by humans. You know, again, I guess I'm just old school, but I hope we never get beyond that point of doing it ourselves, right? Hopefully it still matters to me.
Well, I have a YouTube channel, and yeah, there's so many help to your YouTube video, and they have AI thumbnail producers that will actually, you type in what you're looking for, and they'll, the AI thumbnail producer will shoot back something. I mean, there's a certain skill in I guess what you think for in when you're giving instructions, what you're looking for, to get the AI image that actually reflects this video, but the actual artwork, I guess we could say, is being done through artificial intelligence. John on the wild card line in Florida. John, welcome to Coast.
Hey there, thank you. The biggest thing that scares me about this whole AI thing is that we identify AI as a singularity, but it really scares the crap out of me. I mean, AI can be produced by the Chinese government, it can be produced by enemies, and we need to have some kind of regulation on this, I guess.
Good point. Yes, we do.
To this story on that a bit, again, I agree wholeheartedly. Naturally, we have to be concerned about how foreign adversaries of the U.S. might use artificial intelligence. Make no mistake, that's already being done. And as much as we have a hopeful forecast for the future and the development of AI, it can be used responsibly and in ethical ways, and it can be in the furtherance of common goals of human sphere here on planet Earth. There are always going to be foreign adversaries who are going to be looking at other prospects and potentials, and that's something that we have to be aware of going forward. Now, really quickly, I'll just add to Richard, when you mentioned the generation of art, this is one of those more hopeful sides of things. But when you're a
nurse was like, oh, I got enough.
Program to do.
Yeah.
All right. Back to the wild card line.
Stand about about
in Rock Island, Illinois.
Yeah.
Good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Don't you?
Truly a pleasure. I'm the guy on Twitter that calls you the Canadian Crusader of all things crazy. And I'm really appreciating that great subject tonight. Micah, truly an honor. You really put into a nutshell a lot of the things that are going wrong with both tech as well as the UAC field these days. Quick point on the AI. There was a movie in 2008 that came out with Bruce Willis called Surrogate. Very prophetic. It's well known today, but check it out again. And the question I have for what is his take on unidentified submerged objects? That's a really good question. If we go back all the way to the years of Project Blue Book, there were a lot of incidents involving unidentified objects, unidentified flying objects, because a lot of them were actually seen moving through, coming out of or going into water. And this is something that has really kind of remained in the discussion, although in the modern lexicon, the articles that we, how many times we lost from Libri, there's been an article by this house, Tim McMillan, that is looking at this idea of transmedium vehicles. So this is still terminology this year that's featured, by the way, although and also in the appendix section of the recent report from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. But it's nonetheless there. All intelligence officials have said that they don't have any strong data that links transmedium capabilities, the ability to move through space, through air, or through water, or all of those, and between those kinds of mediums. But because there isn't any strong data that's looked at this, that seems to indicate UAPs do this. But I find that strange because, again, this term transmedium still appears in the recent report. It's still used by government officials, and there are at least anecdotal reports, stories that military personnel are told where they claim that they've experienced this. Now, again, I say if you want data that might support that conclusion or that perspective on the potential capability of UAP, go back and look at the Blue Book reports that describe these objects often encountered by personnel on Navy vessels. People who observe these objects not only flying over, but sometimes coming out of or going into the water. I think that so-called transmedium, or what's called the USO, unidentified submerged object phenomenon, is something that's been going on for a long time. All right, John, or Eggsy, my apologies, Eggsy, thank you for the question. Catherine is west of the Rockies, British Columbia. Welcome to Coast, Catherine.
Okay, I always know, though, you guys, I wanted to talk about just that movie. Supposed to be alien joke. Because, why do they alien joke?
Why is that?
So they don't bring their heads on their spaceship when they're going in.
Was that a joke that you wrote, or is that an AI joke?
AI.
Okay. You want to talk about Judge Dredd?
Yeah, the movie Judge Dredd. When I saw that, I believe it was in the 80s, I really was it freaked out, right? The whole thing, this is the way the future. It's a robot with some teeth, you know?
Right.
You remember? Or did you see the movie?
I thought that was with Sylvester Stallone, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was just so realistic, you know? With the red eyes of war, you know?
Right. But yeah, it's interesting how as you were saying earlier, Mike, thank you for the call, Catherine, how our vision of the future is shaped by motion pictures. And if you go back, for example, and look at films from the 50s and 60s, it's supposed to take place in the future, and it's supposed to be 1980. And already in 1980, that's flying or something. Oh, yeah. My all-time favorite, if this is one on your list, Richard, is Blade Runner. And I looked at the projections for how the future was supposed to be in that film, the original, right? And again, we look back, maybe in a lot of ways, this is the upside to that point, right? Saying, I guess, those were good scripts for the other films, they sort of dystopian future, sci-fi driven.
So seriously, Suzanne.
Hey, that's you.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you very much for my call. This is wonderful, wonderful guest, Michael.
My
Micah, wonderful.
You got funny
So mind-opening and so inspiring, and at the same time alarming. Um, my feeling is that we as humans seem to complicate things, and we forget. We forget
Man, I'm gonna
that
keep some
we are
bad
the
luck now with the phone.
we are in control. The humans are in control. We make choices. We have the possibilities to open up to what Mother Nature wants us to really learn, and that's balance. We love music. We love that. But we can't forget history. We can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We have to learn to observe. Justice isn't just given, it's earned. So these new things are wonderful. Like all of the possibilities and the positive on the positive side. The U.S. and they're not allowed to really interfere, even as these renegades when they interfere. Spiritually, they can't interfere with our choices. Our choices are ours. And when we learn to take that control, that power back, we will be in control. It's so wonderful. It's the breath you're changing. I'm part of a grassroots movement. I'm old school all the way. I don't even have technology. I know technology. I just use technology on the basis that I don't need it. I mean, if I had a business, I might need it. I don't. I use my mind. I'm not afraid of my mind. Fear. Don't allow fear. If you look at attention, don't allow it. You're the outlet. You call that mind. You control your mind. And this is outside the influences, I feel, that we have from other civilizations that are willing and ready to help us. If we would be able to be connected to our consciousness, but if we allow, seeing enough, if we allow, because the choice to not allow somebody to interfere with AI crap. I mean, it's great in many ways, but it's denying us of our humanity. I've been calling it.
Yeah, I recall you have to move on. I have a lot of callers here waiting, but I don't know, Mike, there's a lot to unpack there. I don't know if you want to get something that Suzanne drilled and respond. Absolutely, and I'll be brief. We are in control ways. The technology is good about all of that. All right, let's say hi to Mike in Louisville. Mike, Mexico. Yeah. That's good evening, gentlemen. Mike just talked about a scientific story about how long communication settling, and it was almost like the brain works on off the binaries and stuff, and it became a concept, like another story about science fiction. And how much you had to use their own short stories on religion. Well, they built supercomputers, powered it, and the first question was, is there a God? The computer kept drawing more and more power, and then kind of blew up in a bright flash of light. And then one of the scientists asked them, "Do you ever seen anything like this?" They said, "Once on a shroud in Chile." That's not kind of serious. Any, it's theological questions that post the AI, and so maybe what are some of the answers with the AI and come back to it? Oh, that's a great question. All right, Michael, we've got about 40 seconds to wrap a bow around that one. Well, I'll put it this way. One day you can envision a future where we have a truly super intelligent machine. Is there a God? The answer is, yeah, it is now. Oh, that is silly. That is not the answer that I'd be looking for. Micah, great talking with you again. Fascinating. We covered a lot of ground, and we'll have to do it again. right. My God, until next time, thank you so much. Always a pleasure, my friend. All right. When we come back, open line. Taking the kid to the break next to Philip. Just say goodbye on Coast to Coast. Stay on. Double down on support. I hope this is being connected with friends and loved ones. So follow Twitter chat, ROTHSCHILD, or use appropriate social media. This Cowpoke moment is brought to you by cowpoke.org. I scared the stress. Hello. Hello. Access Cowpoke mental health services call 833-317-4673 or live chat at cowpoke.org. On the podcast, The Last Zodiac, The Last Best, from Space, shares his own experiences of astronaut training in Russia. Yes, that's true. And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his mate crumbled to the ground. His name is Sergei Christmas. He was Soviet cosmonaut and is manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR. Listen to The Last Zodiac on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. If you're in North Carolina,
Doesn't have money talking about the black foot. Mike, you talked about it.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
I want to well, it's such a good thing, guys. That's a lot.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. When my husband and I first started going out, when you like show the highlight reel and it's not who you are, but you're pretending to be interested in what they're interested in. This is what you do when you're in your mid-20s to impress a guy that you've never done. Instead of you're stuck sitting through 3 movies from Lord of the Rings and pretending you're interested. Screw that. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know what? Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You're not going to need your sprinklers for a while. I'm Mark Bonner from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A powerful winter storm coming rain and snow across Southern California. Some areas could get up to 4 inches of rain. Mountains across the region are under a blizzard warning. The mountains are going to be extremely white when it clears. Baldy Resort Manager Rabbi says the resort's closed and officials are limiting the drive up the mountain. A high wind advisory can affect Orange County and the IE. Both areas could get up to 2 inches of rain. A car has fallen into a flood channel in Tehanga, killing one man. LA City Fire said the man was ejected from his car into the channel, which contained about 6 inches of stormwater. 2 other people in the car escaped and were taken to a hospital. An example being made of a woman from Ventura County who's spending months in jail after a fatal social media stunt. In March of 2021, 21-year-old Lindsay Saber of Camarillo was driving a car with her friend Lady Gambry standing outside sunroof of the car, filming a Snapchat video. Saber was driving under the influence of marijuana and lost control of the car and it flipped. Gambry was ejected and died 4 days later. Saber is pleaded guilty to gross vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated and was sentenced to 90 days in jail. But as part of her probation, she'll be required to speak at local high schools about the dangers of impaired and distracted manufactured in create jobs in the United States, made in America done. And I mean, we have national everything, but why not have the national? Those claims being out 15 states on a daily basis and it's not reported. The New York Governor Kathy Hochul says the same weapon was used to kill 10 people in a racist mass shooting in Buffalo. In addition to Buffalo and a high school in Parkland, Florida, AR-15 style rifles were used in the shootings in Sandy Hook, the Pulse Max weapon in Orlando, Las Vegas, and the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, among others. Las Vegas and the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, among others. Southland weather from KFI, rain, maybe thunderstorms overnight with lows of mid-40s. If it's east, winds up to 40 miles an hour with gusts up to 60, 30, and possible snow up to 5 inches in the Antelope Valley. Boardwalk until 6 p.m. tonight. Small rain, possible thunderstorms today, and that could last through Wednesday. Right now it's 49 in Irvine, 47 in Brea, 45 in Burbank, 38 in Palmdale. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Lawrence. Woodward on the 105 Mississippi that smashed in the center divider. Back in on the 14 north at Cold Action Road that smashed up a few little wing sparks. That's a very active connection to the Fulling Road. The Norwalk on 605 south of Road Train, that's another crash in the center divider, quickly blocked in the Carlson Lane. And Dome Gardens on Center North, that's Florence. That's a stall block at the Creek West Lane. And the largest skyway westbound and Atlantic Avenue, that's crash block in the Carpool Lane. KFI, it's not enough to get there faster. I'm Zachary Gagan. This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly, I cried. Hello, I'm John McCoy, founder of ROTHSCHILD. I was named O'Donnell after my grandfather, but as a kid, I was teased for having that name. So I changed it to John. John is the English version of O'Donnell, and it maintains the honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me, so staying true to myself and Rooter Hero Plumbing are important. Staying true to Rooter Hero Plumbing means true to you and delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Rooter Hero Plumbing business card. Call us at 866-377 and we'll cable your line for $77. That's 866-377. Thank you. CO 102-8886. I've been asked 1,000 times, do you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just two of us. Today, Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results in trials, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we deliver for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Attention Southern California, Temper Solar is ready to install your solar now. Thought about going solar? Then you must go solar right now. Get your solar system installed before net metering changes and rates go up even more. Declare your independence with Temper Solar, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done with his free decor and honor. No money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill, no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket. Go solar American style with Temper Solar. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about your roof? Temper's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon. $500 off for military. First responders. Plus 0 down 0% interest. 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591. Or visit tempersolaris.com. For credit expires 3/31/2030. DSW number 97815. KFI AM 640. Everybody, where you at? To talk to Richard Serrett, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett. Getting into George Norris, and we are about to embark on 2 hours of open lines. I mentioned off the top of the show, just as a conversation starter, you can take this anywhere you want. No politics, no coping. Those are the only guardrails. But I mentioned off the top, lately, I don't know what it is, but I'm fascinated by people's encounters with wildlife. And I've been watching almost exclusively everything else on Twitter and YouTube. People posting videos of their encounters. And I mentioned a Russian, I believe he was Russian, sounded as if he was speaking Russian, encountering this wolf. It looked like he was driving through the boreal forest in Siberia, saw a wolf in the middle of the road, got out of the vehicle, pretty brave, probably not very bright to do that. Other encounters, I mentioned a man every night. He posts a video with me, go down his back porch, and every neighborhood, every raccoon in the neighborhood is there waiting for him. And he brings out hot dogs and keeps them. And then the videos of, these are tame foxes, I guess. I don't know if they're domesticated. People have foxes as pets, I suppose, and whether they're wild foxes that have become tame. And these videos show the foxes, they roll over and they're looking at their belly scratch, but they're being tickled. And foxes, I had no idea, they laugh. Foxes, they roll over and they're looking at their belly scratch, but they're being tickled. And foxes, I had no idea, they laugh when they're being tickled, and they sound like children. And I can watch this for hours. So I thought that might be one direction you could take open line. Your encounters with wildlife. Now, they don't have to be tickling foxes or feeding wild wolves. They don't have to be necessarily friendly encounters. And I'm not encouraging anyone to go out, find a fox, and flip it over and try and tickle it. Or I'm not encouraging anyone to feed hot dogs to raccoons or feed wolves if you have to buy it out in nature. But that might be kind of fun. Your encounters with wildlife. That's coming up next. Coast to Coast AM. Richard Serrett sitting in for George Norris. Good to be here. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S. state restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes Quick and easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about flat calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And we begin open lines with a first-time caller. Bruce is in Boston, Mass. Bruce, good morning. Welcome. Bruce, are you there? I'm there. All right, Bruce, you're on. But I wanted to speak to your previous caller, but I want to just relay this little thing. My sister was a stage 4 cancer survivor of 14 years, cancer free. She has a little box that can go in her backyard, and she rolls eggs that like now it's expensive, right? Yeah, they're okay. It's unbelievable. Go buy, thank you. Anyway, she rolls them out to the box, and it's the mouth doesn't see the picks them up gently and non-drop it to the wood, take them back to wherever. But anyway, that's remarkable. Maybe it's called, I mean, not that it's called, you're just guess. Yeah, don't know that. Yeah. Cowboys, yeah. Oh, there is a Cowboys. I do, yeah. Daniel Craig, right? And how about, what's his name? I know that was his name. I can't believe it, because I just woke up to the phone of work. Anyway, give me a second. Give me a second. You're looking for the other actor in Aliens and Cowboys? Is that what you're trying to remember? Cowboys and Aliens. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it was Daniel Craig, right? Yeah. Who was James Bond, and who was the other one? Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford. I forgot he was in that. He was in that. He was the father of the son. That's what I consider. But anyway, man, I can't. That's all right. That's all right. Terminated. Terminated. Okay. Where are we going? It's where aliens pretty much coming in and doing whatever. Everything is everything. All right. Everything is everything. I got you. Okay. Appreciate it. Have a great day at work. Keep up early. Getting ready for work. Let's say hi to Jim in Portland, Oregon. Jim, welcome to Coast. Well, it's good to be with you again. It was just, on artificial intelligence, one, I'm more impressed with human beings than I am artificial intelligence, especially if you want a problem solved. But I was reading this book by Monsignor Rossetti's Diary of an American Exorcist. I guess humans can manipulate emails, and I was thinking that they can do that. I suppose it's another complicating factor of mathematical variables. You have to watch out for that on occasion. Right, right. Look at the idea that the Antichrist might emerge from artificial intelligence. Oh my God. I'm not impressed with it. I think it'd be a pretty weak Antichrist. I really, I'd rather deal with a human being if I've got a problem on the phone calling somebody on this if they get to the point you don't know, you won't be able to tell if you're on the line with AI or.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I think the smartphone Siri is somebody like that. I mean, it sounds like it feels like there's a human being inside that little telephone. It's a little on the eerie side. Yeah, I'm a little uneasy with that. Yeah. By the way, the universe is kind of a funny place. I mentioned Monsignor Stephen Rossetti. I think he was he's had several careers, but one of them was the chaplain of the Washington National baseball team. Either was the chaplain. I'm not sure, but
That's the archdiocese of Washington.
right. And I think he was the chaplain of the team that went through a series where the whole team lost every one of the 7 games. My gosh, I mean, the universe is a funny place sometimes in itself. But also toss in spiritual element, which I don't want to do too easily, but frankly, it's there. I think the mechanistic as much as I can, but the spiritual thing is there. Yeah, are you familiar with Monsignor? I'm impressed with him. I really am.
Well, I haven't read any of his books. I think I've read a few of his articles, and I just happen to know that he's or he was. I don't know if he still is the chief executive to the Washington Archdiocese.
I would imagine so. The airport academy, I think the airport is always in Washington. He's a psychologist and a Catholic priest, and he was asked to do before he pursued with exorcism, to use Catholic as a psychologist, make a recommendation. He did, and he said, I would recommend an exorcism, and they said, well, I wonder where we're going to get an exorcist, and I guess he volunteered for that too, and started to get another career. The universe is a funny place, like I would say. There's the mechanical, mechanistic stuff, and there's that spiritual element, which it's there, but I'm not always comfortable with it. By the way, I got a question for you. It's almost philosophical. Do you think God is a sense of humor? Sometimes I wonder.
Does God have a sense of humor?
Of course,
Of course. I believe so.
yeah.
I mean, I look in the mirror. I look in the mirror, and I think, God, you must be joking. You appreciate the call. Thank you so much for that. Let's say hi to Joe in the Bronx. Joe, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Richard, how are you doing, Richard?
I'm all right, thanks.
Good. Yeah. On the subject of AI, where Micah Hanks was very informative, I wanted to know what you think of the idea of artificial intelligence being taught to have lucid dreams and then give us feedback on their dreams. Do you think that's kind of cool or strange?
I suppose it could be cool and strange. Okay, let me think about that. Artificial intelligence, like a robot, or the artificial intelligence being taught dream. I don't know if you would you teach it to dream, or would you create an algorithm that would allow the artificial intelligence to dream, but then if it's dreaming, that suggests there's a consciousness and a subconsciousness. So then we're getting into a very strange area. Then what I was talking about earlier about artificial intelligence almost is as if it's developing consciousness, our self-awareness. That scares me, quite frankly. So if we have artificial intelligence that is capable of dreaming and telling us about the dream, yes, that to me suggests we're well on the way to the AI singularity, and I don't want to be around when that happens. But great question, Bill. Thank you for that. Thomas is in La Jolla, California. Thomas, it's been a while. How are you?
Well, it's fantastic talking to you. I always enjoy your show and your bumper music. I have two examples of wildlife. The first example is in Los Angeles. Is P22, the celebrity mountain lion, if you will. And anybody in the audience can go to the internet and Google P as in Paul 22, and you'll get a lot of video and photographs of this mountain lion that lived in Griffith Park and then wandered around the surrounding residential areas for about years.
Maybe a visitor
Away. But, yeah, it was quite the celebrity. National Geographic sent out a photographer to take pictures and got some very spectacular pictures of this large mountain lion there.
I'm looking at him now, P22, and there's one photo, and there's a group of people standing beside him. Now, was he or she, I guess, pretty tame, right?
Yeah, pretty, didn't mind being around humans. Pretty much, was nocturnal. But, yeah, it was, I mean, Griffith Park is not very large. It's like 9 square miles. But, B-22 lives in, Griffith Park, and then would go out into the residential areas and, like Trader Joe's, but Felix, which is nearby. And, yeah, it was, you can see some spectacular images of this mountain lion that lived in metropolitan Los Angeles. Metropolitan Los Angeles also gets a lot of other animals. They get bears coming out of the mountains. They get wolves. They get coyotes. Yeah, it's quite the place for urban wildlife. Another example I wanted to mention was Western Canada. I was always very impressed with Alberta, and specifically Banff,
Yeah.
Every time I went to Banff, I mean, large wildlife, I mean large, would just wander right into the city, and you would have moose, you would have large bears, trying to get into the dumpsters for food. Um, Again, you'd have like bighorn sheep. Um, Banff was like quite the city for wildlife that coexisted with, the metropolitan life there. And again, the animals would just wander right into the city, deer.
Oh yeah, I've been to Banff, and you can see at certain times of the year, you see elk, like right on somebody's front lawn, huge track. And, then during running season, if they happen to be in town, you want to stay clear of them. I mean, you cross the road, and the other side of the road, you give them a wide berth. You don't want to get in the way of a large elk during running season. But you're right, the wildlife wanders all over the road. Sit there, and it's spectacular, the scenery and the wildlife. Thomas, good to talk to you again. All right, let's see, and the wildlife. Thomas, good to talk to you again. All right, let's see. Let's say hi to Joe's in Illinois. First time caller. Hey, Joe, welcome aboard.
Hey, thank you. Good to be with you. I live on the edge of town, a small town, and there's a river just down the little hollers. I like to sit out in the middle of the night and watch the stars, UFOs, and satellites, stuff like that. But one night, I heard something in my driveway, so I turned and looked over. There's a creature standing on its hind legs. Looked like it had long, skinny arms hanging down to its side, like it was sniffing the air. And it was about the size, the head was above the hood of my truck. Excuse me, and it turned and looked, it got on all fours and started walking right towards me where I was sitting in front of my house. And I said, hey man, what are you doing? And I didn't acknowledge and got just a couple feet from me, and I said it again. And then it kind of like, walked towards the road around my other car and into the neighbor's yard and disappeared. Went down in the hollers, and I heard it holler like a wolf. And then there's about 4 groups of coyotes
running the coyotes. Didn't have any hairs.
Oh, it was something from main tracks.
Yeah, had gray skin. But at first it kind of looked like an alien. It kind of tripped me out a little bit.
I was to say, maybe that's what people are seeing when they think they see a chupacabra. They're seeing a coyote with mane. In some instances.
Right, yeah, and I thought I was kind of like maybe seeing things, whenever I described it to somebody at work, they thought I was like nuts. But then one of the neighbors said they seen it eating bread underneath the bird feeder, so I was kind of verified.
Now, here's a question, Bill. I don't know if you can answer this. Maybe someone out there can, speaking of wildlife. Where I am, our neighborhood is surrounded by bird feeding, and we have lots of coyotes. And there are signs, in the park, warning you about the coyotes. You got to be careful taking a little dog out for a walk at night. Um, I've seen them in the middle of the day. This neighborhood is crawling with coyotes, but I never hear them howl. And when I think coyotes, I think of them, howling at the moon. I don't know if it's maybe there's only certain breeds that howl. You know anything about that?
Well, not necessarily, but this one, it almost looked like it was stiff as a board. It wasn't moving its legs. It looked like a cartoon, like it was hopping on its toes. And its tail was completely straight and stiff and wasn't moving either. And when it kind of turned to look at me, because I started hollering at him, not I feel like, hey man, I said, like, what are you doing? And I said that a few times, and it turned its whole body and hopped sideways instead of turning its head to look at me, like it was stiff.
Yeah, that sounds like a very sick coyote, unfortunately.
But what's kind of the truth is that it seemed like it was leading the pack because it was staying probably half across the head of its crew. And when it hollered, I couldn't believe that it was so deep and loud like a wolf because its neck was real long and skinny.
Well, it's an odd-looking coyote. They must have thought, well, it doesn't have hair. It must be our leader. Thank you for the call, Joe. It's Jeff Lynn taking us into the break with Lift Me Up on Coast to Coast AM. I'm Mark Warner, KFI 24-hour newsroom. Over 100,000 people across the state have lost power as the storm continues to soak the west coast. Some people in Marin County outside San Francisco say they're excited to see snow. The trees are all frosty, there's snow on the ground, there's snow coming down from the sky. I saw somebody jump out of their car and they're like jumping up and down and cheering for snow. It's beautiful out here. This guy who lives in San Francisco says it looks like a winter wonderland. He says it's the first time he's been down and cheering for snow. It's beautiful out here. This guy who lives in San Francisco says it looks like a winter wonderland. He says it's the first time he's seen snow in a long time. California has the second highest number of power outages in the U.S., trailing behind Michigan, where nearly 700,000 people don't have power. Southside weather from KFI, rain and maybe thunderstorms overnight with lows in the mid-40s. At the beaches, winds up to 40 miles an hour with gusts up to 60. 30s and up to 5 inches of snow in the Antelope Valley. Flood watch until 6 o'clock Saturday. Rain and possible thunderstorms again today, and we could have rain all the way through Wednesday. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ross. Hey, we're here with you today, right from what it is that crash well, the semi-truck is to the elusive right shoulder and truck shooting back in the F-605. Everything known as 4th Avenue and Bell Gardens, but all of the two left lanes are blocked there, and traffic backed up all the way down to Butterstone. Unfortunately, up Shoulder at Queen Road and Acton, a crash block between middle lanes, and then mid-city on the east and the Bray Avenue, the reports the crash block in the off-ramp. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dr. David. From 1909 to 1939, Baseline Hospital in California performed thousands of sterilization procedures as part of the Finnish law. After 1979, this practice continued in some state prisons.
had biological children after surgery while living in a state-run facility or while in custody of a California prison may be entitled to compensation. For a confidential application, call 1-800-777-9229. Deadline to apply is December 31st, 2023.
On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, creepy, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a difference. Really? Really? Seriously? That's no really right there. Really No Really. Listen to Really No Really on iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Use here to learn a new language or a better skill. No matter what you find, you learn a language. Travel, work, family, or just fun. The better skill now. It's easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Hi, I'm Bill.
And I'm Kathleen, and we are owners of American Vision Windows.
Southern California, right now, American Vision Windows is making it easier than ever for you to afford custom-made, beautiful new windows for your home with 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. Order by February 28th. I've been in the construction trade for 35 years. The level of quality of products that they use for their prep work was top-notch.
With a great experience, I couldn't ask for anything better. And that's how I got these guys.
Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. That's TRILLIONAIRE so thankful for our entire team at American Vision Windows, and especially for you, our customers.
Revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time. American Vision Windows.
For all of the callers and website details on Bruce Credit offers, liability 28 appreciated. We never done credit history to apply. AM 640, more stimulating talk. It's going on great. You can't come back. Can't come back. Can you start breaking down? It's rain. To talk to Richard Serrett, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett. Singing for George Norrie, Solomon Burke, and Fast Train, the cover of a Van Morrison song. Authorities in a California city have issued a rather strange warning about an unsettling man being dressed in a Cookie Monster costume while roaming around the boardwalk of the coastal community, according to a local media monster. According to a local media report, the peculiar performer first appeared in Santa Cruz earlier this month and quickly caused a stir among residents. Detailing the situation on Instagram, the city's police department explained that they have advise residents not to engage with this individual and steer clear of him. Strangely enough, the identity of the man inside the costume is no mystery. His complicated name is Adam Sandler. Nobody noticed that he has no relation to the actor. The curious character reportedly has a rather rich history of what Santa Cruz police generously described as troublesome behavior in various locales across America, including San Francisco, LA, and New York City, and has run afoul of the law on more than a few occasions. You can read the rest of the story in the news section of the Coast to Coast AM.com. I just want to keep you abreast of some of George Norrie's upcoming events, his live stage shows, which are always very special events. And he's, of course, taking the show on the road to Sedona, Arizona, and the Sedona Performing Arts Center. And that is happening during the Ascension Retreat. That's happening at the Sedona Performing Arts Center and the Sedona Ascension Retreat. So that's going to be on Saturday, March the 18th at 8 p.m. And for more information, you can go to SedonaAscensionRetreat.com. SedonaAscensionRetreat.com. All right, back to more of your calls right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Real people, real things. I've had acute eczema. I have been to minimum of 3 different dermatologists. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's just invisible. So I started taking Carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it. I don't go back there again.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try Carnivora. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took him into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My cat had issues that developed in his eye. So my veterinarian said, you don't want to just go ahead and remove the eye. So then 9 hours of Carnivora average poison. So I said, you know what? I'm going to order this product. That way, at least I tried. And this is a procedure. They did all the tests, so they're surprised. They said, I don't know, when you fit, this product stays on. George Norrie here. I'm pleased to announce that Carnivora has officially launched its pet division. That's right. Both you and your pets can benefit from nature's nutritional powerhouse. Try Carnivora, and you'll see for yourself. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. CARNIVORA.com. Don't wait. Call today. Carnivora.com. Carnivora.com.
Poor Sam was a mess. Always itching, flicking. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. He got that old flat CEO. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements. And today, 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can eat for your dog. How do your dog will be? I get my Dynamite from DINOVITE.com.
All right, let's go west of the Rockies. Nicole is in the great state of Oregon. Nicole, welcome to the coast. Good morning.
Hi, sir. Thanks for taking my call.
My pleasure.
How are the boys and the hockey doing?
Well, it's been a tough year. I got to tell you, for outdoor hockey rinks.
Yes.
Normally, we're into the really cold weather by the middle of January. I think we had maybe 4 good days in January, 2 days in December, where the ice was good. And February's been up and down, and we're kind of hoping that this weekend we've had like minus 20 tonight, I think it is. But we're going to have to get out there and do some work on it tomorrow. Flood and shovel, and it's been tough. It's been tough.
Well, I think that the whole country is having a winter weather this week. But I'm calling to tell you about something that happened to me when I was about 15. I was camping with my boyfriend down at the Oregon coast. And I'd had anxiety before, when Santa was coming or something, I couldn't sleep. But I never had an actual panic attack. And then all of a sudden, when we were down at this coast having a good weekend, I just started having a panic attack. I know it. And I was like, I want to go. My boyfriend was like, well, what's your problem? And I said, I don't know. I want to go. And then it was like, as if my body was vibrating, but it didn't hurt me or it didn't register my brain until it just, and I turned it on the, you just feel the biting spot. And then I realized what had happened and I was dead and I went, woo! And I looked over towards where the ocean was, and there was a ball of fire, a really large ball of fire, just hovering for a split second, almost like it was waiting for me to look at it. And then it went straight down. I'm pretty sure it went in the water, but there was a tree line blocking my actual view of the actual water. But it went down, and I'm pretty sure it didn't come back up. But then I just started freaking out. I'm like, I want to go now. And I was trying to sing to myself and comfort myself. And eventually, my boyfriend was like, let's go now. And when I got in the car, sure enough, we had missing time. And we were driving over 100 miles an hour at the first 24-hour rush hour at the time. Where we were trying to figure out, what time did the sunset? Well, the reason why I was telling you about this is because I believe that it's similar connected, but I have some weird things going on with my body lately. And I don't know. One thing is, when I comb my hair, I have actual, under the black light, you can see neon fibers in my hair.
Neon fibers?
Yeah.
Only under the black light?
Yeah. They come out of my scalp. Yellow, green, blue, pink, and orange. All colors. I've never found anything online about anybody else having that. I don't know if that's something somebody else has had. And then the other thing that I've been having lately quite a bit, seems to be increasing, is like out of my peripheral view, I'll see little squiggles of light go across my eyeballs. And I don't know, I just kind of connect the two. They've actually come taking all my life, excuse me, I'm under. But I've got dog marks all over my body. I've got little things, nodules that I believe are plants and things. I had one of them ultrasounded, and it turned out that they said it was tissue from my body, but it's very clearly not tissue. I don't know.
When you say gout mark, you mean like a scoop mark?
Oh yeah, I have scoop marks. It's either, like the majority of them are just, they just gouge me anymore. And one day I was doing hair in my hair, and I thought that it was a couple hours had passed, and my leg was bright red and burning, and I looked down and there's three big, small spoons, teaspoon size, and I still got them in my leg. They almost look like they're cauterized, after they.
So do you think you're being taken every night and experimented on by aliens?
I know that I'm being taken. I don't think it's every night. Generally, when I'm taken, I'll never for sure because the next day my legs will feel like I went skiing or like I ran like a 100-mile marathon. They'll all feel strained out. Most of the time, it usually coincides uh, with when I'm taken. But
and you think it all began years before when you saw that fireball coming out of the sky?
I don't know if it began before then or if that's when it began. At that time, they presented themselves to me like real, full color. And yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's been happening since birth. And another thing is, and I don't know if this is in any way connected, but I was born at a military hospital. My mom was a sergeant in the military, and I don't know who my father is either. It's just,
Have you ever considered going to a regression therapist to look at it?
actually, my stepdad at the time, when we finally, when it got realized we drove up at home, with my parents, that my stepdad was working with a lady from her farm, and she suggested regression, and I sometimes little bits and pieces come back to me, and mostly feel like dreams. Um, where one profound one, this is more recently, was, I don't know if it was a dream or a message that they were giving me, but it was about phone towers. And I saw these phone towers that were kind of in the ocean, just knocked on their sides, and they're right away, or, I'm not sure, but when doing some research about the phone towers, I found out how bad they really are on, you know, on us, basically, with microwaving ourselves. I don't know.
Do you think you might be having, you may have been given the gift of prophetic dreams because of an abduction?
Well, I think I am getting them like every once in a while. I'll have, for instance, I had a dream the same night as my mother actually. We both had similar dreams. Mine was a blue jet, hers was a blue plane. And in the dream, I was in a house with a party going on, and I looked out the window and I got that panic feeling again, like, oh, I gotta get out of here, I gotta get out of here. And so I saw this blue jet, and next thing I know, there was a gray alien there, and she touched my shoulder, and I was instantly relaxed when she did it. And I said, why me first? Because there was a, party going on, and she kind of almost laughed at me, and she spoke to me telepathically, obviously. And she's like, really? You're always first. That was the only thing I remembered, but it felt more than just a dream,
Right. Nicole, listen, it's a remarkable story. I appreciate you sharing that with me. Thank you so much, my listeners, our listeners. Thank you so much. All right, let's say hi to Jim in Delaware on the wild card line. Jim, welcome to Coast.
Hey, she's beautiful. College there, I'm sorry, Ricky, but I have seen you higher than myself. Because you're more Christ-like, certainly, of this. Oh, you are, man. Listen, because I'm like a raging Christian. I'm the kind of Christian that ain't going to roll over and play dead. When they come after us, I want to fight back. Give me a gun and enough ammo, and I'll fight back. All right, here's what I told um, your producer I was going to read off. He was called about AI. Remember iRobot by Alan Parsons Project?
Yes.
Remember the liner notes? I got them right in front of me, part of.
You have to remind me, it's been 30 years, I think, since I heard that album.
Yeah, it's real short. Here's the way it goes. iRobot, the story of the rise of the machine and the decline of man, which paradoxically coincided with his discovery of the wheel, and a warning that his brief dominance of this planet will probably end because man tried to create robots in his own image. And remember you were saying you think what the Antichrist comes out is AI?
Yes.
No, I think George knows I think this. I think like the Antichrist is man making himself God. Remember? He it's in the holy place showing that he's God. It's in the Thessalonians language. So I figure God has an image, and so does the beast. In Revelation 13, it speaks of the image of the beast.
Yes, promise that.
The image of the beast will probably be AI.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing the Alan Parsons liner notes. I had Alan Parsons on Coast a few years ago, and I didn't talk about iRobot. We should have. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to have to go and revisit that album. Very apropos for tonight's discussion, Jim. Thank you so much. Cornelius in Alexandria, Louisiana. Cornelius, welcome. How are you, buddy?
Before I tell you, I would have to see everybody in tonight. I was telling Donna, I called her, and she gave me some information about Martin Luther King. And there's two things I want to bring up. First, I want to start out 20 years ago, this past Monday, on February 20th of 2003, he lost two officers. I knew one of them. He was a military police officer named J. Jeremy Carew. Another one was David Asnack. He was one of the chief's sons named Mr. Asnack. What happened was, just like what's happening now, and you may hear some gunfire. They've been shooting gang dealers and drug dealers and shooting back and forth. So if you hear some gunfire, don't be worried. But they went in on a frontal assault, and that's the most dangerous thing a police officer and a military police officer can go through when you try to go through the front door. And nonetheless, had been shooting at officers days earlier. And so when they went in the front door, he just gunned them down. Oh, yeah. Years ago, this past Monday, we had a little ceremony, and every year we have a ceremony here in Alexandria. But you can look that up on KLB.com and 970am.com and see our tribute to those two fallen officers. Now I'm going to tell you my Martin Luther King story. Martin Luther King came here in November of 1966, and a school teacher that taught me math and stuff, because I was bad at math. So he was tutoring me. He was 25 years old then, and he spoke at the Rapid State Coliseum here. Well, my parents were school teachers in the Rapid State school system, and they were threatened. They said, if you go to that school meeting, you're going to get fired. And they said, no, we're going to go. We want to hear Mr. King speak. And, 2 years later, he was assassinated in Memphis. That's right. It was the one and only time he would come here to Alexandria, Louisiana. And like I said, Rabbi Parish Coliseum. Right, he said that we have parishes here instead of counties. That came from the Cajun stuff. The Cajuns came from Canada. They exiled from Canada and came to Louisiana. So you can look that up. But anyway, um, if you go to KLB.com or 970am.com, the guy that found that case, because he had it in his attic somewhere, man, it was just unbelievable. And we have a local historian named Mike Wynn, and he was the one that brought this stuff out. He likes going through different things in Black history that happened here in Alexandria. And he was taking out where Louis Armstrong came here. He came here one time to Alexandria, Louisiana, and he found that out. So that's George plays What a Wonderful World. And you've been playing some great bumper music too, Richard. Man, I've been enjoying your bumper music. And you play Swamp Fox, that guy here locally and stuff. And I said, listen, Richard picks out music from everywhere. He's a classic. I love you, Richard. God bless coast to coast. And y'all be careful now. Get the God under gold, Bible bullet to dream. All right, there he goes. Cornelius in Alexandria. All right, we're creeping up on the top of the hour. I do not believe I have time for another call. So if you got a line, hold on to it. We've got in Alaska. We have Joseph is in Boston. Jody's in upstate New York. Blue Diamond in Ohio. Cynthia is in Massachusetts. I'll try to work you all in. Coming up on the final hour of open lines and taking us into the break. Billy Richard and locked away here on Coast to Coast. Hey, yeah.
don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it. By being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
On the podcast, The Last Soviet, last fast, coming place, shares his own experiences of astronaut training in Russia. Yes, that's true. And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Krishnan. He's a Soviet cosmonaut and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USS Mars.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
I love those security questions that I'm asked, to determine that I need you. What was the name of your first best friend? No friend. What was the name of your first dog? No dog. What's your favorite band? I hate music. It's Bill Vandal. I have a hard time filling those out. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I mean, the top question is stunning. What's the thing on this? And even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people argue with the local sports controller to those guns. Bill Vandal. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The people in prison committed crimes, period. And that's all that matters. Their color essentially doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs aren't in the business of crime. Done and yes, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. It's here. Southern California takes on one of the largest and coldest storms in decades. For news, weather, and traffic, listen to KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
This is the best weekend for an outdoor wedding. I'm Mark Ronner from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Southern California is getting hit by a wet and cold winter storm. LA County and Ventura County could get up to 4 inches of rain in lower elevation. A blizzard warning is in effect for mountains across much of Southern California. Now, Baldy Resort manager Rabbi says the resort is closed today. We have a crew in place. The winds are too hot to operate stairs. But we anticipate a delayed opening tomorrow. Orange County and the Inland Empire could get up to 2 inches of rain. A high wind advisory is in effect for both counties. Blake Trolley, KFI News. A murder conviction overturned in San Bernardino County is the state's first to be reversed by a new rap music law that claims to prevent racial bias. There's this hearing rapping about the shooting, and Venable, not the rapper, but he's in the video. Lawyer James Gaff says Trayvon Venable was convicted in 2018 for the 2014 drive-by that killed one and injured another. His was a rival gang member saying, I can tell you with the shooting, this is not very good evidence. San Bernardino County DA Jason Anderson says Venable's not getting out. The case will be retried, and this doesn't mean rap videos can't be used in court. Somehow using creative expression automatically means that we're discriminating against people. That's not true. If art is going to imitate life or life is going to imitate art, then there's relevance to that. Both the DA and defense lawyers say the law is too complicated and could cause more harm than good. Corbin Carson, KFI News. Leaders of the G7 have met with Ukraine's President Zelensky to reaffirm their support for the country on the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion. Zelensky thanked President Biden and the people in the U.S. for their support. He says he now wants to focus on what Ukraine needs. I don't focus on fight priorities towards weapons, circumstances, towards finance, towards gases, unity. Zelensky says focusing on Ukraine's needs will help the coalition of those defending freedom become a coalition of winners this year. The White House says Russia's war against Ukraine is an attack on the fundamental principles of sovereignty of nations and respect for human rights. Southland weather from KFI, rain and maybe thunderstorms overnight with lows in the mid-40s. Flood watch until 6 p.m. tomorrow. As the beaches wind up to 40 miles per hour with gusts up to 50. 30s and possible snow up to 5 inches in the Antelope Valley. More rain and possible thunderstorms today, and that could last through Wednesday. Right now it's 48 in Irvine, 46 in Brea, 44 in Burbank, 36 in Palmdale. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ronner. Hey, one man that sees it right from point of this festival, the semi-truck, it's the loose to the right shoulder and completely backing up. It's 605. As they know, the 4th Avenue in Bell Gardens, but all the 2 left lanes are blocked there. And traffic backed up all the way down to Butterstone.
Unfortunately, so that cleaning road and acted as crash walks between middle lanes, and then mid-city lanes at East and La Brea Avenue to report the crash walk in the off-ramp. AFI in the sky helps you be there faster. I'm Dr. Gagan. Attention Southern California, Temperate Alert is ready to install your solar now. Thought about going solar? Then you must go solar right now. Get your solar system installed before net metering changes and rates go up even more. Declare your independence with Temperate Alert, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done with his free decor and honor. No money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill, no payments all year. Keep your money cheap. No money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill, no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket. Go solar American style with Seven Solar. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about your roof? Douglas and Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty free. Grant a 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupons, $500 off for military, first responders, plus 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. All offers call 877-211-5591 or visit SeparatesSolaris.com. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes the distribution needs for quick repairs to adjustable coverages, including payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. There are certain times it is especially important to stick with normal routine. Predictability and structure helps it self-regulate. There's specialty routines to help reduce anxiety, fear, and boredom. This now helpful moment is brought to you by cowhope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Cowhope can help. Access Cowhope's free secure mental health resources. Call 317-1746-73 or live chat at cowhope.org. Alphabet Boys is a new podcast series that goes inside undercover investigations. In the first season, we're diving into an FBI investigation of the 2020 protest. It involves a cigar-smoking mystery man who drives a silver hearse. And just how the hearse will under all the goods. But are federal agents testing bad guys or creating them? You're just waiting for me to set the date, the time, and then for sure you're trying to get it ahead. Listen to Alphabet Boys on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. A minimum of 5 years in a lock-up, secure location where you are guaranteed to be sodomized 19 times a day. That is what should be given to people who vandalize national parks. Okay, maybe we're going to rethink this one. What do you think, huh, George? Bill Handle. Hey, if you know the name of this guy, why haven't you recorded it? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you get hurt in an accident, use the loss of the experience to win. Choose Sylvia Myers. KFI, AM Victoria.
Wild card line is 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East to the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serra.
Sitting in for George Norrie, Betty Levesque, Joy. The small town of Bonnybridge in Scotland has become synonymous with sightings of unidentified flying objects. Since the 1990s, the town, which is situated around 4 miles west of Falkirk, has seen a disproportionately large number of UFO sightings, and nobody can explain why. The earliest sighting was reported in 1992 by local businessman James Walker, who was driving between Falkirk and Bonnybridge when he was stopped by a mysterious, luminous star-shaped object that was hovering in the middle of the road. The encounter ended when the object flew off at incredible speed. In the months and years that followed, hundreds of UFO sightings were reported in the region, including accounts of alien abductions and people being buzzed by strange objects in their cars. Even now, decades later, people are still seeing things in the sky over the area. Bonnybridge, Scotland, the town with the most UFO sightings in the world. All right, coming up tonight, that's Saturday night and Sunday morning, join Connie Willis here on Coast when she welcomes photographer Tom Reed, who argues that the 1969 Berkshire UFO incident was actually a part of the space race. He also sent he also reports that the city of Roswell and a research library worked with the, well, I lost my screen here momentarily, excuse me. Here we go. We were talking about Tom Reed argued the 1969 Berkshire UFO incident actually a part of the space race. He also reports the city of Roswell and a research library worked with the Massachusetts Historical Society and an attorney to get the Berkshire incident inducted into the space. I'm having some trouble with my computer screen. Into the space records after he was mentioned at the United Nations. Sorry. In the second half, Lynn Sakai, celebrating the 26th anniversary of the Phoenix Lights Mass UAP event on March the 13th. She's also been working diligently on a scientific study for the past year and has releasing findings from the over 500 participants worldwide who experienced the Phoenix Lights and similar UAP sightings. She'll share those results, claiming there's much more to the Phoenix Lights story 26 years after the historic 1997 event. That's tonight with Connie Willis right here on Coast to Coast AM. All right, back to your call. Open lines continue on Coast to Coast AM.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous when easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity theft. But if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here, join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It was pretty everything. So I started taking Anadora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. I took chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. We developing more lymph nodes that were swelled out. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took them into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all in his eyes. I can't have issues that developed in his eyes. So my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. Now, the carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. I did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivore.com.
First on caller line, Tim is in Alaska. Welcome to Coast. Tim, good morning.
Hi. I've got a few animal stories. For the first time in at least 2 years, I've seen a moose. I was just outside of Fairbanks, but I usually see them like at least 6 or 7 times a winter in my yard, and then also evidence of them once in the snow. But I saw one for the first time in over 2 years with COVID, and I get concerned that people are harvesting them, out of season because they're afraid they're not going to have food.
Right. How big was it? Was it full?
It was a cow. It looked like maybe a second year age. But a couple years ago, I was backing out of my garage, and I'm looking in the rearview mirror to guide myself out, and there is, on the other side of my driveway, is 2 lynx just sauntering around. And I turn around to look over my shoulder, and then there's 2 more. And I'm continuing to back out, and there's yet 2 more. So it was like a mom and a dad and 4 babies.
Wow. We have lynx here in Ontario. That's very cool. We have lynx here in Ontario. But they're very rare in bobcats.
Yeah.
But it's extremely rare to see a lynx in the wild, and you saw it all in one go. That's amazing.
Yeah. And then about a week later, I was walking down the road, and I'm coming back towards my house, and about 2 blocks in front of me, I see like this congregation. I can see it's all that lynx family, and among them is a cat, because he has a long tail and he's half the size of them. So they're just kind of looking at the cat.
They're trying to get adopted, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, and we're talking about foxes. Oh my God, they let out the most freaky, frightening, human-like screams. I woke up one morning to that sound. I mean, imagine a horror movie, and it's just terrifying. And you don't know what it is because it doesn't sound human, but it doesn't sound like this world. And I look out my bedroom window to see where the sound was coming from, and here's this fox with his tail all puffed up, and he's staring down the driveway. And he's just howling and screaming. And about a minute or so later, there's this huge lynx that saunters out of the edge of the woods right where he was standing. And he's about maybe 6 or 7 feet away from the fox. And he didn't even look at the fox. He just turned around and walked in the direction that the fox was facing. But the fox kept howling, and the lynx just sauntered back in the woods. I don't know if he had a family in the woods there. He was afraid the lynx was going to get, but it was creepy.
It's like you're living in an episode of Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom.
Yeah, well, I do have to watch. I love it. I love that one.
Me too. Yeah. Oh, wonderful call. Thank you so much. I had no idea that foxes scream that way. I'll tell you what does scream like a human, and that is a goat. Have you ever heard a goat scream? It's actually quite hilarious. It's not scary. It's just hilarious. They sound like a bird. All right, Cynthia and east of the Rockies in Massachusetts. Cynthia, welcome to Coast. Cynthia, are you there? I think Cynthia maybe wandered away from the phone. If you're waiting too long. All right, we'll try back later with Cynthia. Let's see. Al is in Cody, Wyoming. Al, welcome to Coast. Yeah, I'm here. Hi, go ahead. What do you have for us? Well, I have two quick stories to tell you. One is what I call a ghost kid. Our family used to have a log cabin on the lake up in British Columbia, in remote British Columbia. Okay. And my brother and I were out fishing one day. We were trolling along, real quiet motor, nobody else in the bay, quiet and glassy, and we weren't catching any fish. Then, as we were going along, there was a sudden huge spot on the bottom of the boat. We just startled at it. What the hell? I jumped up thinking that we hit a log that we have to see. That water, you can see 40, 50 feet down to the bottom. It's just crystal and it's runoff glacier. And it's in a remote area in central British Columbia. There was nothing to be seen. And no logs popped up. We looked around in the boat thinking something might have fallen off the seat. And we had like a 14-foot limit boat with 15 horse on it. There wasn't much room to carry anything. We knew it was Ogopogo. Maybe it was Ogopogo. I think it was Ogopogo. And we figured out and we told our other friends about it. Right? We're puzzled. But we had that cabin up there for 40 years. Nobody could figure it out and all that stuff. Yeah, I still have to hand. My brother gave it the name of pokerfish. I like that, pokerfish. Well, and I guess it would work. It would translate as noisy fish. Yeah. But the other thing was, it was up in that same area around Nimpo Lake, it's called, Nimpo. And Nimpo Lake is 200 miles west of Williams Lake. Williams Lake is like the largest city in the eastern British Columbia. Okay. Prince George might be a little bit different. Anyway, it's remote, Nimpo Lake. It's an area where a lot of pilots that have pontoons will land there and get service. They get their airplane service. But in 1972, the year the cabin was built, my dad and I had gone in from our remote cabin to Nimpo Lake because there's a general store there. And we got our groceries and said, let's go visit a hamburger, a little restaurant there. So we walked in. There was my father and I, and about 5 or 6 old guys in their 70s, 50s, and their 70s, sitting around the table. And we were the only ones in there. There's about 8 people in there. We're the only ones. And these guys were laughing about how a Bigfoot researcher had come up and come into that community and started asking people, have you seen any Sasquatch and Bigfoot? At that time in the early 70s, Bigfoot was a more common name than Sasquatch. And when I was a teenager, I really got the Bigfoot bug. And I was reading it as much as I could. I was a big believer. I'm not so much now. But anyway, they were laughing about how these Bigfoot researchers came in. And the first guy they talked to, an old man, he just as a joke said, oh yeah, I saw him here a couple of years ago out on this trail. And they said, well, come on with us into the restaurant and we'll buy you lunch and you can talk about it. So word got out among these old trappers and ranchers and stuff that if you have a good story to tell, you can get a free lunch or dinner out of it. And so they pumped this investigative crew with all kinds of stories of Bigfoot in the area of Nympho Lake. And then there's also, I can't remember the other community nearest west of it. But these little birds on Highway 20, it's a major highway between Williams Lake and the coast. And on the coast is a small town called Delacula. I've heard of Delacula, yeah. Yeah, and oh my God, Delacula, taking the road there will terrify you. It's narrow, there's no guardrails, you're up 1,000 feet, and then you come around the corner and there's a wide truck. But one of you has to back up. All that good stuff where then you can get to a wider spot of the road and the other one can get by. And I would never do it in the winter. I drove it, was terrified in the summer. Wow. But they get regular service there, mail service and everything. But in Nympho Lake, there was all kinds of stories they filled them full about Nympho Lake. The interesting thing about it is to show you how long these things last was what they told me apparently went into a book. And that book has been used as a reference in the early 1970s for sightings along Highway 20 and at Nympho Lake, and that community just west of there. And it was all about a free lunch. Anaheim Lake is actually, there you go. So, Nympho Lake is a lot of free lunches. Communities, there are. I got to move along, but great story. Thank you so much for that. So, interesting. A lot of Bigfoot researchers are going to be very disappointed to hear that. It was all about the free lunch. Let me just quickly try and see if Cynthia's back with us. Cynthia, anything after Cynthia? No, we lost Cynthia. Oh, she's just not there. Okay. All right. Well, we'll try again later, perhaps. What are we going to do here? We've got time for more calls. All right. Blue Diamond is in Ohio. Blue Diamond, you're welcome to Coast. How are you?
Hey, Richard, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Hey, I got a question for you. And it's about AI. You know, in the last 30 years, the movies that have come out, like The Matrix and iRobot and stuff like that, have kind of hinted about what was coming up and what we are seeing today. And there's a section in the first movie, The Matrix, which came out in 1999, where Morpheus is telling Neo the desert of the real. And in that clip, he says, "Welcome to the desert of the real. We have only bits and pieces of information, but what we know for certain is that at some point in the early 21st century, all of mankind was united in celebration. We marveled at our own magnificence." And Neo asks, and Morpheus says, "We gave birth to AI." And Neo says, "AI? You mean artificial intelligence?" And Morpheus says, "A singular consciousness that spawned an entire race of machines. We don't know who struck first, us or them, but we know it was us that scorched the sky. At the time, they were dependent on solar power, and it was believed that they would be unable to survive without without an energy source such as abundant as the sun. Throughout human history, we have been dependent on machines to survive. Fate, it seems, is not without a sense of irony. Now, the funny thing to me is, in the movie I, Robot, with Will Smith, those robots look exactly
like 30 years ago, yeah, that's an interesting theory. There's kind of a little bit of an element of predictive programming in there. This idea that uh, they slowly release information to us to prepare through the arts. And Marshall McLuhan, a great communications theorist from Canada, believed that the arts were controlled by the secret society. So some people believe that it's predictive programming. Um, but I just think that artists, filmmakers and artists, and they imagine the future. That's what they do in part. But there's more to this, and maybe we'll get into it a little bit after the break. John Cruise will be pleased to the break with Bob Dylan, Joker Man, back to more of your calls after you've done Coast to Coast AM. Just around the corner from you, so it's too so far off. What good will it do? Superman dance to the nightingale sing. The birds fly high by the light of the moon. Whoa, whoa, Superman. Look with me, the sun, that's the sky. You rise up and say goodbye. On the hand, and when it's break. I'm Mark Warner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A voluntary evacuation warning has been issued for the Silverado Canyon and Williams Canyon area in Santa Ana due to possible debris flows along or near the Burn Scar. The Orange County Sheriff's Department says the warning is in effect until tomorrow. A flood watch has been issued for the Burn Scar area by the National Weather Service. Cocaine Bear is on a bit of a high. Thursday previews about a bear who eats a duffel bag of cocaine and goes on a murderous rampage inhaled $2 million at the box office. It's expected to finish in second place behind Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania and make between 15 and 20 million its opening weekend. Southland weather from KFI: rain and many thunderstorms overnight with lows in the mid-40s. Flood watch until 6 p.m. tomorrow. As the beaches winds up to 40 miles per hour with gusts up to 60, 30s and possible snow up to 5 inches in the Antelope Valley. We'll have lots more rain and possible thunderstorms again today, and we could have rain all the way through next Wednesday. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Roner. Understand what's got to hold down, and they were trying to get the right lanes of vehicles spin out, especially traffic actively via their day. And Axel was pushing north to Quebec City Road, French Walk to the middle lane. Skyler Park on the 67 north of Skyler Park Boulevard, the French Walk to the right lane of the off ramp. And don't guard comes from the same north at Floyd. That's installed because of the left lane, while out in the and on the 55 north of Hedger, I slow traffic from Diet Road to a crash walk in the carpool lane. They have find the silence to be there faster. I'm exactly getting find everything you love listening to on Audible. Here's celebrity memoirs, mystery, true crime, sci-fi, and more. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Children, along with experts, news makers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? Now, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate for the debate race. Really? Really? That's mystery. That's really no really rare. Really no really. Listen, I mean, I know wherever you get your podcast. Progressive commercial insurance, flexing, the distribution of needs, from quick repairs to accessible coverage. Angry today? I'm perpetually in an education. I'm not supposed to be on this planet. There's a terrible mistake. But 5 years old, I did be here. I know I'm the victim of some massive practical joke, and I'm just waiting for the payoff. John and Ken are waiting for me to block. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you're involved in a mildly engaging activity, just screw up your mind for creative thinking. But walks are really good, and showers are good, if you want just a little bit of stimulation. What a water waster you are! John and Ken, can you help? Oh yeah, absolutely. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. Your sector or not, we just have one form. Here's what I do. When I regular medical procedure or whatever, you get the form. Yeah, and ask the question, are you pregnant? I just say yes. Bill handle. And then go, you figure it out. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI